This should have been a 5-minute job.
I haven't got a Zoom link.
You must have done.
These are all her emails to me.
She sent it. Well, I got mine on Monday at 1:30. It came from Zoom, not from Lee.
Right, got it.
Right. You click on that to join the meeting. Click here to join. And again, do that.
Where the cameras are, the microphones on.
Which absolutely.
I know. Click straight in. Yeah, that's fine. Go on. Right. Join the meeting.
Hang on, it's working because
Oh,
I've
is it
just come
working?
out.
Oh, brilliant.
Because I've just come out.
So why is it suddenly work? Oh, no, it's gone again, you see. This is what it keeps doing.
Oh, I don't care about that. We'll just keep an eye on it.
So they can't see it. It's going to give us a problem later, isn't it? It did. It came and then went again before.
No, just hang on a sec, Stephen. Let Lee get the meeting going first, because we've problem with that.
Is it
The bottom one.
report? Yeah.
Oh, it's there again. Right.
I've got.
Hello.
It's already sent.
It is, yes.
So I could leave my tortoises in here.
That's this one.
Yeah.
That's yours.
Put them in a different light, so
Okay.
where will they be out of the way? They're just in this box.
What you got in there?
Yeah, well, the world's in his mind.
Just need to plug nearby.
Need a plug?
That's it. You, anyway.
I'm here.
Is there a plug there?
Is that?
Can I take anything out there? I don't want to take anything out. Let me have a look in here. No, everything's got.
And Sarah's coming in.
Yeah. I was looking at the wall, not, but I thought,
When Michelle's finished, you put them in there on the table and there's plugs in there.
you know, I might object.
No, that's Michelle's desk here now.
What? Oh, there.
That's like a little meeting room, but Michelle's in there talking with Margaret, I think. When they're finished, you can go in there.
Is that okay?
Yeah, and that's the
I'll
easiest
just
thing.
get one of the light that goes with them. And the light is, they would like the light on.
Yeah.
It's just, it's too cold to leave them in the car. Flinty's going to have to stay in the car, but done for the tortoise.
Oh, there you go, they're finished now.
Sorry, Erica.
Sorry?
Are you been talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was trying to work out.
Oh, sorry, I'll mute.
Good morning, everybody. Those who are just joining, can somebody just give me a thumbs up? Mike Ticehurst, you'll be, yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. What we're going to do is the people who are gradually joining, we want to check that their technology is working. Once we've checked your technology is working, you are technically panelists at the moment. We check it's working, that enables you to talk to us and we can see if we need to. Once we're happy with that, we will then put you into the delegate mode, which is technically an attendee. So I would almost like to just go down the list of people who are here and confirm that you personally are happy with your technology. And then once you are, we will move you on. It's going to be a bit of a random order, just whoever I see on the screen. But Mike Walker in South Staffs, are you quite happy? You're muted, Mike. Oh, and you probably need to be, I need to allow you to be unmuted. Just a minute.
Okay, thank you, Martin.
Yeah.
I'm
Mike,
okay, thank you.
Can you talk?
Can you hear me?
Yes, lovely.
Good.
Oh, sorry, it might be us. Mike Ticehurst, can you just talk to us, please?
Yep, I'm talking to you now.
Just a minute.
Okay. I'm talking still. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I can hear you.
Mike Walker, you can hear me, can you?
Yes, Mike, I can hear you.
Lovely. I don't know where Martin is now.
Probably having a cup of coffee now. Having
Exactly.
Where are you from, Mike?
Say again, Mike.
Where are you from?
Devon, Torbay.
Oh yes, it'll be a bit warmer than here.
Yeah. It's a reasonable day here today. Overcast, high cloud.
Frost.
Oh, really?
A typical winter.
Yeah, no, quite nice.
Oh well, there's a technological problem, obviously. Either that or Gareth has disappeared.
Oh, speakers.
Well, I can hear Martin and Michelle.
So could I, but
This one there.
Think it might be a delegates only talk.
Yes.
is that Victoria?
Yeah, hi, yeah, how are you
Hi,
doing?
Victoria. I'm Mike. Victoria, you look awfully dark.
I am always dark because I've got daylight saving bulbs
Ah,
to save eye strain.
all right.
And you've got the light behind you.
Yeah, it's my window, yeah.
Yeah. Great, it makes you incognito.
Well, it prevents the lights shining off your glasses, as we all wear glasses from weaknesses.
I've got mine handy if I need to look at the screen, but I don't really need to look at the
All
screen.
right.
As long as
Okay,
it's
guys.
working.
We're now back in. Sorry about that. We had turned our sound off, so we couldn't hear you. Mike Walker, are you happy that you've got a voting link?
Yes, thank you. I've already done a test vote.
You've already done test. Excellent. So, Sarah, 56, Mike Walker. We'll see you later. We're going to demote you to a panelist now, and then the meeting will then start at 10 o'clock. So, feel free to disappear and come back again. Okay. Victoria Darville, hello.
Hello, how are
Hello.
you doing?
We're fine, thank you. Are you happy you've got a voting link and it works?
I tried on the testing day, so yeah, that all worked.
There is one there now if you want
Okay.
to go on again and just prove you can. There's a
Okay.
little story there. While you're doing that, Lyndon Wortley. Oh, sorry, I need to allow you to.
It's okay, I got myself unmuted there. Yeah, all good, and I've done the test on the voting screen as well.
Excellent, that's great. So we will demote you. Sorry, it's a phrase of demote, but
Quite
see you
okay.
at 10 o'clock. Okay, Erica? Oh,
Linda.
yeah, okay. We now have, yeah, let me see who is not on the camera. Tyneside, Susan Foster. Would you like?
Hi.
Hello. Are you happy you've got your technology working? You've tried the voting this morning?
I haven't been able to try the voting. I'm having a little problem with my broadband, but I'm going to try again now.
Okay, we'll leave you. Will you pop back up and tell us when you're sorted, please?
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Suffolk, Kevin Thorne. Kevin Thorne, Suffolk. You may have turned on and just gone to make a cup of tea, of course. We will go to somebody else. We haven't got any more. Okay, that's the lot. All the lots of trustees on here. Are all the trustees happy they can hear and be able to speak if they needed to speak?
It's Gareth here. Yeah, I'm
good, thank you.
Yeah, we're all answering at the same time.
Fine.
You can hear me, can you, Martin?
Bob Hogg, I'll do it. Yeah.
Somebody said yes, that's good enough for me.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Okay.
Once the trustees have tested their sound, all the rest of it, do you mind muting yourself, please? Otherwise, we'll have too
That's the way I prefer to be, Martin.
Quite. Wish I could be sometimes. Okay. Suzanne Tyneside, how are you doing? Suzanne Tyneside was in.
Oh, she's in twice.
Yes, Suzanne, you're in twice into this meeting. Can you just turn one of your sound on? What we'll probably do is boot you out, onto a better word, and ask you to rejoin.
I've already left.
Yeah, she's gone down now. She's only on one.
It is. Sorry. Yes, you're quite right. You've pointed out I've spelt the chairman's name wrong, the president's name wrong. I will rename her.
Can't see that. Oh yes, well spotted.
Okay. Yeah, just a minute. We spelled Wilson. Right. Who?
Dirk, 76 Jersey.
Right, yes. Dirk Wilson, morning. Are you happy that you've got the technology working in terms of the voting link? And you can hear us? I'll ask you to unmute.
All good, and I can hear you.
Good, and you can see us, presumably. Yeah, okay. If you're happy you've seen the voting link this morning, what we're going to do is then move you over to being an attendee, which is the normal method for the delegates, and then the meeting will start at 10 o'clock. So actually not a great deal is going to happen apart from a repeat of this talk 40 times. So Sarah, if you would like to move Dirk over, thank you. Suzanne, where are you now up to?
Yes, I've managed to get into the vote, just about to.
Okay, well, if you're into it, yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, we will see you later then. Okay, if you can promote. Yeah, go on.
The chair's name is still spelled wrong.
Okay, we'll do that in a minute. Okay. Suzanne is now fine. Yes, thank you. What have I done with this chair now?
We've got some that are coming straight through as attendees.
Yes, because in that case we need to promote them to a panelist. They may have had the wrong link or something or other, come in on a different link. Yeah, promote them to a panelist. We check their voting and then email. Well. Yeah, she came in the other day. Mary, we're just going to promote you for a minute, check your voting, and then reorganise you as an attendee. John Chapman, Medway, morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Are you happy that your voting link works?
Just got to get into the voting link. Let me check it in.
Yeah, once you're in, just give us a shout and we'll then move you over to attendee. Sean from Buckinghamshire. Are you happy your voting link works?
It worked the other day. I'm just going to set it up now again.
Okay, thank you. Then we know we're sorted. Yeah, Kendall, Meg, can you confirm you have a voting link and it's working?
Just let me have a little look.
Yeah, thank you. Hereford, Rob Williams.
Good morning.
Hello, morning to you. Can you confirm you've got your voting link and you can use it and see a vote on there at the moment?
Yeah, I'll just get that on my tablet now.
Okay, well, let us know once you've got it and we'll move you over.
Right, okay, John Chapman Medway, I've got my voting link up.
Okay, Sarah, you've connected to that. Okay, Bob Mora, have you got your voting link? Are you happy you can vote? You'll have to unmute, Bob. Sorry, wrong one.
This is Sean Stevens from Buckinghamshire. I've got the voting link working.
You have. Okay, thank you. Sean Smith, Buckinghamshire. Sorry, yeah. Bob Moore is nodding. Does that mean?
Yeah, sorry,
that's fine.
I'm fine. It's morning, Martin. It's the link's up, and it looks just like it did when we were practicing it.
Yes, it says practice vote. Yeah, as long as you're in, that's fine. Okay, Bob Moore, move over. John Broadbent, is it? Vale and Down. Are you?
I've just cast my vote. It seems to be working all right.
Okay.
You've actually spelt my name wrong on the video.
Yes, I was just thinking that's a funny way of spelling Broadbent. We will. It is Broadbent, is it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let me rename you before we move you over. Oh no, don't do that. I was about to remove you.
Wouldn't be the first time.
BROAD. Okay. Broad.
That's correct now, yes.
Good. Broadball, Vale and Down. Thank you. Reading, Hazel Blackburn. How are we doing this morning, Hazel?
Well, I've got the phone, I've got the page up, but it says could not access online voting screen. Please retry or contact ER to support team.
Okay, Mike Ticehurst. Hazel had a problem the other day because she was in twice. Can I ask you on to have a chat with her on a private message or to phone? What you might do, Hazel, is if you look at the pre-meeting checks on the slide on the screen on the Zoom, there is a phone number at the bottom.
Yes, I've got that.
Can you ring? And that is Mike Ticehurst, who you can probably see on the screen.
Yeah, okay.
Will you mute? I will mute you for the moment, and then Mike will tell us when you're sorted.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. Kendall, Meg, where are you?
Hello. Yes, I think I've just done a test vote.
Yeah.
So I look okay.
Good. Have we spelt your name right? Is that right?
Let me just have a little look.
Meg, W-R-O-E, Rowe.
That's it. Correct. Lovely.
Very good. Okay. You've noted. Good. Norfolk, Gary Bowler. Morning.
Good morning.
Are you sorted on the voting?
I believe so. Yes, test vote worked okay.
Good. Okay, we will talk to you later then.
Thank you.
Gary. Okay. Oh.
We've just got Hazel.
Hazel is.
We've got Rob Williams. Is he all right, Hereford?
Where's Rob Williams?
30.
Oh yes, Hereford. Morning.
Hi. Yes, just to confirm, my voting link is working.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
One other thing, my fellow colleague Mary Walter was hoping to join as an attendee.
We're asking reserve delegates to join on YouTube. There is a YouTube link.
I have emailed Mary this morning with the link.
Did you hear that?
Brilliant. Thanks, Lee. That's great.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Tony Jefferson. Morning, Yorkshire.
Morning.
Morning. Are you happy you've got a voting link and the voting link works?
Yes, I think so. Yep. Good to go.
Good to go. Okay, we will talk to you later then. Thank you very much. Yorkshire, Tony Jefferson.
Mike Hall, everything needs to be named Northampton. It's at the bottom, underneath the shout.
Mike Hall. Okay, what Mike Hall, are you there?
It's not from Northampton.
48 Northampton.
Okay. First of all, I will rename.
Hello
There. We're just going to rename.
Not come in with the full name.
Missed out our naming convention.
He's 048.
Maybe the way I came into Zoom that did that.
It is, I think. Yes. Just 1 minute. I've tried to rename the wrong person. Oh, you can do this. Yeah, you can rename somebody while I talk. Can you do that if you right click on them? Yeah, okay. While we're doing that, Chiltern, Stephen, how are you doing? South Chilterns. Stephen. Let's do unmute. Okay, come back to South Chilterns. If you, Stephen, get yourself sorted, then please pipe up. Northamptonshire Mike now, are you okay? We've got the right name. Are you happy you've got a voting link? I want to move him back again, just in case. Just, yes. We would hate to disenfranchise we would hate to disenfranchise Northampton. Okay, Mike, you are now back with us.
Yes, just try and find my camera now.
Oh yeah, well, okay, that's fine. Are you happy your voting link works?
I'm just trying that. It should do, but
yeah, okay, if you can do that, thank you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, Northampton can be an attendee again. Stephen from South Chilterns, are you with us?
Hello.
You are. Morning. Are you happy your voting link works?
Yeah, I'll just cast a vote.
You have. Excellent. Okay, we will move you over to being an attendee and talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay.
Martin,
yes.
Mike here. Can you check Reading again, please? I think that problem's now resolved.
Okay. Hazel, yeah. Okay, unmute. Hazel, you're on with us now. Okay. You're still muted though.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're happy you voted?
I can cast a vote. Hang on, here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
good. Excellent. We
Well,
will.
thanks so much.
Talk to you later. If you get stuck again, then Mike is there.
Okay. Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. For others who in the similar situation, that the person whose phone number is at the bottom is Mike Ticehurst, who will wave at you now. Very good. Okay. Do we have anybody else? Yes, we do. Morning, Juliet, sorry, Y Valley. Are you happy you have got a voting link and it works? You appear to have just left the room. Okay. Who else? Nobody yet.
Juliet's the only
Juliet, no, she's just gone to make a coffee, I think.
Yes, but we haven't done him yet. We're moving some over that have joined as attendees.
That's fine. You bear in mind you're talking to the people, so just as you're doing it, just say to people, "I am moving you."
Just moving Stratford-upon-Avon and then over to panelists.
Okay. Warwick, Twickenham, morning. Can you confirm you have a voting link and it works? Warwick, Twickenham, you don't appear to have a microphone, which is interesting. Sarah, did you just promote Twickenham?
No.
Okay.
Stratford-upon-Avon.
Okay. Okay. Warwickshire. Sorry, no, Warwick. Twickenham. Are you happy, Twickenham, that you can vote?
Yes, I've tested the voting out and it seems to be working.
Everything's okay. Good. We will move you over to being an attendee and talk to you when we start at 10 then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Terry Hitchman, Stratford. Are you happy you have a...
Hi there. I'm just setting it up, the other link. So can we log in? Yeah. Yes, that's what we got. Yes. Yeah, do you need us to cast a vote? Hello? Don't probably cut them out whilst we were doing that. Why? That should be all right, I suppose, but just see if we can get back in.
Oh, I need to go really.
Or what is he gone now?
Can you hear me, Martin?
Hello?
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 Can anybody hear me?
Good morning, Mike. It's Jeff Hardman down in Cornwall. We can hear you fine.
Okay. It's all gone very quiet at the moment. I don't know where Martin's gone.
Yes, it has gone very quiet, hasn't it? Margaret, do you know, can you feed back on what's happening, please? Margaret Wilson, Chair. Ah, yes. I think you're on mute, Margaret. Could you put your microphone on? Maybe that's the problem. We've lost the sound, I think. So the delegates.
Yeah, hi Suzanne, it's Michelle.
Hi.
Hi, yeah. Yeah, I think they're just sorting out some technical issues or working on something, which is why they've muted the sound.
Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me, Michelle?
I can, yes, Mike.
Simon Castleman has just been on to me.
Yeah.
He hasn't, can you resend him the voting link, please?
Yep, I will do. I'll do that now, Mike.
That's Lincoln. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Anne.
Michelle, you might want to update delegates and perhaps some of the trustees just using the chat function. That might be helpful for everyone.
Yep, good idea, Suzanne. I'll go in and tell them. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello.
Okay, folks, can somebody hear me now?
Yes, okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we managed to demote the president to being an attendee and muted her. Okay, that's fine, ladies. Okay, back to our... Yeah, Mary Hunter, are you the delegate for Middlesex?
Yes, Martin.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, has Mary got the delegate voting link?
I just did a test vote earlier on and it worked. I'll do it again. It's come up
Very
again.
good. In that case, you're all sorted. Erica?
Yeah, I've just done it again.
You move Mary.
Thank you.
Rename her to the Middlesex and done that. Very good. Okay, who else has joined since? Quite a few. Roger Patterson, can you confirm you've got a voting link and it works?
I don't know if it works, Martin, but I've certainly got one up here.
Can you test it and then just come back to us and make sure it's before we move you over?
Okay, how do I test it?
you same as you've done before, pressing click on the link and you should take you to the page on the browser.
Right, okay.
Got any problems with it, Roger? Phone Mike Ticehurst with the number on the screen.
Okay.
The bottom number. Kath.
Is Roger all right?
No, not yet. He's going to test it first. Karen Warren. Are you Chesterfield?
Hello, my name's Kathy, actually, not Karen.
It is. Sorry, my eyesight. Are you happy your voting link works?
Yes, I've just opened it. It looks fine. Thank you.
Good. We will move you over then. Thank you.
Simon Lincoln, I've just resent you your voting link as requested.
Neil Campbell Avon, are you happy that you vote? You can vote.
I just opened in the link just now. Just
all right.
Yes,
Come back
yes,
to
I have
when
it.
you-
Yes,
when you
I have it.
started. Gloucester Di Webb.
Yes, all fine here.
Thank you, Gloucester, Erica. Cornwall, Jeff Hardman.
Yeah, Martin, all working fine, thank you.
Lovely. Move Cornwall over. Peter Crow, Dover. Yeah, okay. Peter Crow. Come back to you, Peter. If you, Miriam Knight, Gwent, you happy? Oh, I can see bits of technology. You're okay. Does your voting link work?
It's up. I've cast a vote and I've gone back to the voting page. All's fine.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll move you over as well.
Thank you.
Neil Campbell, are you there?
I am, yes.
Does your voting link work?
Yeah. Do I have to cast a vote to confirm it, do I?
Well, yeah, just to prove, just double check. It's easier to do it now rather than when.
Yeah, it's working, yeah.
Yeah, that's working. Good. Thank you. That was
Neil Campbell.
Neil Campbell, yeah. Dover, Peter Crow, Melanie, Vincent, Cumbria. Okay, John Lowry's Hampshire. Are you?
Not yet. I'm still working on getting my voting link up.
Okay, come back to us once you've done it. Richard Riddler, Essex, morning. Your voting link okay? Okay, come back to you. John Owries, is it? Hampshire.
Yeah, you just asked me. I'm still working on the voting link.
Right, okay, yeah. People keep moving up and down the screen as we move them.
My voting link is fine, thank you. That's Cumbria.
Cumbria, thank you very much.
Dover, can you hear me?
Yes, it is. Is Mike talking?
I'm all set up.
And you are, sorry?
Dover.
Dover, thank you very much. Roger Patterson, are you sorted now?
No.
Yeah, sure. What's your email address?
I'm just going to mute you, Mike Ticehurst. Yeah, we're going through them. These are the people we are doing the voting checks on. Yeah, which is on here. Nottinghamshire, Jeff Dixon. Annette Campbell, Newcastle. Simon Castleman, Lincolnshire. He's a problem. Okay.
Alison Hine.
Alison from Shropshire.
I'm working now. Simon Castleman from Lincoln.
Lovely, thank you. Simon Castleman, Lincoln. Who have we got here? Alison Hine, Shropshire.
I've just joined.
Good, good. Is your voting link working?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Newcastle.
Hello.
Hello, sorry, who were we just speaking to there? Shropshire North, Alison Hind is okay. Newcastle, are you happy your voting link works, Annette?
Yes, I think so.
Everything's good, okay.
Yep.
Newcastle, Annette. Lawrence Coley, Thanet. Lawrence Coley, Thanet. Back to you.
Hi there.
You're there. Does your voting link work?
Yes, I voted for and it's taken me in.
All good. Thank you.
Cheers.
Y Valley, Juliet. You there? You back again? Richard Riddler, Essex.
Sorry, yeah, I'm there. Juliet, everything's working fine.
Good. Wye Valley, that was. Ladies. Juliet. Wye. Oh, that was Juliet. Yes. Richard Riddler, Essex. How are we doing?
Yes, just voted for. Thank you.
Everything's okay. Good. Thank you.
Seems to be going well.
Good. Essex, Richard Riddler. 87, Paul Mingard. They need.
Yeah, things are working fine. Thank you.
Okay. Just remind us what association are we? Just need to rename you to put your association in.
Hexham.
Hexham. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, it's Griff Dixon here. I can't seem to find a voting link. Can you resend it to me?
Michelle, did you hear that?
I did. It's on its way.
Thank you.
Forgive me, Paul. Oh, Hexham, you said, didn't you?
Yeah, Hexham.
Yeah, just a minute. Hexham.
I'm doing it.
You're doing it. Okay. Right. Okay. We'll both rename it. That will really set the meeting. David Newell, are you sorted?
Yes, thank you.
Good. David Newell, Wiltshire. Nottingham, Griff Dixon.
Griff, hello.
Are you sorted? You've got a vote works?
No, not received a voting link. Does it go into ER2 or to email?
It's sent out via ER2, but it goes into your the email address that you provided us with, which I'm just going to find for you.
Right, it's not turned up this end yet.
Yes, it's the one that you use on ER2, Griff.
Okay, got it. Just received it. Right, I'll press a button and see where we go.
And test us. It's going to come back to us then. Yeah. Okay. What? Roger Patterson's still trying to sort.
Yeah, I'm okay, Martin. But what I have noticed is my title is Suffolk West on the screen, but in fact it's Sussex West.
Okay.
Does that make any difference?
I'll do that one.
You gonna rename it?
I'm doing that. Yeah, Sussex.
Are you gonna move in then as well?
No.
You move in.
No, you move.
The number is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Sussex West, you now are.
Thank you.
Hampshire, John Lowry's. Are you anywhere near?
I'm still struggling with my laptop. If the second laptop, if the worst comes to worst, I may have to try it on my iPhone.
Okay, that's
I'm having
fine.
difficulty opening up the second laptop at the moment.
Come back to us when you're sorted. Yes. Okay. David Newell.
Manchester's come on.
Okay, David Newell, you can move over Wiltshire. Chris McLeod, Manchester. Morning. Can you confirm you've got a voting link that works? Chris? No? Okay. Come back to you.
Sorry, I'm muted.
Okay. Have you got a voting link that works? You happy
I think I have, yes. I'm about to try it.
Okay. Just come back to us when you've actually just pipe up that it's done and then we can.
Okay.
Yeah, just to confirm, my voting link works.
You are, sorry.
Griff Dixon, Cumbria, did I say? I used to live there.
Griff Dixon can move over. Yeah, thank you. David Newell, you can move over. Yeah, Reading, Ben Titchband, morning. Are you happy you have a voting link?
Yeah, it's I'm from Newbury.
All worked. Good. Okay, Newbury.
Yes, yeah, that's all working.
Good. We'll move you over to attendee and then we'll for 10 o'clock start. Saw somebody else then. Who did I see? Oh, that's interesting.
I think that's Hazel from Reading. It isn't. Is that
wait, it is. There is. Anybody recognise the person? Hello. There is a lady on the screen at the moment who has a name. Who's named Mike Ticehurst. Yes, it's you. Hello. Can you wait? Can you
unmute yourself?
Sorry, I'm Viv Thorne from Devon. I do know Mike very well, but I'm not him.
Well, yeah, there are 3 people on my screen. 2 of them are from Devon currently. We will rename now. No, Viv, actually, can you rename yourself, please? Because
Well, I'm just looking. I usually click the three little dots at the top of the thing, and I get a rename, but I haven't got that, so I'll fiddle about with it.
just one sec. Mike Ticehurst, can you just rename yourself and put a 2 full stops after your surname, please? So we don't know which one's which. So in our system.
I've got an issue with Steve from Cleveland.
Okay.
Trying to speak, but nobody can hear.
Okay, we will come on to Steve from Cleveland in a minute. Let's just sort out our multiple Mike Ticehursts.
Meantime, you've got Kevin Cowan from Woking.
Okay, yeah.
No, I can't see to change my name.
Okay, we will.
The reason that Viv is there with my name is I just sent her a fresh link, which was my link.
Right, okay, I'll tell you what, just a minute. Right, hang on. Hang on, guys, hang on. One of the two of you now has got 3 dots, which is Mike Ticehurst proper. So the one, the one that hasn't got 3 dots, can you rename? What was it again? Forgive me.
V-I-V, Thorn, T-H-O-R-N.
Viv
Devon.
Thorn Devon.
Yeah.
Just sorry to be slow on this, but we need to rename the right person. Viv Thorn Devon. There we go. Right. Are we happy, Viv?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Are you happy you've got your voting links and all the rest
yes,
of it?
I have. Yeah.
Okay, so we can move you over.
Hello?
Mike, I'm just going to mute Mike. Bournemouth, morning. Mike Duffin, are you happy you've got a voting link and it works? Yeah, okay. West Norfolk, Lee Chapman, does your voting link work?
Just about to check that. I'll get back to you.
Thank you. Kevin Connolly, Woking, does your voting link work? Kevin Connolly?
Don't forget Steve in Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm going down the list. Bournemouth, Mike Duffin. Hampshire, John Lowry's. We still haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I'm still in difficulty. I think I'll have to try and switch to my iPhone. I'm not quite sure what that involves me doing.
All right, leave you to get on with it and communicate with Mike if you need to. Ludlow. Jill McLean, morning. Are you happy?
I'm
Mike,
ecstatic. No,
Yeah.
I'm absolutely fine. I can hear, I can see, and I've voted. Thank you.
excellent. That's what we like to hear. That was Ludlow, ladies. Yeah. Shropshire, Richard Hudson. Where are we up to with you? Can you vote? No. Okay. Right. Any of these people talk to me? Basically to tell me you're okay. Hampshire, we're not sure about. Chris McLeod.
Still trying to check.
Okay. Lee Chapman.
Yeah, all working.
Okay.
John Larry's Hampshire. Could Michelle send me another link for the voting?
I'm waiting.
It's on its way.
There you go.
Can she do the same for me, please? Chris McLeod.
Manchester.
Will do.
Right. So the people in the room, are we happy? You first two are okay. You sorted? Not yet. I'm sure you will be. Right. I think we have people with issues, but nobody else new joining, do we?
Yeah, we've just got Richard Hudson, John Murray, Mike Duffin, and Chris McLeod.
All of whom are trying to sort something out.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I've got a message here from Liz Twyford.
Yeah.
You can hear and voting.
Liz from Twyford. Lovely. Thank you. She maybe came in as an attendee, did she?
Yeah, she has.
Yeah. Okay.
I've asked Steve from Cleveland to rejoin.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Mike, it's Chris McLeod. I've got the link. And Right, not hearing me.
It's okay, we can hear you. If you've got the link, can you then try it, please?
Right, okay.
Stephen Clinton's back. Is he able to vote?
I have voted, yeah.
Sorry, you are again. Forgive me.
Chris McLeod. Sorry.
Hello, John Lowrise from Hampshire. I still haven't had an email from Michelle for the voting. And I had another email which just come to me, so the thing's working on my iPhone.
Sorry, I was involved in another conversation. Who was that needed another membership vote sending, another voting link?
This is John Lowrise from Hampshire.
Hampshire, okay.
Thank you.
Hi, John Hampshire. I've just resent it and it's going to your JFL email account.
Yes, that should be the right one. Not arrived yet.
Somebody on Mike Ticehurst, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, good. Okay, we muted ourselves again. Right.
I've been on the cutting in Michelle. I've just been on, had a call from Jim Cooper, 084 Slough Maidenhead. He thinks he's been set up as the wrong person. He can't make any connection. He's just got the BBKA admin screen, ADM screen.
Right, okay. I've sent him a voting link. Oh, and he's used it actually.
I think for whoever that gentleman was, you should be seeing it on your screen. If you link, that's fine. And what you should be seeing on the screen is a pre-meetings check screen.
Hello, Mike Tyson support. Yes.
Okay. Right.
John Lowrise, Hampshire. I've now got the voting return on my iPhone. Thank you.
And you can use it and it's working.
Well, I'll try. I'll send a
just
cast a vote now. Just cast a vote.
Yes, please. You've cast a vote. That's fine. Okay. Thank you. Hampshire, John Lowry's. Mike Duffin, Bournemouth. Are you sorted? Derbyshire, Mike Hannay. Have you got a voting link and it works?
Yes, I can just cast a vote if that helps.
That's fine. Thank you. We will move you over. Derbyshire, Mike Hannay. Cheshire, Leslie Jacks. Are you sorted?
I'm sorted. Everything seems to be up and running.
Good, good. Thank you. We'll move Leslie Jacks, Cheshire over, please. Leslie Gasson, Dorset.
Yes, I'm here.
And you've voted. You've done
I
it.
have voted, yes.
Good, thank you. We can move over Leslie from Dorset. Steve Clarkson, Kent. Are you're able to vote, Steve?
I am.
You are. Good, thank you. We'll move you over. Steve Clarkson, Kent. Have we got anybody else? Nearly there, folks, which is convenient because it's 9:59. Mike Duffin, Bournemouth.
I've voted, I've got a vote for on the screen, but it won't go back.
Okay, I think if you refresh later, already you've been able to vote, that should be fine. Okay, that was Bournemouth.
We've got to move people into the panelists that come through.
Okay, well, we'll Manchester, Chris McLeod, you can move over. She was so sorted. Phil, kind of Sheffield, thank you. We need to rename Phil from Sheffield. Phil, are you happy you can vote? You are, you're muted, but you're happy you can vote. Okay, we will rename you to
Yes, I voted already. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Sheffield, it's called Phil with a surname I can't pronounce, Phil, I'm afraid.
I have trouble too.
Okay. I believe we are nearly there. If there's the odd person we've missed, then we will do. Oh, okay, one more. Andrew Robinson Durham, are you happy you can vote? Andrew Robinson Durham. Chris McLeod, Manchester, you can move. Andrew Robinson Durham. Okay, well, it's 10 o'clock, so I'm afraid we're going to move you over anyway, Andrew. Hopefully you are able to vote. And Bournemouth, I think Bournemouth said he was okay. So move them over. We need to move people over anyway now. And there's somebody called Anton.
That's Harrogate.
That's Harrogate.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Are you happy you can vote?
I voted, it worked okay, thank you.
Thank you. Move him over. And that's it. I'm going to stop now. If anybody, ladies, if anybody else comes in now as a delegate, then move them over, and there's a separate conversation with them now because we need to start the meeting. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. All right, we ready, everybody?
Martin, a moment ago I had the ability to rename people, which I've lost.
Okay, well, that we shouldn't have to do many renamings once the meeting starts.
John Canning should be labelled as a trustee.
Well, just tell the ladies and they can do that. Start rename the chat. Anyway, right, I will hand over to Margaret Wilson. So if I do that.
Well, after an hectic hour, perhaps we can start and get going again. Well, I'd like to welcome you to the 62nd 2022 ADM for the BBKA held here at Stoneleigh. This is a hybrid meeting with some here in person and others joining with modern technology. And I'd like to thank the delegates who have stayed at home, because this has saved £9,800 in expenses and claims and up to 14,500 miles off our carbon footprint. So thank you very much. Unfortunately, I had to come down and many others had to come down as well, but there you go. It's been a strange couple of years because of COVID, which has affected all of our lives. Thankfully, practical beekeeping has managed to continue throughout, but it would be nice if we could get back to normal very soon. So apart from letting you know, there will be a tea break at 11:15 to 11:30. Lunch is 12:30 to 1 p.m. And we will now continue with the 62nd ADM for the BBKA. The introductions are in front of you. The chair of the meeting is Margaret Wilson, which is myself. Standing orders and government support is Martin Smith. Question and answer supervisor is Lee Sidaway. And the question and answer administrator are the BBKA trustees who are all on hand waiting for questions. The Zoom supervisor is Sarah Snelden, who is in this room with me. Voting link is Michelle Walsh, who's hidden away in another cupboard somewhere. The YouTube supervisor is Diane Drinkwater, who is working from home, and the technical support is Mike Tysers, who is on the screen now. Okay. Now, this is a hybrid meeting, and I'm reading from the screen, which most of you will have as well, but we have some delegates attending in person here, and the remainder joining us via Zoom. It's being streamed to a YouTube channel, so it's available to reserved delegates, honorary members, observers, and specialist members to view. Zoom delegates who have have a technical issue, need to leave the meeting and transfer voting to their reserve, and need to contact technical support on the number that's displayed on the screen, which is 07761 129 852, where help will be at hand. If you want to speak or to raise a point of order, where a delegate wishes to speak or raise a point of order, the number of delegates is less than 10 to 60 Zoom delegates. So the people in this room are less than 10, and we have over 60 Zoom delegates. So the proceedings will keep this in mind when they're allocating time and space. There's a question and answer facility on Zoom for online delegates wishing to speak. This question and answer is for raising a request to a point of order or to speak. Other questions or comments on the Zoom question and answer outside of this scope will be dismissed or answered privately, the same as people commenting in a room who would be asked to be quiet by the chair. Delegates in the room wishing to speak need to raise their hands. When recognised by the chair, they will be invited to speak so that all attendees to the meeting can hear the delegate, and who will be invited to Speaker's Corner where a Zoom link is provided. We're taking into account the fact that there are 60 people online and 10 people in this room. Okay, every speaker will be limited to 5 minutes, and we have someone on hand timing that to make sure that we don't overrun. Can we go to 3, please, Martin?
Oh, I think we lost number 3. We did. I may have the wrong one up there then.
Should be 1 of 3, shouldn't
Yes, I used the apologies. I've used the wrong one.
Well, apologies while we get screen 3 up.
Right. Open the wrong one. Oh yes, I have 13. What have we done? It's that one.
3.
Yeah.
May I interrupt and speak to Michelle?
You can, yes, briefly, Mike.
Steve Jacklin has not been promoted to a delegate. He's Cleveland.
Okay, thank you. They will, between them, look at that. Right. Okay, back to you, Margaret.
We're looking for screen 3, please. Sorry.
It's not on the screen behind you.
Ah, okay. Yeah, okay.
That's it. Okay,
Yeah,
the question.
No, it's not. Sorry, that's me. Let me just go back to this.
Sorry for this, folks. We'll get there shortly, I'm sure.
There it is.
We've spent the last hour making sure everybody else can do it right, and we've got it wrong ourselves.
That's it. Okay. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
Another problem for Michelle.
Thanks, Mike.
Can you send a fresh link to Richard Glasstower, chair at lbka.org.uk?
I think you need to do that offline, guys, those conversations.
Okay, we're going to go on now. So that we're still on etiquette. If the question and answer is only to ask to speak on the following, and that's to second a proposition, to raise a point of order, to propose an amendment, to second an amendment, and to say that the question now be put.
Hello?
So that the meeting is proceeding to the next business. And we need somebody to go on to mute.
No, I've just got through to Michelle about 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, we will mute Mike.
So have we muted
We've
Mike
muted
now?
him.
Okay.
Muted him, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So we now want to go on to standing orders and governance. Okay. And that's to determine the number of delegates in attendance to confirm that the meeting is quorate. And can we do that?
We can. Michelle will set that vote up now. So this is the first vote of trying of your voting links live. please, folks. Michelle will determine who's here, who's not here. And hopefully, because everybody's tested their voting, we've got it all sorted.
The vote's now open.
The vote is now.
So can
open.
people vote now, please?
People are already voting in large numbers.
There's some that aren't.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm getting it on the screen here for me. While I'm just doing this, people who haven't yet voted: Bournemouth, Burton, Isle of Man, Kent, Medway, London. I will bring the screen up in a minute. West Norfolk. Those names again: Bournemouth, Burton, Isle of Man, Kent, London, West Norfolk.
Isle of Man isn't here. Oh, no.
Some of them may not, if they're not here, that's fine.
No, Isle of Man is, it's Isle of Wight, it isn't. There's still some missing.
Bournemouth has voted Burton, Isle of Man, Kent, London, and West Norfolk. Right, can we have an answer from those 4 people as to whether they're here and whether they're struggling on the Q&A, please? Thank you, London. We're now down to Kent, Isle of Man. Oh, Kent's just voted. Thanks, Steve. Isle of Man and Burton. Do we know they're definitely here, are they? 33 and 78. Isle of Man, no? They're not here. Okay. So, Michelle, can you take Burton and Isle of Man off the meeting? There's not attendees. Everybody else has voted. Thank you very much. We'll just wait 10 seconds in case the Isle of Man and Burton suddenly say, I am here. Which they would do on the Q&A, please, if they're here. We got some names for those 2 associations?
Isle of Man, John Ward.
John Ward, Isle of Man.
Dave Coates is voted.
Dave Coates, Burton.
I haven't seen them come through the screens.
No, okay, we haven't. Okay, we will. So, Michelle, if you can disable them for the voting.
Yeah, I've just done that.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the meeting is clearly quorate, Margaret.
Yes. So we're pleased to be able to say after all that the meeting is quorate, so we can continue. Okay. Now I want to give some apologies for the people who can't be here this time. Sharon Blake, who is an honorary member, and she looks after the BBKA moves for us. Michael Badger, who's quite poorly, so he can't be here, and Ivy Davis. And we've received apologies from all of those. Okay. And we have some members who have passed away this year. And there was an honorary member, David Charles, who will be sorely missed. Professor Ian Gibson, who was elected an honorary member of the BBKA in 2010 in recognition of his seminal active support and encouragement of the BBKA, and who was an MP, played a large role in putting beekeeper at the front in Westminster. It's a shame we don't have someone else like that now. Geraldine Leonard, member of Wiltshire, she'll be sorely missed, I know, by her husband. Alan Seeger from Suffolk BKA, and any other beekeepers who may be known to you. So could we have 1 minute silence, please, just to commemorate those people? Thank you very much indeed. Okay,
Somebody pointed out Ian was an honorary fellow. Ian Gibson was an honorary fellow, just for the minutes.
who's passed away?
Yeah, Ian Gibson was one of the people, but he was an honorary fellow.
Okay, well, it said elected honorary fellow. Okay,
Okay.
all right, now we move on to the appointment of tellers.
May I interrupt a moment? West Cornwall, number 18, does not appear on the voting list.
Okay. Sorry. They're not. Are they here, Mike?
Yes, and they have voted.
Right. Okay. Fine. We will. Michelle can sort that out. Thank you.
That's West Cornwall 18.
Thank you. Can you mute yourself now, Mike?
Yep.
Thank you. Appointment of tellers. Yeah, appointment of tellers. When you've sorted West Cornwall out, Michelle, can you then launch the next vote?
I will.
Thank you. Just give Michelle a little minute to do that, please, folks.
Okay, West Cornwall, your vote was included on vote 5 for the confirmation of the quorum. That has been recorded.
Okay.
Thank you.
They are on the screen under W. Yes, you're under W, West Cornwall.
Okay, can we go to the appointment of tellers now?
Yes, Michelle will launch that. Tell us when you're ready, Michelle.
Can you vote, please?
When Michelle says it's open.
Yeah, the vote's now open.
Well, it looks like that's a full vote.
Appointment to tellers. There we go. It says it says it's closed. Does it, Michelle? Can you actually open the tellers vote?
That's done.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you. That's now open, folks, to vote. There again, please. Or she's got the Q&A. She can read it on the Q&A if you like.
Can I interrupt again, Martin, please?
Okay, while people are voting.
Richard Glasstower needs a Zoom link. Michelle resent him the voting link.
I've resent him a link already on an email.
So you've had one from, he's not in Zoom, so he won't be able to hear us.
Yeah, he wants the Zoom link.
Tell him to look in his emails.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, okay, voting, we need
Manchester, Medway, Herefordshire, Newcastle,
Wiltshire and West Cornwall.
Can you move your screen? I was going to say, can you move your screen?
I can just make it a bit. I don't want to make it smaller, really, otherwise people can't see it.
Still waiting for 4 votes. Manchester, Medway, Wiltshire, and West Cornwall, please. No?
No, are they not going to shout out? Okay. Don't know. We'll come back. We'll leave you to that. Sort that out. West Cornwall, if you are there, can you answer on the Q&A, please? Manchester, Medway, Wiltshire, and West Cornwall. Given this is appointment to tellers, I would suggest, Mrs. Chairman, we move on. We move on. Yeah, and we will take those. Can you lock the vote now, please, Michelle?
It's locked.
Thank you. Okay, right. Moving on.
We now need to vote to adopt the standing orders.
Martin, do you need to show the results of the votes on the screen for people?
You're quite right. Thank you. Reminded me. 62 for.
Martin,
Yep.
can you press why it's not appearing on the voting screen?
It is.
Because they're hidden behind the.
It sorry is on the screen. It's underneath South Chilterns and above Tyneston.
Appear on this screen.
Okay, the screen is quite large. It's quite. There's a lot of people. I won't change the resolution. It just might be a bit smaller. That's all. Okay, we have done tellers. We're now going to move
To a vote of standing orders, please.
So, can you open that vote, please, Michelle?
The vote's now open.
Yeah. I will experiment whilst you're all voting with making that screen smaller. I'm not convinced it's going to be the best way, but we'll go.
There's just one missing. There's just one missing at the bottom now.
Who have we chopped off?
Just at the bottom.
Probably Yorkshire. Yeah.
Yes, it is Yorkshire.
Okay, we can get everybody on the screen there now.
And again, we're waiting for Manchester, Lincolnshire, and London.
We'll give them.
Lincolnshire's managed. We just want Manchester and London, please.
I'll give you another 5 seconds, guys. No, okay. Michelle, can you...
London has been having problems.
Okay. We'll leave you to solve those problems, Mike.
Well, he's saying that Michelle has not sent him the right link. He's got the voting link, but not the Zoom link.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Okay, oh, he's voted now, so fine. Okay. No.
There's just Manchester now.
Can you, Mike, can you tell London to look in his emails? I sent him the passcode and meeting ID in an email about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Okay, Bill, can you lock this vote, please?
Yeah, the vote's locked.
And
Show the result.
the result is, okay, 60, can't read that, 65.
65 for, none against.
Okay.
Total votes cast 65. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we want to move on to the adoption, the approval of the minutes for the 2021 ADM. You will all have received copies of these very many weeks ago to make sure that you were aware of what had happened. So could you please again, can we have the voting screen up?
The vote's now open.
Thank you.
Ignoring London and Manchester that we know are having difficulties, just Dorset, Dorset's voted, Cornwall,
Sorry.
West Cornwall and Suffolk. Cornwall, West Cornwall, Suffolk.
Martin, Tony Jefferson's asked to speak.
Tony Jefferson's asked to speak, right? Margaret, can we, Sarah, are you happy? Yorkshire would like to speak.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you just allow Yorkshire to? Yes. Is it? We are in the middle of a vote.
It's just a clarification.
Okay.
To change.
Can we deal with that in the next one, which is matters arising. Yeah, okay, but promote him anyway, ready to speak. Yeah, okay. I think we'll close the vote there and leave. We're only down to 4 people now. Cornwall, Manchester, and West Cornwall. Leave you to be liaison with Mike if necessary.
The vote's locked.
Vote's locked. Thank you.
So,
The result of that.
okay, and it's 62 for, none against, total votes cast 62, 1 abstaining.
Okay. Matters arising. Is that?
So does Yorkshire want to speak now?
Yeah, yeah, okay. Is Tony Jefferson unmuted? Tony, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, over to you.
Yeah, just a clarification really more than anything else on the previous minutes, and a comment really for taking things further forward. 15.8 proposition, which was eventually carried. We note that the constitution has been modified as requested, but within Yorkshire we've got some serious concerns that the spirit of what was intended in this proposition is not being carried out in the exams group of people. And what we'd like to do is take this forward by having bringing in our link trustee with some clear indications of the problems that we can see and have some ongoing dialogue. It's obviously not too easy to bring it in at this stage, but we'd just like to raise it that we've got some concerns. If we bring in our link trustee, we'd like then to have some ongoing dialogue and handle it that way.
Yes, okay, we'll take a note of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Executive actions are on page, whatever they're on the agenda, in the paperwork.
22 down here.
Yep.
Okay.
You're back on, Margaret.
Right, executive actions taken on the resolution of the 2021. You will all.
Matters arising.
That's what we're doing now.
Matters arising.
Yes, is anyone?
Well, that was Yorkshire.
Oh, okay, yes, sorry.
Any
you-
more?
you're
Any
quite
more
right.
matters arising, please? From the minutes of last year.
Which you would put on the Q&A that you would wish to make any more. And we just give everybody 10 seconds to say they have. Anything, Stephen? No? Okay. I've been reminded that we didn't start the recording. Which is, despite the big note that we put right in front of ourselves.
Can we move on?
Well, just let me actually start the recording.
Should be at the top of the screen.
It should be at the top of my
If you
screen.
look behind you on the screen.
Oh, this has got to be.
All this modern technology is absolutely wonderful when it works.
No, it's not that. Mind you, we're on. It's okay. So we're on YouTube. We don't need to record it, do we? It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. So okay, actually, it's
Okay.
fine. We
So we do have
we
it
have
there.
got it from the very beginning.
Okay. So
Okay.
I take it there are no matters arising, nothing's
No.
come through?
No.
Okay. So we want to go next to the executive actions taken on the resolutions of the 2021 ADM. Now you will all have seen this list. Are there any questions on that?
Again, 10 seconds or so on Q&A.
Okay.
No.
I think
Okay.
I think we've given full answers anyway.
Yeah.
Can we just mention though, on the derogation, we have had a telephone conversation with the government saying that they are aware of what's happening and they have changed some of the rules, and Anne Robury will be contacting people to let them know what's happening later on. Okay. We'll leave that. Okay. So now can we move on, please, to the annual reports? Page 24. Okay, so we're taking into account again that you've had time to read. So are there any questions on education and husbandry on page 24?
There are any on the chat, please just put a point that you would wish to speak.
I've opened the vote.
Hang on. don't, well, I suppose you can vote to approve them all now, but you might wait for questions on each one. Yeah.
Okay, communications, any queries? Shows committee?
Hang on, give them 10 seconds to actually say I want to speak per committee.
Okay.
Kings Lynn would like to speak.
Okay, can you promote Kings Lynn or just no?
West Norfolk can be chat.
Yeah, don't promote them, just allow them to speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
West Norfolk.
Okay.
Are you?
Yeah, we try and find.
We have 3 areas that do want to speak on this. That's Kings Lynn, Northwest Norfolk, and Kendal.
Lee, okay, you're on.
Yeah, hello, Lee Chapman, West Norfolk and Kings Lynn. I'd just like to thank the Education Committee for their hard work and continued development of the education offering. I think one point that we wanted to offer as constructive criticism was that we felt that some of the changes to the syllabi would put various people off of actually continuing with modules, specifically module 1, whereby we've added quite a lengthy element of history to module 1, whereas that isn't really anything to do with honeybee management. We felt as an education committee it would be better to introduce another module around the history of beekeeping. I think if we add too much more to these modules, they're going to be sort of unsustainable and people won't be interested in taking them, and they're going to become too daunting.
Okay, thank you. You want to answer that? Do you want to do?
Is this an exam board discussion or a? Okay.
Anne Rover is going to speak on this one to give some answer. So she's just going over to speaker's corner.
Hello, I'm actually here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Syllabi have changed. It is quite different, but this is actually exam board question. They are in place. They have been in place for some time, and I think if you could direct your query to Nikki Campbell, you can take it to the exam board, which they could give you a full reasoning for the way in which it's actually been. The syllabi have actually been constructed. I hope that.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments on the education.
Okay.
There are a couple more that just promote.
So we've got Kings Lynn or Kendal. Can we hear from either of those now?
I'm here from Kendal.
Yes. What is it, love?
Good morning. It's the first time I've attended as a delegate, and I'm quite a new beekeeper at Kendal. But as you know, we have one of the 2 beacon schools, which are supported by the BBKA.
Yeah.
As you know, our own school is going from strength to strength. And I think what we'd like to know is, or we'd like to ensure, is that our younger members have their profiles raised in the future, that they haven't received, I don't think they've had their visit this year, which is understandable. But we are hoping that maybe we could have a regular programme of linking in with BBKA so that their profile is raised a little bit more.
Okay, I think again, Anne Robury would like to answer on this one. And I'm very sorry that we didn't get to see you. We did try over the last 2 years to get to see you, but we failed miserably. But I'm going to hand you over to Anne.
That's lovely.
See what is going on, because it's some excellent work being done, and we want to share it with the other schools. certainly, I think you've got something very constructive to say. We will have trustees who are dedicated to looking at the schools in the Education Committee, and hopefully a programme constructed that actually will include bringing in ideas from schools that are already involved, because you've got, it is an absolutely superb setup that you have there, and I recommend you to all the places I go. I know that Heron Hill are going to be contacted quite a lot to actually give advice to schools of wanting to bring, but I take your point very much that regular contact would be very helpful. And we certainly can set something up along those lines. And we welcome more of your input direct to the Education Committee. So thank you very much for your comments. I hope you feel that's answered to some extent your question.
Yes, that's lovely. Thank you very much indeed.
Lynn, are you on board? Are you able to say what it is you wanted?
Yes, Mr. Lovett now.
Tim Lovett next, Margaret. Tim Lovett.
Sorry, can we move on then? I believe that Tim Lovett wants to have a word.
Hello.
Yeah, morning, Tim.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My comments relate to communications. Is it appropriate, Margaret, at this point?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. I awoke to a newspaper full of partying and all the problems relating to that. But in amongst, on page 2 of my chosen reading, won't surprise you, the Daily Telegraph, I see an article about the derogation of neonics. And I'm afraid, as usual, the comment on this is from Bug Life and Friends of the Earth. Now, whilst we may be doing a good job on social media, I'm afraid social media probably doesn't dominate the lives of most beekeepers, and certainly not the opinion formers in this country. We are losing traction, and it is really not a good situation where we are not asked to comment. We seem to have dropped out of the frame when looking for comment on such events. And I would just urge Diane and her team to up the efforts in the public domain rather than just in the Twitterati of this world. We need to get back onto the agenda. So well done for everything you're doing, but it is really not good that we have lost traction. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Tim.
Tim, could I give you an initial answer on this? In that this came in yesterday afternoon when we were actually partially setting up this meeting.
You're fine, keep going.
It came in to say that yes, they had granted a derogation. I asked for more information. The upshot is, as you'll know from the Telegraph, they've upped the threshold for being able to use that derogation. We wanted to respond to it, but unfortunately, when things happen like that in the middle of preparations for the AGM, it can be a little bit difficult to get hold of the right people. It was put onto social media. We do have responses there for it. I totally agree that if we can get things off quickly with a comment to the main media outlets, I think that would be better. So I take that on board very much. I don't know whether Diane is speaking. No, Diane actually will, I'm sure, bring something in to actually make sure that that happens rapidly. Sometimes it's difficult to react as quick as the people like the Telegraph, because they sometimes hear things a little bit before it's sent out. I think I had half an hour's notice before it was sent out. I'll certainly mention it to Sue Williams. Could she give us more information? But thanks for your comments, Tim.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Can we now move to Gwent, please?
Gwent.
Great. There is a question from Vale and Down to speak. There is a separate vote and discussion on the exam board report. So we note that you would like to speak, but let's just wait till we get there.
Okay. Gwen,
What about the Cleveland question?
Is he asking to speak at the meeting?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
he'll be after Gwent then.
Does Gwen want to speak?
No, Greg hasn't asked.
No.
Yes, he
Okay.
has.
yes, he has.
Okay. If Gwen would like to speak.
They might have changed their mind.
Okay.
Cleveland.
Cleveland, can we promote them? Just for clarity, the discussion we had there was Cleveland asked a question on the Q&A, whereas we're saying, actually, if you need to ask a question, please put it on, please just, in the questions and answers, please say, I want to speak, and then ask the question. In particular, the Q&As are not available for the delegates in the room. They're not seeing those. So there should be no substantive debate whatsoever on that. It is just, I would like to speak, or point of order.
Okay, can I just say what Cleveland have put in? Proposition 7 from the 2021 ADM asks for a report to be generated on the implementation of the equality, diversity and inclusiveness policy of the BBKA's work. Has this report been produced? That was a question.
Yes, it's at the end of the executive committee.
It's at the, it is in the book on page 23, Cleveland. Okay.
Okay.
Vale down.
No, Vale down. I'm going to talk on the exam board.
Okay.
Any more questions now? No. Okay. So there is a vote on this, which actually Michelle opened ages ago.
Are we voting on each one?
No, voting in total.
Okay, so can we go down then?
To accept the trustees.
No, we haven't finished all of the reports yet, have we?
Oh, apologies. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Well, there are no more questions on any of the other reports now.
Okay, so you've got the list in front of you. Apparently, there are no more questions.
Well, just hang on, because you haven't asked. Margaret was going through the.
No, there's a separate discussion about finance in a minute. Separate
Okay.
one.
We've got as far as communications. Can we go down? Are there any other questions?
Let me go down the list again so that everybody knows what we're doing. It's education and husbandry, communications, shows committee, spring convention, research, technical and environmental matters, standing orders and governance, BBK news, and the e-return, e-return 2.
I would suggest you just wait 10 seconds now in case anybody was holding fire, even though people are voting, just to see if anybody else does ask any questions.
While the voting is going on, may I interrupt?
Feel free.
Can Michelle send John Lawries another Zoom link, please? Lauwerys. I've put it into chat. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hang on. Sorry, Margaret. Are you happy, Stephen? Nobody's asking anything else?
There's nothing,
no.
Just the exam board.
Okay.
Okay. We're still looking for some to answer. Manchester again. Staffordshire.
Manchester's having trouble with them.
Yeah.
Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire and Staffordshire South.
Oh, see, there's somebody in the room hasn't done it. Oh, dear.
In the room who has, he was so engrossed in technology here, he forgot to vote, and he has. Yeah, well, it has done now. As soon as you picked your phone up, touched it, it went.
Okay.
Okay. Are you happy to accept it like that, Margaret?
Yes.
With those?
Yes.
Okay. Can you close the vote, please, Michelle?
Okay, the vote's now locked.
Okay, thank you.
Just a minute. Lost the mouse.
There we go. 64 4, none against and no abstaining. Thank you.
Now it's an example. Exam board.
Yes. We're going on to the exam board now, but before we do that, we have some examination awards for 2021, and I'd like to call those out now. The Robert Hammond Award, which is for the highest marks on the intermediate certificate, was won by Michael Jefferson from Lincolnshire BKA. The George Knights Award, which the Area Association doing the best in awards above the basic certificate, was Surrey BKA. The Surrey Shield, which the Area Association doing the best in the basic certificate assessments, was won by Shropshire BKA. And the Wax Chandlers Award, awarded by the Wax Chandlers to the best master beekeeper, having at least a credit for the advanced theory certificate, was won by Mark McLaughlin from Cheshire BKA.
Okay. And you've had a question from Vale and Down, if they wanted to ask that question now, maybe, Margaret.
Okay. Can we hear your question, please?
Yes, good morning, everybody. We haven't covered the examination board report yet, but I wanted to raise 2 points if I could. Firstly, I'd like to support the earlier comment about being cautious about adding more material to the syllabuses, particularly that module 1, which I think is a bit excessive. And my second point is about the increase in costs. I have raised this by email with the exam board, and I've had a reply saying that the increase in costs was due to the introduction of the online system. However, I was surprised to see no mention of the increase in costs in the exam board report. And I don't understand why introducing an online system for the written exams gives a 50% increase almost across the board in everything from practical examinations through to written exams. And I wonder if we could have a comment on why exactly it's necessary. As an exam sec for my association, it's very difficult to get people to do modules sometimes. And I just think we're making it less accessible by increasing the price. Thank you.
Can we promote John Hendry?
Yeah.
Is he online? Because I'm not.
Is John Hendry available?
Yes, yes.
Would you like, Anne is asking for you to respond to that, John.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can, loud and clear.
That's fine. Right, as far as the syllabuses are concerned, we're actually looking at that at the moment. As it happens, I've got a meeting with the assistant moderators next week, and we're looking to come up with some ideas for the next exam board meeting, which is in a week's time. So we've taken on board the comments that have been made, and there are some errors in the syllabuses that have gone out anyway, so we need to correct those. So there will be some minor changes which we hopefully we can implement with effect from 2023. With regard to the finance, yes, the amount of money we charge for the practical exams never covers them anyway. But with the modules, it was decided that for next year's exams, they would go up from £30 to £40. And I think the reason it's not reported in the report is the report applies to the year that's finished in September. So there was no increase there. But I think it's probably worth the executive and the exam board having a look at that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any more Q&As on the exam board, Stephen?
37 West Norfolk wants to speak.
West
Okay.
Norfolk, are they promoted up, Sarah? Yeah. Okay, you're on.
West Norfolk, can you speak, please?
Yes, hello, West Norfolk. I just wanted to reiterate the point that I made earlier because I probably jumped the gun. I raised it in Education Committee and I probably should have raised it in Exam Board. Like I said, my concerns were that the syllabi were very in-depth. My other point is that you, as an exam board, you have access to a large range of exam secretaries, and I think it would be worth mentioning that it's worth opening up like almost a working party discussion with your exam board secretaries around what they feel would be appropriate additions or subtractions from exams. I think it's also worth highlighting that in some of the module exams that you are offering, with the number of elements that there are to memorize, as a science teacher of GCSE science, you are actually asking some of the BBKA members to memorize or study more elements for a module exam than you are for a GCSE exam paper 1, which I think is quite telling, as GCSE students have 2 years to study for their exams. And in some aspects, I think it's worth, although it's not mainstream education, it's worth gaining the advice and support of fellow beekeepers who are in the education sector as to whether or not these additions or subtractions are feasible and useful.
I think it's fair to say that we'll take that on board. It'll be minuted and the exam board will consider that. I can't answer exactly what the action would be, but I think it is fair enough for us to take on board your comments. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Stephen?
Yes, there's just one. We're just saying who should be the appropriate person to answer. Well, yes, they can ask to speak. Yes. Can you promote Newcastle, please? There is a. Annette, we'll let you ask your own question and then decide who's the most appropriate person to answer. Okay, Annette, you're on.
Right, sorry, I just realised I had to click to unmute. I'm not sure if I heard correctly about the announcement about the Surrey Shield as to which association achieved the most percentage of the basic exams.
It's the association doing the best in the basic certificate assessment.
Right.
And that was won by Shropshire North BBKA.
Right, and is that the people with the highest mark, or is it the highest percentage through? Because that seems to differ to what's in the delegate pack.
Can I make comment there? We've
John
got,
Henry, yes.
Yeah, we've got an issue here because there's big associations and small associations.
Yeah.
And do we give the mark to an association, say, of 10 members that have got 2 that have passed?
Yeah.
Or do we give it the mark to an association like Yorkshire that's got 2,000 members and they've got sort of say 100 that have passed?
Yeah.
And so there's always the discussion at the exam board as to which way we go. It's not absolutely defined, and it's always a lot of discussion. But that's the reason that it varies. It's not specifically the percentage, and it's not specifically the number of people. It's a combination of the 2 factors. Thank you.
Okay, so
right.
Questions on
that's been less than clear in previous years, but thank you for the explanation.
There's one more question. Gwen, one more question from Gwent on exams.
No, it says regarding the budget.
Oh, if Gwent's asking about.
There's a second one about exams.
There's a second one about exams. Gwen, would you like to ask you a question about exams? Are they promoted?
Thank you. The only comment I was going to make about exams was this day and age with our instant access to data and terms, etc. It's really following on from the previous comment about exams that we should be testing application of knowledge, not ability to regurgitate names and terms.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Again, it's difficult to comment on that because there are certain bits of things that people need to learn, and that's a problem with Module 5, the honeybee biology. But you're absolutely right. We're trying to ask people to give methods of how they do things, particularly in Module 1. But again, that is going to be looked at by the exam board. So I think it's a question of watch this space.
I think Module 5 in particular is the one looking at all the terms, the names of different parts of the bee, is one really that needs to be looked at.
Yeah, that's the one that's difficult to do.
Yeah.
But otherwise, how do you ask people about the biology? But that's been discussed a number of times, actually, but we'll look at it again. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, for answering that. Could we move now to a vote, please, for the exam board results, for the exam board report?
Michelle, would you like to?
The vote's now open.
Be on your screen when I get the right mouse.
Just Shropshire and West Norfolk. Manchester's still struggling with the looks of it. Shropshire. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, are you happy to close that?
Yes, close that one.
Can you close it, Michelle?
The vote's locked.
Can't see the mouse.
Six, 2, 4, 2 against and 1 abstention. So that's passed. Thank you.
Just give it, you remind me to not click on off that screen because a number of people take screenshots or write it down. We were accused of being a bit quick last year. Okay, that's done.
Okay, can we now move to the financial reports? And I think I'm going to pass this over to Howard.
Howard, for information on the slides, if you want to bring them up, are the 4 pages that are in the pack. So if you just look at the screen now, though, they are somewhere.
Pages 38 to 71.
Do you want to show those screens? Would it be helpful?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay.
Again, while we're waiting for these screens to be thrown up, I think well, all of the information is available in the pack that was sent out.
Yes.
The summary is on page 42, which shows the 9 points that we thought was were likely to be of interest to members. There was an accounting change mentioned in number 8. Where the Charities Commission has changed its perception of how we should be showing our capitation. So we had to do a recast of the 2020 results to make it comparable with 21. Apart from that, if there are any questions about what happened in 2021, speak now.
Yeah, the slides we've got are for the budget, actually, not for the historical stuff. We figured you didn't want to put all the accounts on the screen.
Again, the 2 really important pages for us all are pages 49 and 50, the statement of financial activities, as it's called now, which used to be income and expenditure, and the balance sheet. It's all very, very straightforward from an accounting point of view. And it shows that last year, against all the odds, we managed actually to make a small excess of income over expenditure. So that was a really good effort on everyone's part, I think.
Are there any questions on the account side of things?
Stephen, are there any questions?
On
There was Miriam Knight wanted to ask a question.
on accounts? Yes.
On budget.
No.
Oh, on budget. Okay.
Let's start with
for the
just-
accounts.
just
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
accounts.
Any questions on the accounts to start with?
Yeah,
The backward-looking ones.
Hang on a moment. There's a whole host coming. Most of them about being able to hear, and that's because the microphone's on.
Yeah, apologies. We haven't moved the mic for Howard. You now can hear Howard, I believe.
I'm not sure if that's an advantage or not, to be honest.
Any substantive questions?
No, it's
No.
that's already been dismissed. The only open question at the moment is from 27 Gwent about the budget.
Okay. So if there's no more, do you want
Oh, hang on a minute. Wait,
10 seconds to allow people to think of questions?
Yeah, it's the only one at the moment is 27 Gwent about the budget.
All right. In which case, there are some formal votes to be taken on the. There is a. Sorry, I'm just finding the right one.
So can we vote to accept the financial report and account?
We can, yes. That's the first vote. Michelle, can you set that vote up, please?
The vote's open.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And one just popped in there from Hans, who wants to
Speak. Yeah, not about the appointment of auditors, presumably, so we could do the vote for the appointment of auditors first.
Just Hampshire.
You want to speak, Hampshire?
In a minute, yes, but you can get ready by promotion if you wanted to. Hampshire, I think we're having difficulties, weren't they, Mike, earlier?
Hello, can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm having very great technical difficulties because my chat facility seems to be muted or disabled. And I had a point to make on the budget.
Okay, we haven't got to the budget yet. We're on the historical account.
Okay, can you note that I'd like to raise a point under the budget then?
We will, yes. Just leave him there, but just mute yourself temporarily for a minute. Okay, are you happy, Margaret, to accept with those two? Okay, Michelle, can you close that vote?
The vote's locked.
That's 62 for, 1 against and 1 abstain. We'll leave it for 5 seconds so that people can take a screenshot.
No, but delegates do.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yes. Well,
Can you remind, Chair, can you remind people to use Q&A if they want to speak?
Okay. Yes, can we do that, please? If you want to speak to someone, you have to use Q&A and contact Stephen, and he will then put you forward to speak.
And you only need to say, I want to speak. Don't type your question, just say, I want to speak.
Okay, did you hear that? You just need to type, I want to speak. Fine, thank you. Can we go to the next one now, please? It's to reappoint the auditors, Harrison, Beale and Owen, to do our accounts for next year.
Howard, do you want to say anything about them or not?
The vote's open, sorry.
I mean, yes, we'd like to, we have to reappoint Harrison, Beale and Owen. It's part of the ADM protocol. Just to put things into perspective, our end of year is the 30th of September. On the 11th of October, so 11 days after the year end, we had our pre-audit meeting. On the 9th of November, 1 month after the end of the year, we had our audit roundup. The auditors had been in, they'd done their full audit of all of our accounts and were telling us what we should and shouldn't be doing, where we, you know, any new items that were brought to our attention. On the 12th of November, the Finance Committee discussed with the auditors in full the accounts, and on the 13th of November, the Executive Committee again discussed what had gone on, and then the accounts were ready for circulation. I mean, this is a fantastic job that they do in an incredibly short space of time in order to conform with everything that we have to do in order to meet the ADM requirements. So for me, absolutely no question at all. They are super. They've done a really thorough job. They've been very supportive and helpful to Sarah and the Finance Committee. And we'd like you please to vote to reappoint them. And they're cheap too, which also helps in the finance. Say that.
Okay.
The vote is open, I believe.
Find the right view.
Here we go.
Just a few more to vote. Oh, good. Gosh, Manchester have managed to vote. That's
Very good.
wonderful.
Were we missing there? Durham. That's it. 100%.
Yes.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done, the team in the background.
Yeah.
Because this is the one's controlling it. That's just so I can see it. As we go.
There we go. So we've got 100% for on that one. Okay.
Now it's the budget side of things, I think, isn't it, Howard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the budget now, and I believe we do have some questions on this. Did you say, Stephen?
The first one, could you speak the words? Could you speak for the people that were the vote was?
Oh, right. Yes. Yes. Okay. I
100%.
It's 100%. Everybody voted.
Sorry. 66. 66 for, No, none against. Yeah. And
So you want John Morris of Hampshire has a question.
We've got three people that want to speak.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can we have the first one?
First one was 27 Gwen.
Miriam, do you want to make your point?
No?
No, we'll move on to the next one.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You can.
Right, now I
Kevin.
can hear you.
Okay.
You've just sent me a link.
I'm looking at the management reports for the year ending 30th of September. And my question relates to the line that says governance.
Could you give me the page number, please?
The page number is 69. My assumption is that governance includes under that heading the cost of the ADM. Now, my point is that if you look at 2020, when we had an actual in-person ADM, the cost was around about 40,000 under governance. Last year, it reduced to half that. We had a virtual ADM, and the budget for 2022 suggests about 29,000. So it goes up, but it's about 10K lower than it was in 2020. Now, the chair has already referred to the fact that having a virtual ADM has saved something short of £10,000. And reading between the lines, I'm assuming that the executive is looking to take a permanent saving on the cost of the ADM, probably, and this is my question, by continuing to assume we're going to meet those who want to come in person at Stoneleigh, and that the majority will meet virtually via Zoom.
May I interrupt here, please, because we've got a slight misconception. If you look ahead, or sorry, above to total member services, you will see standing orders and governance. In 2020, it was 11,500. In 21, it's 723, and in 22, it's back to 11,600 for the budget. This is the area that includes this particular meeting that you have been referring to. Governance is basically for trustees and for a number of other things which are run legal fees and a few other bits and pieces. There is a detailed breakdown of what makes governance, which comes on page 67. So we've got auditors' remuneration, insurance for the buildings and whatever, the exec and committee activities, standing orders, accountancy fees, bits and pieces. So I hope that answers the question. Yes, you're right. We made a big saving by having this meeting online largely. And we are assuming, and please don't forget, we are setting the 22 budget back on our expectations back in May of the previous year. It's jolly difficult to budget in these circumstances, but I hope that answers the question. You're right.
In part, I think what I'm looking for is assurance from the executive that you are allowing for us to return to the kind of model that we used to have, where the majority of delegates are able to attend in person. Now, that requires a larger venue than Stoneleigh offers. Now, I accept that there will be people who want to join virtually, and that's probably fine. But I think there would be a massive loss to BBKA if the ADM became a virtual event and very few people, very few delegates were able to attend in person. Now, we don't have an opportunity to discuss that today, but I just wanted to put down a marker to that effect. Thank you.
Again, sorry, I think we would all totally agree with you. And it's reflected actually in the budget, which goes back the 22 budget, understanding orders and governance on this first block, total member services block, goes back to where we were before. So I hope it does answer the question. Yeah, next question, Steve, from who?
27, Gwent.
Gwent.
Just the hat Gwent.
No.
No, that was Gwent. Who was that then? Who was speaking then?
John Lawrence.
John Lawrence, okay. So Gwent, now Miriam. Miriam.
I can't speak. I need an unmute.
You are speaking.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Right. I have just a couple of questions, Howard, about the budget. I'm aware that on page 69, it goes 2020 to 2022, and we've had 2 years where matters have been virtual. I'd like a confirmation that the change in expenditure, the budget for Spring Convention from 24 to 65 is because it's going from virtual to face-to-face.
Yes. Again, Miriam, just so we all understand, each of these lines that we are showing under management reports are the responsibility of a particular trustee.
Okay.
It is they who, so in this case, for Spring Convention, it will be Joyce, who has worked out with her committee what they need and expect at Harper Adams. And it is her numbers which we are incorporating into the total budget, which we show to all of you members.
I'm perfectly happy with that. I literally just wanted clarification. The education and husbandry has a significant increase, as does the Apiarian Education Centre. Now, I was seeking clarification as to why there was an increase. I'm guessing that with education, that there is a hidden online cost for the online examination setup. But why is there such a significant increase?
Yeah. So sorry, we'll get our chair of E&H to talk to that one. Anne.
Hi, just very quickly, anything concerning exams and the cost of exams will actually be coming under the exam board actual costings. E&H has gone up because we've actually got a lot of new courses focused for next year, and we do have income that will come in as well. So I'm not expecting that that will be the total cost, but it could be. And
so it could be offset with against income.
I'm almost certain it's going to be well offset because all our courses are full at the moment. So thank you.
One last observation. I noticed there is a registered income for Posh B and also an expenditure for Posh B. I've just had to look it up because I didn't know what it was. But in your budget, it is listed with other and the International Youth IMYB. I would quite like to see IMYB budgeted separately, because if that does run, that actually has quite a different funding potential.
We can do that, Miriam, and in fact, we try and keep the reports as simple as possible. Poshby is one of these European projects which came to Nout. We did get a bit of money from them, and that's in the 2020, some expenses which we were able to reclaim of 700. The 3,300 in the budget is IMYB.
It is IMYB. Okay, so are we not doing Poshby again this year?
No, because it no longer exists. The program is finished.
Oh, it's finished. Okay.
But we've left the EU, and therefore the Poshby access is no longer there. So
of course, lovely. Thanks very much for your answer.
Okay. We've one more question, and then we'll break for lunch.
No. Any more questions in the team? Oh, right. Okay, Lee, have we promoted him?
Yeah, hi, can you hear West Norfolk?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi. So it's just a comment, really. One of my questions has already been answered. It was that near doubling of budget for the general husbandry. I've got another question and a request. The other question is that the exam board budget has increased by nearly £16,000. There was a comment earlier about the fees that are paid by members to take exams or modules doesn't cover the cost of the exam. And I would just like to refer back to the fact that the objective of the BBKA is to furtherance the craft of beekeeping. So quite rightly, if the exam board fees are not covered, or if the cost of exams are not covered by the fee that a member pays to take an exam, then you would quite expect that that money be taken out of the general pot. That's why we all pay a membership fee to the BBKA. So again, and I would use that to counteract why there is such a heavy increase in the exam fees proposed for the next year that was mentioned earlier. And then, so my question is, why is the budget increase of £16,000 on the exam board? And my request would be that a more detailed breakdown of the education and examination costs and income is dispersed to associations so that we can understand exactly where the value for money is coming from as to why we are paying such large amounts of money. Yeah, I've been a delegate for several years now for the BBKA for my area association, and I've seen year on year and year that the costs of running the BBK are going up, and we've now breached the £1 million mark. And I just think we're getting to a position where we're not necessarily seeing greater value for money, yet we are seeing mass increases in our expenditure and subsequently increases in our costs, such as exams and membership fee.
Okay, can I ask John Henry to speak on this, please? Because it's on the exam board.
Again, I can't answer specifically that. I know that we have had to pay money for the new computer system, but a lot of that was in the last year. I don't know why the expenditure has gone up and not the income, because I think also we were expecting there to be more people taking the exams. So I think you're quite right. We need to go back and have a look at it. But at the end of the day, we're trying to run the exam board at approximately break even to the BBKA. But again, I think that's something that can be discussed, I think, at the next executive meeting as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, yeah, thanks for your comment. I think then what I would request is that at the earliest available opportunity, that the exam board publish a very detailed account of breakdown of their costs and income so that everybody is clear as to where the money is coming from and going. I would just counteract your comment that I don't think the BBKA should be running at net zero for expenditure for exams, because it is the furtherance of one of their objectives. If it costs the BBKA more, people will get more, potentially some people will get more out of the exams and the furtherance of education than they will out of, say, some of the other elements of the expenditure. So therefore, if exams are to run at a net loss, then that would be perfectly acceptable against the objectives of the charity.
Okay, can we leave it there now? We're going to break now for a tea break.
Can we do the vote on the?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Sorry,
yes.
Do the vote on the exam board.
No, the vote on the budget, please.
Sorry. Budget, yes. Michelle, can you open the vote on the budget, please?
Yeah, the vote's now open.
And I will answer a question that somebody has asked, well, somebody being Tim, in a second. Just let me get the screen up. And then did I hear you say coffee break?
Coffee break.
After this.
It's 11:15, that's right.
11:30.
Well,
11:15
I encourage you to
11:30.
vote quickly. There's been a question asked about why can we see the delegates who are talking about a specific point. We will assume that the delegates are happy just to speak rather than appear on the screen. That if they wish to appear on the screen, can they make that clear? What then happens is we have to take you out of being a delegate and promote you to a panelist. In so doing, your screen goes blank for a 30 seconds, something like that. You also lose the Q&A. When we put you back in again, then you can see it again. So if you would wish to be on the camera, that's fine, but be aware there are some disadvantages. And I would suggest if you just need to make a quick point, that it's better to carry on as we've been doing. But that possibility is open to you if you wish.
Can we count the vote, Michelle, please?
Close the vote, I think you said.
Yeah, the vote's now locked.
Thank you.
Okay.
That person has come back and said they want to see the
Speakers Corner live?
Yes, I think we were showing speakers. If we weren't showing Speakers Corner, then we should have been. That was certainly the intention.
Well, Howard was on Speakers Corner. So
Yes,
we
have turned that on a little while ago.
Martin, I don't know if you can hear me, but that is my point. It would be nice to see the people presenting the reports and have a look at you now and again.
Okay.
Margaret is a lovely picture, but actually she's not operating all the time, and we'd like to see the whites of their eyes.
Flattery will get you absolutely nowhere, Tim.
Well, I know that, but I keep on trying.
Okay, that's the results. If people want to take it, 61
2
61 for 2 against,
3 abstaining,
and 3 abstentions.
Total vote cast 63. Have you got that?
Everybody happy with that? You're supposed to say coffee break now, Margaret.
Yeah, definitely a coffee break, or whatever, but it's a break.
We're going to mute the meeting room for just a couple of minutes. So please.
Sorry, can I ask when we're due to come back from the coffee break?
I've seen that. 11:30.
Hi, Suzanne. To answer your question, the meeting's going to resume at 11:30.
Everybody else, and I think it's
Okay,
cold,
we
cold
are,
in here.
we are live in the room.
Put your jacket on. Wasn't me.
Thank you for those that are back at past. So I think we did say 25 to for somebody else. So I'm afraid we have to wait until 35 now.
It is only 63, total votes cast 63. Martin, the
Yep.
total votes are 63. The three.
Yes, exactly. That's what we're going to explain. Yeah.
Right, we should go live again now. It's 11:30.
People said 11:35. Okay, we'll go for a compromise halfway between 11:30 and 11:35.
Well, that's now.
Margaret, will you allow me to answer that question?
Yes, I will now.
There was a question asked about the last vote, which is put back up on the screen. Why doesn't 61 plus 2 plus 3 show total votes cast? The reason is, actually a result of last year, we were including abstentions as a vote cast. When we looked at the detail of what the definition of an abstention is, it is the equivalent of just not voting. Technically, and therefore should not be used in the total votes cast. Why does that make a difference? It doesn't in terms of the vote first column, but it does in terms of the percentage. So as it stands there on that vote, we had 3% voting against, which is a percentage of the 63, not a percentage of the 66. There was one vote last year which was extremely close, and it might have actually made a difference between the two. Luckily, it didn't, but for point of clarity, an abstention is the same as not voting. But we would encourage people to, if you don't wish to make a vote, will you please continue to press abstain, because then we know you are here and we haven't just lost the technology.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin.
So thanks, Doug, for bringing it up, because I think other people might ask that question as well.
Can we move on now to elections? And the first one is quite an important one, really. It's a nomination to Val Francis to become an honorary member. It's on page 72 of your papers, and it gives you fully what Val has done. But she's been the secretary for the exam board for 15 years. It stopped her from progressing with her own beekeeping skills. But she's worked like a Trojan in all that time, and when she was coming to the end of her time, she worked tirelessly to make sure that the handover to the new secretary for the exam board went smoothly without any hiccups at all. So we would like to recommend that she becomes an honorary member of the BBKA. And can we have a vote on that, please?
Martin.
The vote's open.
Thank you, Michelle.
Sorry, wishes to speak on Val Francis.
Okay.
Okay.
Go on.
So, Rick, do you want to speak?
Tim? Oh no, Bob. Bob, Laura? I can hear your dog barking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Your dog as
Thank
well.
you. Sorry about that. I just thought it worth pointing out that in the year when there were no exams and we couldn't do the Best Master Beekeeper of Wax Chandlers Award, the Wax Chandlers did in fact present Val with an award at that time. So I just thought it was worth noting that just as part of the terrific contribution she's made to BBKA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Dorset and Staffordshire South. Sorry? No? Okay. Are you happy to accept the vote now with those two?
No, no, we've just got one.
Only
Dorset.
Dorset. Are you happy to accept it?
Are you still in the kitchen with your coffee?
Are you willing to close the vote?
Yes, we'll close the vote now, please.
The vote's locked.
Thank you. So we've got 63 for, 1 against, I'm surprised, and 1 abstention. Total votes cost 64.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Can we move on now, please, to...
Sorry. Right.
Are you okay?
Yeah, that one.
This is a proposition to accept the votes. Sorry, I'm reading 2 things here.
Read that screen
Yeah,
there.
it's for that for administrative efficiency, given that the ADM is held virtually, the pre-meeting election of the president, trustees and exam board members are accepted as a substitute for a vote at the ADM, and the result of this election be taken as a valid vote. Can we vote on that, please, now?
Michelle?
The vote's open.
Thank you.
Have you made it current, Michelle?
Well,
You
I have now.
Thank you. Just keep you on your toes.
I have to tell you while you're voting that Michelle is hidden away in a little room doing all this.
She's our main office.
Well, at this moment in time, the main office might be the little room.
That's as good as it gets.
Just one.
Everybody, thank you very much. Everybody's
Thank you very much.
Can you close it, Michelle?
Yeah, the vote's now locked.
63 for, 1 against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay. Go back to that one. And
so now do the election of president for, which is Anne Robbery.
It's next screen, isn't it? We want the results.
oh, well, there isn't a result.
Oh,
there
there
is
isn't a
there is
result.
well, there
That
is a
is the
result.
result.
You could announce the result, Margaret, of
That
the
is the
election of
result.
Anne Robbery
Yeah.
if you felt strong.
I've got it in front of me. Okay, all right. Well, I'm looking at Anne Robbery now, and she will make an excellent president next year, and she has obviously been elected for that role. And good luck, Anne, and you can have this later on. Thank you very much. And then for the election of the trustees, I should have a list of it more.
On the screen.
There we are. Diane Drinkwater has been elected for 3 years. Jane Medwell for 3 years. Julie Kathleen Coleman for 3 years. Joseph Paul Widdicombe for 3 years. And Claire Elizabeth McGettigan for 1 year. And they will join the board next year, but unfortunately I won't be there anymore.
Okay.
Okay. Now we go to the exam board. And the people elected for that are Lynn Carol Ingram for 3 years, Marion Ostenoff for 2 years, because that's his limit, Stuart Roberts for 3 years, Anne Robbery moves from here to there, so she's going for 3 years on the exam board, and Patricia Morgan for 1 year. Okay. We now go to the application for the Area Association membership by Laddington and District BBKA.
Stephen, have we got a question? I'm sure we have.
No questions. Can we go straight to a vote then?
The vote's now open.
Thank you.
Roger Patterson said he wants to speak, but you've already moved to a vote, so.
Just go with the flow.
Can we have the screen?
I'm doing it, yeah. Well, the chair has to make a decision on that. Are you allowing somebody to speak on this, Margaret?
No, because we've moved to a vote.
Yeah, okay, hang on. Like,
We've moved to a vote. Does he want to wait and speak afterwards?
We've had one move to a vote and two people asking to speak.
you have to take a view, Margaret.
Can you just get something on the screen?
And we've now had a point of order.
Okay, we have to take the point of order.
Yes,
then,
okay,
Chair.
take the point of order then.
37 is the point of order, so that's the first one.
Can we, who's 37?
No, it's Lee Chapman.
Lee, can we promote Lee?
Wait a minute.
Lee, you're on for a point, strictly for a point of order.
Yeah, point of order is that if you have people who wanted to speak but you didn't give them the opportunity before opening the vote, really we should have that before taking the vote.
Thank you.
But we're taking the vote before the question was asked.
But had you given sufficient opportunity for those people to type in the chat, I would like to vote, or I would like to speak. It takes more than 4 seconds to type that in the chat.
I think you were allowed more than 4 seconds, to be perfectly honest, but I'm quite happy to take a question.
Okay, if Margaret's going to take questions, then Michelle, can you lock the vote as it is? Because obviously we will, and then sorry, hang on a sec, guys. Can you lock the vote, clear the vote, but don't yet reopen it?
Okay, so you want me to delete the results that have already been?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm with that. I've got it. No worries. I'll do that.
Okay. And then
But we've got to move to a vote on the questions and answers. Does that take precedent over the questions? Have we got to move to the vote on the questions and answers? What takes precedent?
But Margaret has to make a decision. If she has allowed questions now, so I would.
Well, it wasn't a question. The question was, can you please give us a chance to ask a question?
It was, and Margaret said yes. She accepted the point made by Norfolk, whoever it was. The point, if she's accepted the point of order and said there are questions, so I think it's reasonable to accept those questions that were asked. How many questions were there asked before the point of order was, before the move to vote was called for?
There was one.
One, okay.
So can we hear that one question then?
It would be sensible, it would be constitutional to allow that one person to ask the question, and then there is a proposition to move to the vote. So deal with the one question first.
So, sorry, can I just clarify then, but you still want me to delete the vote?
Yes, I do.
Yes, okay, cool.
Can we have the one question, please?
Roger Patterson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lee, for raising that. I'd like to point out that I had it cut and pasted, ready to go into the to the form, and really it was a bit hasty to move on. So if you can allow a bit more time in future, I'd appreciate it. All I was going to ask was, have Laddingford and the County Association discussed Laddingford joining the County Association, which is Kent, because I can't see anything on the paperwork.
Stephen.
Can you go to Speaker's Corner?
And that's the point now. If you can highlight Speaker's Corner, ladies, then they will appear. You're talking to this mic here, Stephen.
Right. There was a investigation carried out by a trustee who was not a link trustee. We spoke
to Thanet, which Laddington is currently a member of. And as a result of that investigation, we were satisfied that the correct process, as Laddingford met all the criteria, was to allow the admission.
But in the past, it was pointed out that one of the things that should be done is to try and encourage these associations within a county to join the county association, and that should be one of the first areas of discussion. And I'm merely asking if that was actually done.
Well, this is the third time that Laddingford has approached us to join directly, and I would suspect that all those avenues have been exhausted.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so
Can we move now?
sorry, there was that one question. Then there was a request to move to a vote.
Yes.
Who's that from?
Okay, that's just a request to move to a vote. The procedure there, Margaret, would be that we take a vote now on whether we move to a vote or whether we carry on the conversation.
Okay.
So, Michelle, that's the extra slide we put up, wasn't it, the other day? So everybody is clear. Somebody has moved to a vote, and you are voting to say on this, yes.
We can move to a vote.
Yeah, you're basically saying, I wish to, if you agree with this proposition, you don't want to debate it any further, you just want to vote on the substantive proposition. Or if you vote no to this proposition, you are saying you wish to carry on discussing whether Laddingford should apply or not. Michelle, are you ready with that?
Yeah, I'll launch that now.
It isn't what's on the screen. No, maybe it is. Oh, yes, it is. So the question now be put. So to be clear, you are voting, if you vote for this, you are voting that the debate is closed and there is a substantive vote for Laddingford. If you vote against, you are indicating you wish to carry on the discussion. I'm looking at the people in the room, and I'm hoping somebody would nod at me and say, yes, that was clear. Thank you. Yes, you are. Yeah. Okay. Everybody has voted, so it must be clear.
Can you close the vote, please, Michelle?
Yeah, I've locked the vote.
Thank you. 51 for, 13 against, and 2 abstentions. So it's an 80% for. So we're going to move to a vote.
Okay. Right. Can you now put the substantive vote back up again, please, Michelle?
Yeah, just need to give me a minute.
Yeah. Have you extracted that, whatever you call it, exported it?
Yeah, that's the bit I'm just doing.
Feel free to interrupt me if I push you on and say stop.
Can we vote now, please?
No.
Yeah?
Well, you can try, but you won't be able to, I think.
Give Michelle a few minutes.
The Laddingford vote is now open.
There you go.
Stratford, Warwickshire. Oh, no, Warwickshire.
Oh yes, thank you very much.
Okay, can you close it, Margaret? No, Michelle, please.
Yeah, you got the wrong person there.
The vote's now locked.
$56 for, 7 against. Total votes cast 63, 3 abstentions.
Okay. Right. Everybody got that?
Sorry, it's called for membership vote.
Okay, somebody has called for a membership vote.
Okay, I'll just need a minute to extract the data for that and then do the
For a
membership.
minute for this, please, yes. So you're voting on the same, well, when Michelle opens the vote, you are voting.
Yeah,
on the same,
it's now open.
for those two delegates, this is now a vote, and instead of having one vote per person, you have a vote equal to the number of delegates of members that you have, as reported to you last week. So the total, instead of being 70 odd, it is now 27,000 or whatever it is.
Just two?
Yorkshire and Suffolk.
Yorkshire and Suffolk. Yorkshire's voted Suffolk. Okay. Okay, Michelle.
Okay, the vote's now locked.
Thank you.
Go on.
18,357 people voting for, 4,978 votes against. The total votes cast, 23,335.
With 3,000 abstentions.
Yes,
Okay, so
3,700.
Laddingford are.
Laddingford have now get the status of an area association.
Okay, I'll try and go back to.
Okay, we now go forward to the propositions.
Do Devon wish to speak?
Yes.
So can you promote Devon, please?
You want them in panel?
Can we just pause for a moment?
Yep.
I need to tidy this up.
Okay.
The 63 Thanet wanted to speak, but I presume that's now.
We assumed, Thanet, you wanted to speak, but has life moved on to your satisfaction for Thanet?
Well, we can't hear the who's, you won't be able to hear.
Yes, please.
Lawrence Coley Thanet. Yes, it has. It's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whilst
We have Annette Campbell, 46, wanted to speak, but we can say what about.
Annette Campbell, can you confirm either on Q&A that you no longer wish to speak, or
I would like to speak actually.
In relation to what?
Just to follow up with the following on from the vote to accept Laddingford, I just wanted to congratulate them on their success and applaud their perseverance over the last few years to get where they wanted to be.
Thank you very much indeed. That's appreciated. We're finished now. Now we've got to go forward onto the propositions. But thank you for that last question. That was good.
Are you ready, Stephen?
There was one from 30 Hereford about results of the trustees and the exam board. It was shown, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it was shown. Yes, yes.
Okay.
And if they've got a particular question on it, they can ask Michelle.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if they've got a particular question, then refer to Michelle.
Yeah. Is that it?
Yes, the rest of them.
Okay, so can you promote Devon? Well, we asked them. Devon, do you wish to have your face on the screen and have a chat as you're the proposer of this, or are you content just to speak as other people have been doing so far?
I'm content just to be heard.
Thank you very much. Okay, you're on.
Thank you. Madam Chair and delegates, honey adulteration is a worldwide, highly complex problem. We ask that the BBKA become involved in 3 different aspects in order to tackle this problem in a multifaceted way. Hence our 3 propositions: 1 to the National Trading Standards Board, 1 to Her Majesty's Government, and 1 to highlight the scale of the problem to the general public. With these 3 goals in mind, our first proposition is that the BBKA approach national trading standards to inquire, firstly, what action is being taken to investigate the importation of adulterated honey into the UK. Secondly, will the national trading standards assure BBKA that the methods currently used to analyse and identify honey adulterants are fit for purpose? And thirdly, what action is being taken to ensure that consumers are made fully aware that any product sold in the UK as pure honey could in fact contain ingredients that are not itemised on the label? Research has shown that honey adulteration is the 3rd biggest food fraud committed worldwide. In the UK, 86% of honey consumed is imported. 36,000 tonnes comes from China alone. There is much news in the press and other media that Chinese honey is harvested before ripe and is adulterated and bulked out with cheap rice, corn, or other plant-based sugars. This is not a new problem. In 2002, all Chinese-sourced honey was ordered to be removed from supermarket shelves in the UK and EU because of antibiotic adulterants. This ban lasted for 2 years. Much of Chinese honey is exported to intermediate countries and then sold on as EU or non-EU honey. Cheap blended honey from EU and non-EU countries is flooding the market, often being sold at less than £1 a jar. The price paid for imported honey in the UK is now less than it was in 2007.
She's only been going for 2 minutes.
No, somebody has raised a point of order.
Oh.
Somebody's raised a point of order.
Can we hold on, please?
Who's the point of order?
62 Sussex West.
Could you promote Sussex West? Is that Roger? Yes, it is. Can you just allow him to speak, please?
Roger Patterson.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Martin. I think actually I'd be happier now if the speaker carried on, but may I come in and raise a point of order? I've also got an amendment as well. I'm happy for it. Now the speaker started, I'm happy for it to carry on.
Okay, thank you. Can we carry on then?
Dave, you're back on again.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, what has been done to try and combat this?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
For goodness sake.
Yeah, sorry, but we do have to take points of order as they come. That there is a call to move to a vote. Madam Chairman, are you content at this stage to move to a vote, or do you feel there should be more debate?
You have to move to a vote.
No, the chairman can decide whether she's going to allow, whether it's appropriate.
I haven't had my 5 minutes yet.
Madam Chairman, I would suggest you agree with the speaker.
You haven't had your 5 minutes, so would you like to continue?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. Can I continue?
Away you go. Yeah.
Thank you. The International Honey Authenticity Project, a group of amateur and commercial beekeepers, have conducted 2 studies, one in 2018 and the other in 2020, sending 13 supermarket own brand honeys for analysis to Food QS, an accredited analytical lab in Germany, which uses a suite of tests, including nuclear magnetic resonance, to analyse honey. All 13 samples were found to have honey adulteration with added sugars or pollen. Following the analysis, although complaints were made to Richmond and Trading Standards and evidence supplied about the adulterated honey, no enforcement has been taken and the fraudulent honey remains on the shelves. Since no action has been taken by local authority Trading Standards, we urge the BBKA to take this matter up with National Trading Standards, which has being set up to protect national consumer issues. It is the key decision-making body which determines direction for national strategic priorities in consumer protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think, Stephen, you have somebody who wishes to speak, or somebody who owns make an amendment.
In order, Sussex West wants to propose an amendment.
Okay. Well,
56 Staffs North wants to speak on trading standards.
okay.
Okay.
So who are we taking first then?
The amendment was first.
Yes.
What, Sussex West?
Yeah.
Sussex West, 62.
What happens to the move to the vote?
62.
Margaret dismissed that. She dismissed that because we hadn't really even started.
Okay, so thank you very much, Martin. There's two issues here. One is I would like to propose an amendment, but before that, the point of order was the way this is set out, and I sympathise with the proposition, but the way this is set out seems to me that the three proposals, not one, A, B and C. So if it's agreed, I suggest that we actually vote on each one individually.
That's what we're intending to do.
No, sorry. There are, I think what Roger has said is there are within proposition number 2, there is A, B and C.
Correct.
And then there is then another proposition and another one. So Margaret, that would mean this discussion about Devon would be 6 propositions in total. But my opinion on that is that this proposition is there. This is how it was put up. Standing orders accepted that as one proposition, so it should be voted in its entirety.
Yes.
The only way you could deal with that is that you would amend it to delete B and C, but there will be, for instance, but there will be no opportunity to then vote on B and C, because you can't then suddenly create new propositions in the middle of the meeting.
Okay. Do you want to speak to staffs? Stephen?
In that case, Martin, can I offer the amendment, please?
Yes.
In A, after adulterated, I suggest and fake. So it reads importation of adulterated and fake honey, because they're two different things and they are both a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have, sorry.
Do we have staffs want to speak?
Yeah, hang on. Do we have a seconder for that?
Sorry, yeah, do we have a seconder for that?
Yeah, Miriam Knight.
Okay.
Okay.
She's
Sorry.
seconding fake, is she?
Yes. Sorry, I just for some reason can't edit this. I was wanting to put.
Who seconded it? Sorry, what association?
The first one.
Gwent, thank you.
27 went. We have 2 others, Avon and Yorks.
Do you want the second question, Stephen?
Sorry, I'm just going to have to stop the screen share for a minute. For some reason, I can't actually put the proposition on the screen. I don't quite know why.
Not the one, yeah.
Yeah, but I need to.
2 and 3.
Whilst we're on it, Martin, when you get to number 3,
Sorry, no, Roger, just hang on a sec. I will not be able to do that. I can't edit it.
Can we edit it afterwards?
Adulterated and fake.
Yes.
Correct, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, hang on, it's not being screen shared yet. Next issue.
It's there.
Yeah, but it's not behind you.
I think, will you allow me to point out the difference, Martin?
Sorry, what did you say again?
Would you mind if I, or somebody pointed out the difference between adulterated and fake?
Yes, I think I can do that. Adulterated honey is honey which has something added to it. Can you hear me, Roger?
No, I can't. No, carry on.
Sorry to laugh, Roger. You answered the question anyway. Thank you. Adulterated honey is when some substance is actually added to the honey. Fake honey, in essence, doesn't have any honey within it.
Correct. Yep. As long as delegates are aware of that, and that's really why I propose the amendment.
As long as, yes, no problem with that. It covers both issues, doesn't it? And we are getting more and more fake honey into Europe, at least. Yeah.
Michelle, can you vote then? Well, no, I suppose actually, does anybody
There's
want to
one
speak
more question, isn't
specifically?
there?
Well, yes, but
Does 56 want to speak?
56 wanted to speak on trading standards.
Okay,
So
do
you need to ask them.
yeah. Do you wish to speak specifically on the amendment of adding, or the proposed amendment of adding and fake into this, whoever 56 is, or do you wish to wait until later? Mike Walker.
Well,
it is relevant to this proposition. Okay, you're speaking specifically about the proposed amendment to add and fake.
No, I'm not.
Okay, in that case, we'll come back to you later. Thank you. If there's no more questions on the and fake amendment, we would move to a vote on amending the proposition to add in the red words.
Can you do that, please, Michelle?
Yep, I'll just open the vote now.
Yeah, okay.
That's quick, thank you. Just Hampshire. Are you okay, Hampshire? Can you vote, please? Thank you. Can you close the vote, please, Michelle?
Yep, the vote's now locked.
So 63 voted for the amendment, 2 against it, and 1 abstention. Okay. Is the question about the proposition, Stephen?
I haven't had that on the screen. Can you share the result on the screen?
Did we not? Did I not share the result?
No.
It
Oh,
was.
was it? I beg your pardon. It just went. I must have fallen asleep.
We have our conscience in the corner there. Okay.
56 wanted to speak about trading standards.
Yeah, go on. Can you go ahead, please?
Staffs.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Can you speak, please?
All right. I read the previous accounts of tests for honey, and the court cases where it was brought to court all fell down because the testing systems used by all the UK supermarkets are totally different, and according to the supermarkets, their honey meets their requirements. Now, I know that Section B addresses the issue that the methods used to analyze and identify honey adulterants are fit for purpose, but it's not the fact that they're unfit for purpose that's a problem. It's the fact that there is no common standard. And with no common standard, what is a court to think when it's produced, when one set of results are produced contradicting another? They're going to just not make a decision on the technical things. The other issue is that the supermarkets have far more money than national trading standards. And with the best will in the world, particularly with the government money being squeezed, there is not a cat and hell's chance in the future that trading standards are going to fund any system of looking at the identifying honey adulteration or fake. There is no chance at all. So as we stand, I think, although we may pass this resolution, in reality, nothing will happen. And my comment would be, rather than
Your dog agrees with you.
my dog, rather than passing a general motion as we've proposed here, that in my view will have absolutely no effect, we should consider, or the BBKA should consider, possibly funding some method of standardizing honey identification and analysis. That would be far better and far more compelling if then all the UK honey sellers were forced to use it.
Can I respond to that, please?
Well, really and truthfully, we've no more questions on that one now. I think that's commented. I think we should
But
go.
I'm the proposer of the proposition. Can't I respond to the person that's making the comment?
We've had a request for a proposition to be put.
We've had a request for the proposition to be put. So can we go ahead with that, please?
Just 1 second. Sorry, there was a proposal for an amendment. I think you said, Stephen.
Yes, in order of activities. Mr. Moore, I want you to propose an amendment to proposition 2, a further amendment. 28 hands wanted to speak, and last in line was 70 Yorks wanting the proposition.
Okay. Margaret, you can decide whether you want to take those two, another amendment and a speak, or whether you want to take a vote on whether we proceed to take a substantive vote.
I think in order, the request for the proposition came first.
It did, but that's a point of what the last one is a point of order. If Margaret accepts that's the point of order, she can move to have a vote to move to the vote if you so wish, or you can decide to carry on. It's up to you.
I think the comments from the last gentleman were quite relevant. I don't think there's need for more discussion on that. I think we should go to the vote.
Okay, so Michelle, so we're taking the point of order. We are again going to vote on whether we proceed to a vote and close the vote, pretty much as we did with the previous proposition 2 or 3 times ago.
Okay, so the question now be put?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Your choices here, again, that you wish to move to a vote, or alternatively, you wish to carry on for the debate and then listen to the points that are made. They would then be made in order. There was a point and there was a second amendment. That's your choice. Is that clear again? My colleagues in the room are nodding at me. Thank you.
Okay, the vote's now open.
Just the one, that's quick. South Chiltern. Thank you very much. Can you lock it, please, Michelle?
Yeah, the vote's now locked.
Thank you. 45 to listen to the next questions, 20 against, 65 votes cast.
Sorry, Margaret, the other way around. 45 to proceed to a vote.
Sorry, yes, it is. So it's 45 to proceed to a vote on the 3 propositions, 20 against, 1 abstention.
So we would now move to the substantive vote on that first proposition. If you can set 20 to 2 up, Michelle, please.
Yeah, do I need to add that and fake into it?
Technically, you should, yes.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, just give me a sec.
Thank you. So when the vote comes up, this is what you are voting for, or against, or abstaining.
The amended votes now open.
Thank you. Can you lock it, please, Michelle?
It's all locked.
"61 people for, 4 against, 1 abstention.
That is now, yeah.
Yes.
It is.
Well, 22/3 now. Can we have a vote on the next one, please?
But can I suggest that actually now the proposer has the right to speak on this proposition as well, assuming she wishes to do so?
I would briefly, thank you. May I go ahead?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're asking the BBKA to ask the same questions of UK government. What is being done to tackle honey adulteration? Are current tests fit for purpose? And when will they inform the public of the scale of the honey fraud in this country? In 2019, acknowledging the significant amount of adulterated honey coming into the UK, a honey seminar was organised by DEFRA to look at the use of NMR in detecting honey adulteration. Although they concluded NMR was good at verifying the authenticity of foods, they were of the opinion it was not yet suitable for enforcement purposes. These groups made a number of suggestions centred on the creation of a forum for continuing dialogue between all parties. This forum is continuing with interested parties invited, including representatives of all major supermarkets, honey importers and trading standards, but sadly not the BBKA. It is essential that BBKA becomes a member of this working party and has a voice around the table at a national level. Thank you.
Okay. Can we propose that amendment?
Not an amendment, Madam Chair.
Somebody has proposed an amendment.
Sorry, somebody has proposed an amendment. Go on.
Which is, was it?
Stephen?
Roger, you have an amendment proposed.
Yes, I'm muted. It's obviously the same one, Martin. Line A to include and fake after adulterated. But can I please appeal to others that moving to the vote without a proper debate, we might as well have a postal vote. So please just give us a chance to have a discussion. Thank you.
Who's seconding that proposition?
When 27 went to secondary.
Yeah, I am typing it now. Michelle, so does anybody else wish to? Sorry, Margaret, I'm prompting you here, but you're okay with me prompting?
Yeah.
Does anybody wish to speak on that? The small amendment Roger is proposing of adding the word "and fake," or are you happy, Chair, to go straight to a vote on adding that "and fake" in this one as well?
I think we should just go straight to we've approved it on the other one, so it doesn't make any difference, does it?
Okay. So Michelle, can you open the amendment along those lines?
The proposed amendment vote's now open.
Okay, take the point of order.
What is it?
It's about the previous vote. Okay, I would suggest we just finish this vote and then take the point of order.
Can you close it, please, Michelle?
Yep, the vote's now locked.
Thanks, love. 63 for, 2 against, 1 abstention.
Okay, we now have a point of order, Chair.
Can I take the first one? Okay, it's about the vote for the previous.
Hang on, sorry, Steve, just speak again.
It was about the previous proposition. I don't think the person saw the vote record of the vote.
Our colleague in the room who's been meticulously writing them all down, can you shout out?
I heard the votes.
Okay, did you not 20? Okay, can you shout the result out of it, please? 22-1. What was the final result of the vote?
No, 22-2.
22-2. Apologies.
61 for, 4 against, 1 abstention.
Thank you. Okay.
And then we have another point of order from Mr. Lovett.
Who wants to speak? Okay.
Can you speak? Can you tell us what that is, Tim, please?
Can you hear me, Margaret?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Margaret, far be it for me to patronize you and tell you how to run a meeting, but you really must allow people time to speak to these votes. This is making a mockery of any form of debate. You must let people speak. You must resist being forced to go to put the vote all the time. You will be dissatisfying so many people. And I am aware that there are amendments to propositions that are just not being taken. So please, please, we are not knocking up. It's not 5 o'clock and we all want to go home. We've all logged on to have a really good meeting with the obvious limitations of the medium we're using, but please, please give more consideration to people who want to speak.
Dead right. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. That's been noted. Thank you.
Are there any other points on this, Stephen? Anybody want to
58 Stratford. Speak.
Okay. Are they enabled, ladies? Yep.
Stratford, do you want to speak, please?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I would just like to reinforce Roger's comments about Roger Patterson's comments about people contributing and discussing, and also Tim Lovett's comments, because our local association, we got quite heated under the collar over this, and they were even proposing going and demonstrating outside of Tesco's, etc. And it's a very important topic for beekeepers in general and people who purchase honey as well. So I agree with all the comments and the propositions, and I feel, as Tim said, we should give everyone an opportunity to have a good discussion around this, else the BBK could find itself in hot water if we're not careful.
Okay. Thank you very much. And your comments are noted, and we do listen to what you say. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Any more requests to speak, Stephen?
We've had from Bob Mora wanted to propose a constructive amendment.
Bob Mora, do you want to propose an alteration? Bob, are you there?
Sorry.
For some reason his number isn't coming up. Sorry.
You got him?
60 is.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry, the issue here. I've had terrible tech issues, so I apologise, and I'm afraid I was missed proposition 2 completely whilst I sorted the computer out. I had hoped that we might amalgamate these propositions, but that's all by the by now. But I would like to suggest one amendment to the first sentence, so that rather than just having approach HM government, we should be perhaps a little more focused. So would it not be better if we said that BBKA approach HM government and relevant official bodies, such as the Food Standards Authority, to establish rather than to inquire, because we've felt in Surrey that perhaps inquire wasn't quite strong enough. So that was really the point I wanted to make.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can you repeat it again, Bob, the exact words?
So that BBKA approach HM government and relevant official bodies such as the Food Standards Authority to establish.
Bob, you can't type that quick.
Sorry, my apologies. Okay, where have we got to? Relevant official bodies such as the Food Standards Authority.
And it wasn't to inquire, it was
and to change inquire into establish, which we thought was a stronger thing to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. So do we need to vote to accept that?
Just let me see if I can get it on the screen. Yes, there we go. Is that on the screen, guys? Yeah, okay. Have you got Margaret, you need a seconder for that.
Yes, can we have a seconder for that in the House? Hertfordshire, thank you.
Go on, give there are 1, 2, 3, 4 in-person delegates. Give them a chance.
You need to throw things at me.
Hertfordshire. Seconded it. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a request to change the wording from agency to authority. Sorry, from authority to agency.
Bob, are you happy for that you actually said authority and you didn't say you said agency, not authority? Yeah, I know, but is he?
My apologies. You're quite correct.
Okay, so you're what you told me earlier said authority.
It's agency, isn't it? Sorry about that.
Okay, that answers that person. Any more?
We've had a request to speak from 62 Sussex West.
Are you on? Can you speak now?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Sussex West, can you speak now?
Yes, I can. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, quite frankly, Bob, I think it's a little bit woolly. Relevant official bodies such as, I think we've actually got to name them.
Okay, well, go on then, Roger.
Well, if HM government and Food Standards Agency.
That's 2.
That's 2.
That's not 9.
Can I pop in and just say, if you name them?
It says, and relevant official bodies such as, the first time you're saying we need to approach the HM government, that's fine. And then you leave it woolly. It's just really a suggestion. All I'm suggesting is, and the Food Standards Agency.
That's actually now in the amendment to the proposition that's being proposed.
Roger, is it happier if we took out such as and we put in the word and?
Well, it's Bob that put up the amendment.
Well, I'm comfortable with that.
Sorry, Bob, you're comfortable to leave it or to change it?
To change it if people think that makes it clearer.
At the moment, we are rather bending the rules here. People are suggesting that this is what you type first time, almost. So what do you want me to put that your proposition says, Bob, now?
Well, I think to satisfy Roger, we say and relevant official.
No, not relevant.
All right,
relevant
HM
one.
government and the food standards.
That's it. Yeah, you got it.
We've
So
got
we take out relevant official bodies such as.
Who had a request to leave it?
That does narrow it.
Well, no, let's be clear. Bob is still making his proposition, his amendment here, and we are short circuiting it rather than having amendments to amendments to amendments. I would suggest
that we leave it at that.
Chair, that we vote on that amendment.
Can we just pause before you?
Yeah, okay. Well,
For short circuit even more, I'll second that. West Sussex.
we've already had a second there, and he's
All right, fine. Yep.
with what it says at the moment, aren't you?
Stephen.
Okay, Stephen.
Right. We've got from 27 Gwent, a request to leave it as it is because it opens up the scope. We've had a request from Mr. Lovett to insert the word all before relevant, which is now.
We've taken relevant out.
That's gone anyway now.
We've had a request from 28 hands to speak.
Okay, well, let's agree, Bob, if you would, on the final version of your amendment, and then people know what they're speaking about. Are you happy with that, Bob?
I think I'm happy with that as it is. Yes, if you're comfortable with it.
Now, and now somebody wants to speak on the amendment, which was.
And we've had, and I missed, I apologise, which we pointed out by my team, that we had before all that, we had a point of order from 37 West Norfolk.
We should take the point of order, Mr.
Can we take it?
Yeah.
We're taking that before the
Yeah,
speaker.
we are.
That's a benefit of having it.
Okay, West Norfolk on?
Yeah, hello, West Norfolk, Kingsland, Lee
Thank
Chapman. My point of order was that in the original proposal, it was noted that we would make relevant authorities. So you were opening it up to multiple authorities and not limiting it to just HM government and food standards. And then we've had another amendment to say now we're just going to contact 2 people, but we didn't. It just seems to be a little bit like we're backwards and forwards and we're not sticking to a proposal. So could I just propose that we stick to one proposal at a time? We've got plenty of time at the minute, and I think it's important that we hear all of the adjustments to the proposal so that we go forward, because if we were in a room, this would be much quicker because we would be able to put our hands up and you'd see us. We have to allow for the time for adjustments in this format. And I know that's going to maybe draw the meeting out a little bit longer, but I think it's important that we stick to our standards of putting a proposition forward, putting it to a membership vote, taking a second proposition if necessary, then putting that to a vote so that we get clarity as to what is being proposed and seconded.
I'm quite sure that that's exactly what we've just done, but your comments have been noted.
No, that's not what we've just done. What we've just done is we've allowed another speaker to adjust a proposition with somebody else making a proposition. And then that proposition, the original proposition, which I would have voted for, has now been changed to one that I probably wouldn't vote for because now I think it's too restricting. So the point is that we need to make sure that we put each proposition forward in clarity.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions on this proposition? Anybody wish to speak on the proposition as it stands?
We've got 28 hands wants to speak.
Yeah, okay, you're on.
Can you go ahead, please?
You haven't told him who it is. They can't hear Stephen.
28 Hamps.
John Morris.
You?
Yeah.
This actually, can I make a point of order that this is the 3rd time I've asked to speak and it's been ignored. Something is not quite working in our approach to debating things. I'm really backing up what the delegate from West Norfolk just said. The original proposition amendment that was put in by Bob Moorer from Surrey made the point that there is the Food Standards Agency, it's now in capital letters, but they are, and the HM government are not the only bodies that we might lobby. Now, Roger Patterson said it's a bit woolly. I'm not an expert. I don't know what all the relevant bodies might be, but I'm sure there are more than just HM Government and the Food Standards Agency. So I think actually Bob's original amendment was a rather more sensible one, because it gives time for the executive to think about the other bodies that it ought to approach, not just confine itself to HM Government and the Food Standards Agency. So I would prefer to see us vote on the original proposal from Surrey.
Martin's going to speak on this one.
Apologies, I was attempting, as people saw, to see if there was a consensus on this amendment from Surrey. There clearly isn't. So the comments that have been made by the previous speakers are valid, and I apologise for trying to short circuit that. What I would now suggest, Chairman, is that this proposition, as rejigged a couple of times, as has been pointed out, is voted on. That is accepted or not, and then if people wish to amend it again, they can do so.
The proposers wanted to speak as well.
Can I just ask a question?
Martin, are you suggesting we go back to the original thing I proposed,
no,
or vote on what's on the screen?
I am. My suggestion from the standing orders perspective is you have put forward a proposition. For better or for worse, you and I were persuaded to change that. So the proposition is as it now stands. The amendment is as it now stands. We vote on that amendment, and we then, as a result of that vote, if people vote against the amendment, we will be back to square one. If they vote for the amendment, they will see what's on the screen. And if they then choose to debate that and or put further amendments forward, they're enabled to do so. But I think...
Is there a way that we can go back to the original proposition?
I would suggest not, because the proposition has been the amendment has been properly put forward by Surrey, so we should vote on...
No, the amendment was put forward by...
This is a Surrey amendment.
No, because Roger changed.
Sorry, no, technically Roger didn't change it. Bob,
but we weren't following the rules.
Okay. Bob, are you happy, for better or for worse, that this amendment that you put forward is as shown on the screen?
I would prefer what I originally said, even though Roger thinks it's woolly, because I do think it gives the trustees more flexibility. But for the sake of moving the meeting on, I'll go with it if you think we really must.
Martin, may I come in? My point is, if you're...
Sorry, Roger, this is the standing orders decision here.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Bob, I think you must make a decision. It's your amendment. You must say, this is the amendment I want to put forward, or the other amendment was what I want to put forward. And then we vote on that, we move on.
I would prefer to put forward my original amendment, because I think it gives the trustees more room for manoeuvre.
Okay.
I think we've successfully accepted West Norfolk's point that the decision was wrong and what we did before. Okay, I'm afraid we've just wasted 20 minutes, and you will have to dictate it to me again.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah, sorry, I've deleted too much. Go on.
Right, the BBKA approach HM government and relevant official bodies such as the Food Standards Agency, to establish. That's it.
Okay. Can we have a seconder for that, which is the same man in the room? Okay. Okay. I would suggest, Margaret, that there isn't any more debate on that. There can be more debate afterwards, but
we go to a vote on this one now. So we're going to a vote now. You hello.
I do need to make it red. Yes. I can't quite remember how much we've changed, but I'll do that.
We're going to go to a vote on the alterations.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, that it's not quite the right bit red there, but anyway.
It doesn't matter.
I don't think it probably does.
Vote's now open.
Thank you. Oh, that was quick.
No. That's not the
last
result.
one,
That's the result of the last one. I think people probably are going to vote quickly. But...
Bournemouth and Dorset. Thank you very much. Can you close it, please, Michelle?
The vote's now locked.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, we're answering that one.
Do you want to go to the screen?
I do.
Right, 65 for the amendment, 1 against, and would you believe no abstention? So now, do we want to vote on the actual proposition?
There's a further amendment. Okay, an amendment from
83 walking.
you. Are they ready?
Can you tell us what it is?
No, hang on, sorry.
Is it Kevin Cowley? Kevin Cowley.
Yeah, it's all right. I've just been listening to the debate, so I have a further change to the wording. It might be easier if I paste it into either Q&A or chat.
No, because we
you can put it in. You can put it in Q&A, and I'll copy it across.
Yeah, okay. It just might make it quicker. So effectively, it changes the wording to read that BBKA approach HM government, the Food Standards Agency, as it should be. Sorry, I mistyped it, and all appropriate agencies, authorities, and trade bodies to establish, which I think is what everybody has been getting at.
Just a minute, let me just change. This is now the proposition, which is all in black, and you are changing it to put in and all other appropriate agencies and trades bodies, aren't you? So you will put in that paragraph. Is that right? Somebody in the room looking at me? Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. And food standards. It is the agency, not the.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I mistyped it.
Is that right, guys?
Yeah.
No.
What?
Food standard.
Agency.
Food standards agency. It's the top one. I'm just doing this pasting. It's this one.
It's the bottom one.
Yeah. That's the bit we are making. Right, forget. Yeah, the bottom paragraph is coming out. I'm just using that to copy and paste. Just ignore that bottom paragraph. Is the top paragraph right?
No, take out the and relevant official bodies.
Okay.
Such as, and replace it with a comma.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And then technically you want a comma after agency as well. That's it.
We don't need 3 Ps. What there? Are it? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me delete that one. Right. Do we have a? Sorry, Margaret. This is you. Seconder.
Do we need a second? We want a seconder again. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anybody? Whether anybody wishes to speak on this amendment?
I think we should go for a vote on this amendment.
Well, okay.
What about the?
Let's just go for a vote on this amendment.
Well, okay, I think sorry, let's just ask Stephen, is there anybody that wishes to speak on this?
I'm just wondering whether Devon wants to speak.
Well, that was going to be my last thing. If Devon wants to do a roundup, yeah, they could do a roundup at the end. But first of all, given the comments earlier, Mrs. Chair, Madam Chair, that we should allow slightly longer for people to say, I want to speak.
Is there any more speaker?
I'm not sure whether Mr. Patterson wishes to speak again.
He can't keep coming in.
No,
and out.
I probably not actually, Roger. Okay, nobody else? Right, Devon, do you wish to make a comment? Bear in mind you are only commenting on the amendment here.
I'm happy to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are you happy to go?
Can we go for a vote then?
Michelle, so this is another amendment.
Yep, the vote's now open.
Thank you.
Ahead of me.
Just three to go. 2 to go, Bournemouth and Manchester. Thank you very much. Can you lock it, please, Michelle?
The vote's locked.
Thank you. 62 for, 3 against and 1 abstain.
Okay, do you want to?
Can we go for the vote now on the proposition, please?
Do we have any points of order or?
There's a question from 52 Peterborough about asking about an amendment. I wonder if they'd like to speak.
Yeah, they need to speak on that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Peterborough, can you allow them to speak, please? Yeah, you're on, Peterborough.
Hi there, yeah. In point B, I was wondering, could we add anything along the lines of consulting with the BBKA as to the methods of analysis?
Is that a formal amendment or is that just a comment?
It's a comment, but I wish to open that to the floor, please.
Well,
I think as a comment, that's very good, and you've got to realise that the BBK does go over and above what you ask us to do anyway. So do you want to leave it as a comment, or I think that's the best way to go?
Okay.
Are you in agreement with that?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much indeed.
Any more requests to speak?
Not on this proposition.
No. Okay.
Can we go for a vote then?
Just give that a chance.
Viv, do you want? Yes. Viv, do you want to make a final statement on this one or not?
No, no, I'm happy to support the amendment.
Okay. Michelle, if you can open the substantive vote now.
Okay, with all those changes in.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
If you haven't, don't worry about it. It's on. It was on the screen.
Okay, no worries. The vote's now open.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Can you lock it, please, Michelle?
Yep, it's locked.
Thank you. 64 for, 1 against and 1 abstention. Thank you very much indeed. Can we move on to the last one now?
You just want to say that we're going to do this before.
Yes, sorry, yes. We should have had stopped for lunch at 12:30, but can we do the last one for Devon before we go for lunch? So proposition 2022/4.
Okay, hang on a sec, guys.
62.
So, well, sorry, guys, hang on. that this is a new proposition, so Devon have the right to speak first on it. It's their proposition. If Devon wishes to speak on this one as well.
Devon, are you okay?
Yes, I'd like to speak if that's.
Yes, go on.
Right. Prefacing this proposition, it's noted that honey regulations 2015 were due to be reviewed at the latest by 2020, but we are still awaiting this update. Our third proposition is that when BBK has gathered evidence that current testing is not fit for purpose and that large amounts of adulterated honey is entering into the UK market, that the BBKA adopt a timely programme of support and publicity to inhibit and discourage the importation, use and misrepresented sale of adulterated honey until satisfied this risk is averted. The key, we believe, to achieving this is to ensure that honey regulations and labelling are reviewed and updated so that each country of origin is clearly stated. Currently, the regulations state that blended honey can be labelled as a blend of EU or non-EU honey, which allows an easy route for the importation of adulterated honey into the UK. Once consumers, with help and support from the BBKA, understand the significance of non-EU honey, i.e. honey likely to be bulked up with added cheap plant syrups, they can make an informed choice about what they will buy. Incidentally, Spain has already led the way in insisting the country of origin is stated on the honey label. Many UK beekeepers believe that allowing adulterated honey onto our supermarket shelves will undermine and threaten the integrity of our own honey producers. Allowing cheap honey syrup to be sold as pure honey at a fraction of the price of home-produced honey will threaten UK honey producers' livelihood, and their businesses will be at risk of becoming unviable. If this happens, the UK population of managed honeybees will be under threat, and as a consequence, so will the pollination of much of our food crops. I urge you from an ethical, financial and environmental perspective to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Sussex?
West Sussex.
West Sussex want to speak now. West Sussex, are you there?
Okay.
Sorry, yes, I am. Yep. Obviously the same amendment, adulterated and fake honey.
Hang on. That's a formal amendment you're making now, is it, Roger?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, that's...
And I believe it needs to go in two places. Misrepresented sale of adulterated and fake honey at the bottom.
Can I suggest, Madam Chair?
Before fake.
Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you.
We've got two people on to speak.
Okay, can we ask those the people if they're happy to allow this amendment to go through to be voted on first and then speak once we've changed this?
28 is raised a point of order.
Okay, well, we have to take that next then.
All right, 28, can we have the point of order then, please?
I think it is unnecessary for us to move to another vote on accepting an amendment that's been previously twice accepted by the meeting. I think as chair's action, you could simply accept the amendment proposed by West Sussex without us moving to another vote.
Are we allowed to do that?
Well, chair can do what they like if you're within rules, but I think in view of the comments being made by Norfolk, West Norfolk, that we should stick to doing it properly. I believe you should vote on this, which should be relatively quick, but I would also just make sure nobody actually wants to debate the words "and fake" being put in here.
Okay,
give
anything
us
else?
10 seconds on that, Roger. So not Roger, Stephen. There was a suggestion from the room that we consolidate amendments, but I think in view of the comments from Norfolk, I would not suggest that was done. And you know, he is right. So we were trying to short circuit it a bit, and my knuckles are suitably wrapped.
Anything else, Stephen?
Anything else, Stephen?
We've got two people who want to. We've got two people who wanted to speak before the point of order. We've got.
Okay.
6 staffs.
Okay.
20. We never heard from them whether they were.
Okay. Can we turn whoever they were on 56. Staff 56 and.
And who was the other 20?
20.
Yeah.
So who's first? 56 first.
56. Can I just ask? Are you content to wait to speak until we voted on putting and fake in?
Happy to wait.
Okay. And the other one? Who? Derbyshire. Are you also happy to wait until we voted on putting on that in and fake in?
Happy to wait as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So can we...
Michelle, can you put it up, please?
Yeah, I just need the seconder.
Yes, we've got a
yes,
seconder.
in again here.
Yeah.
Hertfordshire. Yeah.
The vote's now open.
Thank you. Go. Want to go? Can you lock it, please, Michelle?
The vote's now locked.
Thank you. Unanimous, 66-4.
Okay. Then you've now got those two speakers.
Can we listen to the other two questions now, please?
56.
56. Stuff.
Yeah. If I read that proposition, it will have no effect whatsoever on the fact that a third of all imported honey comes from China. Therefore, if it's not adulterated or fake, this will have no effect whatsoever upon its imports. Period.
So you're suggesting that China do actually export pure honey?
I am suggesting to you that China export honey that will meet the current testing, which is fit for purpose.
The only thing I can say is that we've noted your comments and we'll do what we can. Thank you very much. Can we have the next one, please?
Derbyshire.
Derbyshire.
Hello. I'd just really like to thank Devon for raising this subject and the proposals that they've made, because I think this is a really important point for the BBKA to be leading on. I also take the point from Staffordshire about the methodology, and I think in the second proposal for Devon, it makes a very important point that we've already voted on to get involved in making sure that the testing is better, improved, and more capable of detecting adulterated and fake honey. So fully support it, and just wanted to thank Devon for their work on this.
Thank you very much indeed. Can we now close that and go for a vote on this last one?
Any more? Does Devon, either the BBKA and want to say anything more, or Devon want to say anything more? Or
What I would say is,
hang on, Anne.
Just very briefly, I do agree this is a subject which BBKA have been talking about. We do need to move forward on it in lots of ways. It may be expensive, but it is so important that actually we challenge the agencies that are there to actually improve what we've got at the moment. That is a major thing, and that will also protect the genuine honey providers in this country, particularly. So thank you.
May I make a comment from Devon?
Yes.
Just to follow up from North Staffs, the reason this proposition is worded in the way it is is that we are very aware that the BBKA has to challenge the honey regulations and the testing and ensure that they are not fit for purpose, which is what the previous proposition was, before they go on to talk to the public about what the state of honey is in this country.
Okay.
So there's a time scale involved in this, and that's why the proposition is worded in the way it is.
Thank you very much.
There is one person who's put another question on, which technically was after there's two summing ups there. Miriam Knight from Gwent. Are you happy to take that question,
Yes,
or would you
we'll take
prefer
that.
to carry on?
No, we'll take it and then we'll go for a vote.
Miriam?
27 Gwent.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am taking on board everybody's comments and the concerns about current testing. Is putting "should it be found" at the beginning of this statement too soft? Should the statement be a little bit more assertive? We are of the opinion that the current testing isn't fit for purpose.
I think we will address that, and I think that's within the three propositions that are there, that will be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, can we now go to a vote?
Michelle, when you're ready.
The vote's open.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I'm not doing that. It is.
Three to go. One to go, Bournemouth. Thank you very much. Can you lock it, please, Michelle?
The vote's locked.
Thank you. 64 for, 1 against, 1 abstain. Thank you very much. We're now going to break for lunch. It's just a few minutes past 1, so can we reconvene at 1:30? Thank you. You put us on mute.
All right, well, in a minute, just 1 second. I'm even going to put, we will restart. Yes. Time did you say? 1:30?
Yes.
Oh, yes. There is. You're quite right. Look, it's on my screen. Okay, you're live. Just want to get somebody to confirm we're live. Margaret, can you just ask Mike Chysers to say he can hear us?
You are there?
Just Mike Chysers, can you hear us? Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're live.
Is everybody back and ready to resume? Yes. So the next proposition is number 5 from Buckinghamshire. Yeah. To encourage the BBKA membership to support via area associations for national events such as the Asian Hornet Week and Bees Needs Week, the BBKA shall distribute relevant promotional material to county associations at least 1 month before each event, in addition to including all the forthcoming events in the calendar on the website. There's no cost, as we already produced that.
Ready wants to speak. Does Reading want to speak about it?
It's seconded by Reading.
Sorry, yeah. Oh, Bucks want to speak about it. Yeah.
Does anybody want to speak about this? Buckinghamshire, do you want to speak about it?
17 Cornwall wants to propose an amendment.
Okay, but does Buckinghamshire want to speak on it first, as it's their proposition?
Buckinghamshire, are they able
I'll unmute myself. Basically, just a couple of words in that this is a simple and self-explanatory proposition. And the key point is for the BBK to be able to get its membership through the area associations to support the BBK initiatives. The exec committee should basically be providing us with sufficient notice and some support so that we can get the message across at multiple levels to the public. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
People to speak?
We've discussed that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that.
Got anybody else wanting to speak? No, we've just got somebody wanting to propose an amendment.
Okay, whoever that is, can they speak?
It's 17 Cornwall.
Cornwall, can you speak? Do you want to speak, Cornwall?
They're not press the buttons yet.
Are they connected?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Do you want to speak, Cornwall?
Thank you. I didn't have the unmute thingy. One of the key communication channels through to the membership is the area association newsletters. And as an editor, I'm aware of the length of time it takes to get from receipt of copy to publication, particularly for those area associations that provide a printed newsletter. I therefore request an amendment so that reads at least 2 months before each event. Some of the newsletter cycles are 6 weeks from receipt of copy to print. So that my amendment request is for that notice period to be 2 months.
Need a seconder for that.
Yeah, we need a seconder for that. Anyone? Thank you very much. Hertfordshire.
Does anybody and would like to talk on that, on the amendment from 1 to 2?
Can I just answer this to say, yes, I think it is a very good proposition as a reminder to us what we need to be doing, and it is the ideal. But realistically, what we'll probably be able to supply is an outline of events, because things do get amended or arrangements are made sometimes very close to the event. So you may not get all the details, but I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Do you want to vote on the amendment?
Well, nobody would have heard that.
Does anyone else want to speak on the amendment? And we vote for the amendment then, Michelle?
Yep, the vote's now open.
Thanks, love.
Thought it might do that.
Not showing the voting screen.
I know, because I have not been using it, so our security has logged me out. Have to see it works.
Wow, just 3 to vote. One to vote. Shropshire.
Might be a lunch. Do you want to go? Do you want to take that? Relatively minor amendment. Do you want to accept that?
Yeah, can we take that? Can we take that? Yes. Can you lock it, please, Michelle?
Yep, the vote's locked.
Thank you. We've got 58 for, 5 against and 2 abstentions. So the amendment's through. Can we now vote on the proposition itself?
Is there anybody that wants to speak on it?
There's nobody at the moment.
Okay.
Oh, well, hang on.
We're going
Give
to count
everybody
to
a chance.
10 to make sure everybody gets a chance.
Still nobody.
Still nobody.
We've counted to 10 and still nobody wants us. So can we please go to a vote, please, Michelle?
Yeah, I'm just going to amend the vote slide to include the 2.
Thank you.
Okay, the vote's now open.
Thank you. Just 3 more. 2. And 1. Bournemouth, are you still there? Thank you very much. Can you lock it, please, Michelle?
Vote's locked.
Thank you. 62 for, 1 against and 3 abstentions. Thank you very much. Can we now go to the next proposition from Hampshire? In light of the great threat to the UK's honeybees from the potential importation of non-native pests and diseases, the BBKA reaffirms its complete opposition to the import of honeybees, including individual queens from overseas countries, and the ADM mandates the EC to lobby government to introduce a complete ban on the import of bees. I think this is something that we've been doing for quite a while now.
Hampshire want to speak about it as the proposer.
Yes.
Does anybody want to speak about this? Hampshire?
Does Hampshire want to speak first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Lowrise on behalf of Hampshire BKA. Delegates might wonder why we put forward this motion when, as the chair has already said, this is existing BBKA policy based on the proposition that was passed in 2015-16. Well, I think there are a number of reasons. I mean, first of all, we know that the threat of the arrival of the small hive beetle is still with us. It hasn't been eradicated or really even very effectively contained in Italy. There's also the threat of tropicalaps arriving on our shores. And we know that importing plants and insects and so on is one of the routes by which pathogens, diseases and so on spreads across the world. So it's a very real and present danger. And the small hive beetle, you know, from those who know about it, by direct experience, is really a horrendous threat to beekeepers and to honeybees. There are other reasons, though, as well. Certain commercial beekeepers, commercial firms have been promoting quite blatantly the wholesale importation of packaged bees and queens, and simply almost rejoicing the fact that they're able to do so despite the changing circumstances following Brexit. Now, we know that one of the consequences of Brexit is that the UK government has the ability to control the importation of items in a way that it didn't when we were members of the EU. And therefore, there is an opportunity for BBKA to lobby again quite hard, which it did previously, but didn't get a commitment from government on this issue. I would make the point that sometimes what BBKA tends to say, and it came up in an earlier resolution today, is that because we don't think we have much chance of persuading government, we ought to modify what we try and aim for. I don't think that's the right approach at all. I think we, as the body that represents beekeepers and also honeybees across the UK, we should be quite clear what we think the right thing to do actually is. We shouldn't begin to compromise our stance in advance. Of course, when we try and implement our policy, it may well be that we are not able to achieve all that we would wish. But that's not a reason to compromise right from the word go. If we think something is the right thing to do, we should promote that particular policy. So I think it is timely for us to reiterate our earlier policy and also to make it quite clear that we're not just talking about packaged bees, we're also talking about the importation of queens. So I'd like to rest there, but hold the right to reply at the end of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Anne, are you responding on behalf of the
Sorry, I'm just waiting for the microphone. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll respond to that in the fact that actually we haven't changed our stance on the importation of bees or our opposition to it. I personally have mentioned it in every committee virtually that I'm in. I also organised the Irish, Northern Ireland, I should say, and the Scottish, the Welsh governments to actually support our action. We put as much pressure as we possibly could on the government at that time, but overriding that is the Irish protocol, which they actually will not do anything about at the moment. We can continue to put that pressure on, but I think we have to bear in mind that they're not going to look at the Irish protocol at the moment. The animals, and particularly bees, are way down the list, but it doesn't stop us trying to lobby them. The other thing is, you're now asking for queens, individual queens. That wasn't apparent in our last, the last request to us. It was debatable whether they were included. This makes it clear that you want us to include individual queens. I know that the bee farmers will be adamantly against this, but it doesn't stop us lobbying for it. And I agree with you, we want a complete ban on anything being imported into the country. Thank you.
A series of people who wish to speak.
Quite a few people who wish to speak. Can we take the first one?
Have you okay. Mike Walker, Staffordshire North.
The last speaker has covered the point I was going to raise.
Okay,
thank you.
Have we answered Northern Ireland beekeepers? Lyndon Worthy, do you wish to speak?
Could you ask Lyndon to adjust his clock because it's on the wrong time? He's last in the line. His clock's at 12:45 instead of 1:30.
Okay. 2 points then. Lyndon, Northern Irish beekeepers, can you adjust your clock? And B, you are due to speak if you continue to wish so. Stratford, Terry Hitchman.
Okay, yeah. Well, I support what's been said already on this. We were involved, Stratford, I think, seconded the 215 motion on this work. And also, I think it was a 219 ADM where we were assured by the then president that nothing could be done until we were out of the EU. So that obstacle was now out of the way. And I feel actually that there is too much weight put on what bee farmers and other organisations think. We should, as the previous speaker said, make clear what our aims are and our thoughts, and let the others deal with their own issues, not without the help of BBKA. So I and our association support this wholeheartedly, and I think we need to put a lot more pressure on government and not worry about protocols, etc. That's government's problem, it's not ours.
Thank
So
you.
that's my contribution. Thanks.
Thank you.
Taylor Down. John.
Good afternoon. Yes, I would like to just add from our association, we fully support the first half of this for the reasons already stated about the threats of importing packages of bees. However, we don't agree with the inclusion of the word including individual queens, which we believe could be inspected safely and would present little risk in terms of disease. And it would be a mistake to cut us off completely, for example, from the European Bee Breed Programme, which is producing some excellent quality queens. And I feel that the wording including individual queens is just being used as a backdoor way to advance the argument over native bees versus non-native bees, which I think is a completely separate argument.
Okay, are you telling me that you want to amend this proposition, or are you telling me that you want to go forward?
I would like to amend it. I would like to strike the word including individual queens for the reasons I've just outlined.
Can we have a seconder for that? Yeah, we've got a seconder here.
Can you say who it is for the minutes?
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Right, just 1 minute. Can you, who was doing that talking? Who was speaking then?
Speaking.
Ellen Down.
Okay, can you just come back to me while I'm on the screen?
Remove including
okay.
individual queens.
Point of order.
59 Suffolk has called a point of order.
Okay.
Yes.
Are they on, ladies?
59 Suffolk has called a point of order.
Are you on? 59 Suffolk?
Yeah, I'm on now.
Okay.
Hi there. It's just if the current policy, as just been said, doesn't include queens. So isn't this?
Sorry to interrupt, but this is you're making a point of order here, not part of the debate.
Okay. Well, my point of order is that the amendment basically puts us back to the previous position, and therefore it's basically voting down the entire.
I'm going to interrupt you again. That is a point to debate, which is a legitimate point to debate, but it's not a point of order in terms of the running of the meeting. So okay. Can you just maybe stay on, but pause it? Right, I'll put the amendment in. Can I have Vale and Down back again just to tell me what I'm typing?
You're going to remove including individual queens.
If I was clever, I'd do strike through, but I can't actually see where that is for a minute. Okay. Put on the bottom.
Right, could I speak, Madam Speaker, from Vale and Downland just on that?
What is it?
So I'm just concerned that that wording, if left, it would still leave complete opposition to the import of honeybees, so that you could argue that would include individual queens. So the better wording would be the import of honeybees, comma, except for individual queens, comma, from overseas countries.
Got that.
Yeah, we'll have, yeah. That, not for a minute. The person in the room spoke very quietly to propose an amendment to this. We are just saying excluding, aren't you? Now, Vale and Down?
Except for.
Did you say except for or excluding?
Except for or accepting.
Just a sec. Except for individual queens. Is Vale and Down, is that what you're now, that is your amendment, your proposed amendment, is it? Yeah, okay. Stephen? We've got 10 people want to speak on this, that's fine. We need a second, did we have a seconder for that? I think we had someone in the room. What's the shirt in the room have seconded it?
So are we voting on this first?
I would suggest, given there's 10 people want to talk, we need to debate this.
Okay. So
who
can
the
first one to speak, please?
84 is, if I take them in order, 84 is next.
Okay, Jim Cooper, you want to speak?
Madam Chair, fellow delegates, we'd like to, I'm representing Slough, Windsor and Maidenhead Beekeeping Society.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Bear in mind, we're not talking about the substantive debate here. We're just talking about the fact that the original one said including individual queens, and it now says except for individual queens. So this point of the debate is restricted solely to whether it should or should not include queens, not the overall principle.
Yes, I accept that. We'd like to back Vale and Down in the proposed amendment to have the wording except for the reasons that there are severe implications if we ban the import of individual queens at present. It's not something that we shouldn't aim for as a beekeeping association, but currently the UK's queen rearing capacity is very limited and there aren't sufficient to meet demand.
Okay,
I also completely agree that cutting ourselves off from the excellent bee breeding programs that are already running across many European countries would be folly, and our UK bee breeders need access to that genetic stock going forward. As has been mentioned, DEFRA have an excellent process on checking queen bees coming into the country. And so therefore we support this proposed amendment.
Thank you.
Stephen,
next one.
Next one,
The
Stephen.
next one is 75, Cleveland.
Cleveland, are you there, Steve? Steve Jacklin?
Yeah, you're available to speak apparently.
Yeah, I don't want to talk on the amendment. I wanted to talk about the substantive.
Okay,
if
thank
you
you.
come back to me.
Yeah, just 1 second before you move on.
Who's the next, Stephen?
Stephen, can you just make a note, please, so we don't miss these people who don't want to talk about the amendments? So that was
Yes, I'll leave them up on
Cleveland. Yeah, okay. And next one.
41, London, Richard.
Okay, Richard.
Can
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I like the idea of that. I can understand the problems over excluding queens at the moment, but I think in principle they must be excluded because they're still a root of disease. But I'd point out that the capacity demand balance in this country could be met much more easily if we think differently about how that demand is met, and that in fact many more beekeepers are able to produce good queens if we're not thinking of the market model of a bee supplier, one supplier supplying the demand. I've not put that very clearly, but I think important to get this right, that in principle, we're trying to stop disease and pathogens coming in and pests coming into the country. And this is a route. Even individual queens and their attendants are a route.
Okay, thank
So
you very much.
I think that should be expressed in this amendment. I don't know if it can be except for individual queens at present or until home supply can be met.
Okay.
That's a comment I would suggest. If this is passed, then you can choose to put that amendment should you choose to.
Okay, fair enough.
We have a delegate in the room who wishes to speak.
Richard Bates from Somerset Beekeepers Association. I was just going to make a comment, if we could, about that. I think I would ask the proposer of the amendment to perhaps consider, if you're going to have individual queens, they're usually imported with attendant workers. So perhaps I would suggest perhaps up to 20 attendant workers. That's just my point. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I'm just thinking a package. A package is not a queen with attendant workers. That's just. You might want to just define what attendant workers is rather than the package. Just needs.
The next person, Stephen.
Got 62 Sussex West wanted to speak on the amendment.
That's on the amendment we're talking about, yes.
Okay.
Roger.
Thank you, Martin. I was involved with the original proposition, and the wording is just importation of bees, which was intended to mean queens as well. So there's not a change of the policy. A couple of other things. One is, somebody mentioned the checking of queens. As I understand it, they're not checked 100% by any means. And to answer Richard's last point, I haven't used imported bees or imported queens for 55 years, so you can manage without them.
Thank you. Next one, please.
I've got. I don't know whether 28 has spoken, and I've got out of
John Lawrence.
Yes, I did want to come back on the amendment. The reason, I mean, Roger Patterson has already referred to the original motion, which was passed in 2015-16. That says honeybees, and of course that would by definition include queens. The reason that we put in including individual queens was to remove any ambiguity that somehow they were in a different category. Other speakers have already pointed out that the process of checking imported bees, either package or queens, is simply not absolutely robust. And the risk is huge. But having said that, as I said earlier, it's about BBKA setting out its stall. The chance of this happening.
Sorry, I'm to interrupt you from standing orders here.
We're just talking about the adjustment, nothing else.
Yeah.
So can we just concentrate?
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the amendment. I'm talking against the amendment.
Okay.
Arguing that it should not exclude the words including honeybees.
Okay, can we just wait until all, because it's your proposition, can we wait till you've heard all the comments, and then if you want to do a final comment at the end, then that's fine. But
okay, that's fine.
First.
62 Sussex West.
He's spoken already.
That's Roger. Yeah.
Suffolk.
In that case, it's 59 Suffolk. Kevin Thorpe.
Hi, just 2 points to make. One is on the matter of UK supply. We already produce.
We're just talking about the amendment. That's all.
Okay. All right then. Well, on the amendment, I think the amendment totally negates the proposition. So basically, it takes us back to the position we were before the amendments make. So really, rather than amending this, we should just have a vote for or against the proposal as it stands.
Okay, thank you.
said that before when it said about make the amendment, if the amendment makes the proposition negative, you're not allowed to do that.
That's correct, but my view is it doesn't. It is a purport. We're not negating the whole proposition.
I think we are negating the whole proposition.
Well, if that's the case, if people feel like that, they can vote against this amendment.
Okay.
You know, my view, I did think about that before, but my view is that that putting accept in is not nullifying the entire proposition. It's only referring to one particular bit.
Anyone else, Stephen?
Yeah, there's plenty. The next one doesn't have a number, but it's Phil.
Sheffield.
Sorry.
Sheffield.
Phil Sheffield.
Are you right, Phil?
Wait, hold on. I thought we got 69. I thought Ireland was supposed to be.
No, Ireland would take to the end because his clock's wrong. Okay, well, while you find Sheffield, can you Bournemouth, Mike Duffin?
Is Bournemouth there?
Is there something going wrong? Because I didn't, Mike has heard you.
He's not able to speak.
You can't speak until Sarah gives him the microphone.
Yeah, it's 12 Bournemouth.
Who's on, Sarah?
They're just doing it.
We'll move on to someone. Can we, Phil, will you mind waiting? We'll come back to you if we can
Well,
find
you
something.
going to do Bournemouth then?
Bournemouth, please, yes.
Mike Duffin?
Yeah, just let him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Just one small point, that if you put the amendment in, it is not a complete ban on the import of honeybees.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you. Next one.
Phil, I believe now. Yeah. Phil, you should be able to speak.
Yeah, so it's very complicated, of course, in terms of are we trying to limit all foreign bees from coming into the country and what that means to a lot of beekeepers. But in terms of the amendment, if we are going to make an exception for queens, we do have to make an allowance for how the individual queens come in, and maybe the addition of caged would be useful, and attendant bees which are destroyed on inspection should be added. So I would say except for individual caged queens with attendants which are destroyed after inspection and importation.
Thank you.
And we've had from 83 and moved to put the amendment.
Okay.
Right. Well,
just sorry, hang on a sec. How many other people wish to speak?
There's three or four other people.
Margaret, it's up to you, Margaret. There are 3 or 4 more people wish to speak. Someone else has said no. Someone else has put forward a point of order that we move to the vote straight away. Do you want to vote on that? Or do you want to carry on with these 3 or 4 people?
I'm just wondering what else anybody else could say that we haven't already heard about. I think we should move to a vote.
Okay. Okay. Michelle, so this is a proposition to move to the vote.
Yeah, I'll just create the slide for that.
Thank you. So once again, we are having a vote as to whether we put the amendment to the vote, or whether we continue this debate. If you vote for the proposition that Michelle's going to put on, you will be want to go straight to a vote on the amendment. If you vote against, you wish to continue the debate on this amendment only.
Okay, that vote's now open.
Thank you.
Yeah, I repeat that again. You are voting now as to whether you would like to go straight to a vote on the amendment about crossing off queen bees or not, or you wish to carry on with the vote, carry on with the debate. If you wish to carry on with the debate, you should be voting no. If you wish to proceed to a vote, you should be voting yes.
Just one to go. We're right, Michelle. Thank you.
Okay, the vote's locked.
47 to go.
To go straight to a vote.
Yeah.
On the amendment. We haven't even got as far as the proposition yet, guys.
So can we do that? Can we?
So we want to vote on the amendment, Michelle, yeah.
Okay, I'm just exporting the results of that vote and then I'll make the other one live.
Thank you.
So what you will be voting on in a minute is to replace, it said including, didn't it, before? You're replacing that with except for individual queens. If you have an opinion about attending workers or whatever else, then that can be a subsequent amendment later. You're voting on amending the original proposition to show it as currently described.
That vote's now open.
Thank you. No. What? Oh, sorry. I'm too quick. Well, I'm looking at the last one.
I know.
Two to go. One to go. Wiltshire. Thank you. All yours, Michelle.
It's all locked.
Thank you. Right, so we've got 26 for the amendment and 38 against the amendment.
So the amendment fails. We go back to the original proposition, which I have, I think, overtyped. That was a mistake. Yes, somebody in the room has called for a membership vote. So I will. Okay. We'll allow the man in the room. Worcestershire. Yeah. Right. So give Michelle a chance to save the vote and set it up for a membership vote. Said except for, didn't it?
Yeah. The original says including individual queens.
Yeah.
Okay, the membership vote on the proposed amendment is now live.
So again, you're voting on the same thing, whether if you vote yes, you want the proposition to be changed to say except for queens. If you vote no, you want to revert back to the original proposition. And it is the number of your members that is counted now. Probably ought to allow Hampshire to vote, since it is actually their proposition.
And actually, just at that moment, I've lost my internet connection. But you can imagine I'd be voting against on behalf of Hampshire.
Well, we can be very clever and vote for you, Michelle, if you feel.
Could you do that?
Michelle?
No secret which way we would vote.
I can. Just hang on a second.
If only to prove we have a backup plan.
Okay, so just to confirm, 28 Hampshire, you want to vote for it?
No.
Against. Oh, good job, I checked. Okay. That's now done.
You voted. Thank you very much. And there you've disappeared as green. and that is a membership vote. Hang on, just do the answers first. Go.
For is 9,296. Against is 16,747. Abstentions were 1,062.
And the total votes cast 26,043.
Yeah.
Okay. So the proposition fails again on the vote, both votes. But for those that don't know, the membership vote takes precedence. So I will change it back.
37 West Norfolk is called a point of order.
Okay. Can I just put this bit in first?
37 West Norfolk.
Did it just say including Queens?
It did say including individual queens.
Individual. We kept the original one. I won't do that again. Including individual queens. I will. No, yes, I'll leave it in red.
So are we going back to vote on this one?
No, we're back to where we started one, but I've left it in red just so everybody's clear. And now we've got a point of order from.
Yeah, hello, West Norfolk Kings and Beekeepers. I just wanted it noted that in the confusion of going backwards and forwards between votes, I voted the incorrect way, but it wouldn't have affected the decision on the vote in that case. Is it my understanding now that we are only able to vote one way? We're not able to change our vote if we accidentally press the wrong button?
Correct.
Yeah.
You vote once. Once you've made your vote, you can tick the yes, no, and against as many times as you want. But once you press the cast vote, that's it.
Yeah, whereas it used to be in the main hall, we used to be able to press the button until they closed, didn't we?
You could press it 6 times and change your mind 6 times. This works the other way. You have a choice to press yes, no, and maybe as many times as you want. But once you've decided which is your final version, you press cast vote.
Okay, no, that's fine. Just so I'm clear for future votes.
Okay. So now there were speakers, Stephen, who wanted to talk about the original proposition, which is where we're now back to. So we should revert back to those people, really.
Where do we revert back to? Because
people who haven't spoken, because they said they wanted to defer.
There was Kevin Thorne raised a point of order about the original.
I think we dealt with that, I believe.
Didn't we want to go back to Northern Ireland? 69?
Yes, we did.
Does Northern Ireland wish to speak?
Yes, I do. Thank you. It was really just to ask the delegates to consider exactly what is meant by the term in the proposition, the term being overseas countries. That's quite broad, and bearing in mind that the UK is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, arguably Northern Ireland could be considered an overseas country in some respects. So some clarification would need to be put into this proposition to deal with that point. I would also just like to remind delegates of the comments that Anne Robury has made in terms of her efforts to address the Italian bees that came into the UK via Northern Ireland this summer past, and to thank her for her efforts in that regard. This proposition does shine a light on an element of the Northern Ireland Protocol, which Anne has mentioned, and that aspect is qualifying Northern Ireland goods, which can move freely from Northern Ireland to the rest of the UK. As it stands, bees that were brought into Northern Ireland, as soon as they enter Northern Ireland, they become a qualifying Northern Ireland good, and they can then move into the rest of the United Kingdom. So alongside this proposition, work does need to be done to address this issue of qualifying Northern Ireland goods. As it stands, this proposal does not do that. And to use a term that Roger Patterson used for a previous proposition, the words overseas countries are a little bit weak and need some additional clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
hand. You want to respond to that when there was
Thank you for your comments on that.
No, okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. We did work incredibly hard on that, and we went to as many individual MPs and sort of government avenues to get into the government as possible. It seemed that the Irish border, the protocol in Ireland, rather, I should say, is a very big block on us actually being able to do a lot about the packaged fees that come in. I agree with you that we do need to actually keep the pressure up, because the thing that really worries me is that they are not being inspected now. And I think this gives us even more, well, if you like, sort of authority to say, well, look, our 28,000 members do not want package Bs coming into this country. And I think that is extremely important. The issue of individual queens, they are inspected. There is a legal route for them to come in. One of the fears is if you don't allow them in legally, they probably come in illegally, which is just a consideration. But I agree, we need to keep our pressure up. We need to be considering people in Northern Ireland very definitely as part of the other countries that we're working with. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Lyndon.
Just a point. We've had proposition coming, but that's after several people wanted to speak.
Okay, speak. The people speak first.
So can you just remind me, did we need to go back to Cleveland? Because I've got a note down.
Yeah, no, I'm going back to that
Oh,
list
right,
now.
lovely. Thank
So
you.
the next person to speak is 75 Cleveland.
Steve Jacklin.
Steve Jacklin.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
First of all, can I clear up a point that the chair made that not all beef farmers are against the ban on the import of beef, rather. Some of us are actually quite keen to ban it. As Cleveland, we actually agree completely with this proposition. What we would like to see in the UK is a national bee rearing programme, a queen rearing programme. Something on the same lines as what the Germans and the Danish have, where their queens are reared on some secluded island somewhere. And then ultimately we can have perhaps BBKA approved bee suppliers.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Stephen.
A bit like the lion mark on the eggs.
The next one to speak in the order that I've got them is Roger Patterson.
Roger.
Yeah, I think people ought to look at the threat of tropilelaps, which is something which isn't mentioned very much. Tropilelaps, if you look at it, is about a third to quarter the size of varroa, and there's a lot of beekeepers can't even see varroa. A lot of them can't even see queens, but that's another point. If anybody wants to know about the threat of tropilelaps, just look at Samuel Ramsey's video online. It really is frightening.
Thank you, Roger.
Next one. Sheffield, Phil. Oh, you spoke, didn't you, Phil? Phil spoken, yes.
Yeah.
41.
London. Richard. Oh, it was just a comment. That was not speaking.
Yeah, the 41 is making a proposal for an amendment to the word.
Is he? Right. Okay. So what's your proposed amendment, Richard?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Just over Northern Ireland's comments about the overseas term, if we used outside the United Kingdom instead of overseas.
Yeah.
Makes it very clear.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have an opinion on that, but I'll keep quiet.
We should hear the opinion. Come into the debate. We should hear anything useful.
Amendment then.
sort of retractions and
Well, it's to change from overseas to.
change the word.
So do we have to have an amendment?
We,
to
we,
that?
we do if you're just making a comment, if you're formally making that proposal, I think it's an amendment.
It amounts to an amendment in response to problems people are having with the current wording.
Will you allow me to speak, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
as BDI?
Yes. Go on.
Okay, thank you. Can you note it in the minutes? It's as BDI. I think there's a big danger with this. We were involved very heavily in the lobbying as well. The issue is that the UK government isn't responsible for banning or unbanning honeybees. It is the English. It's devolved. So the Northern Irish can have one view, and the English can have a different view, or England and Wales. What the English government, England and Wales government, DEFRA's point of view was bees outside England and Wales. So therefore, bees in Northern Ireland are caught between being overseas and part of the EU and being part of the UK. And that's the point Anne's alluding to, that the Northern Ireland Protocol absolutely gets in the way of this. And trying to ban bees into the UK is actually impossible because of the Northern Ireland Protocol, because that would include Northern Ireland, and we're not able to ban bees into Northern Ireland because there is free movement into Northern Ireland.
Steve Bonner.
I don't know, I can voice opinion, but that thing about England and Wales, it's nonsense because.
Steve, if you can speak.
Speaking as somebody from Cumbria, this thing about devolution and England and Wales excluding Northern Ireland, that would in effect exclude Scotland as well. And where I live, that's ridiculous.
Can I just make the point that it was actually reinforced by Northern Ireland and by Scotland, as well as England and Wales, when we were actually trying to lobby the government to ban it. But as Martin's already said, the Irish protocol is in place and it's not going to be moved easily.
So your amendment, the amendment was from
London 41.
And can London 41 tell me the words?
Well, in light of what you've just said about the legal position, I can't see the point.
Okay, thank you. Any other people to talk?
72 Newbury.
Oh, I was going to talk on the amendment.
Which isn't there anymore. Okay. Anybody else?
Cut me off.
Anybody else, Stephen?
Well, Hans was wanting to speak on the amendment from London, but that's now been withdrawn.
Yeah, okay. Anybody? Yes, gentleman in the room. And okay, the gentleman in the room has made a point of order. Can we move to a vote? Just for the minutes, can you say you were Staffordshire South? Are you happy, Margaret, to move to a vote on this? So we are voting back on the original proposition now. Sorry, just a minute. Were there any more questions being put? No. Okay. In which case,
can I exercise my right to reply?
Yes,
from Hampshire.
Yes. Just 1 second though. Although there was a point to move to the vote, we're going to move. We don't need to do that actually technically now because there are no more questions. So it was just a summing up from Hampshire, and then we move to the substantive vote.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and delegates. I'm really pleased that the original amendment has been defeated, because that would have absolutely negated the motion we put forward, which was deliberately designed to add clarity to the original 2015 motion. I think we have to be very clear about it when we set out what BBKA is trying to achieve. That doesn't mean it'll be achieved overnight, as I said earlier on, but our aim should be to seek the complete ban of the importation of honeybees, including queens and attendant workers, Because clearly that's what the original motion said. It said honeybees. It didn't exclude queens, but there was some ambiguity about it. Now, the various people have made valid points about what would happen if overnight there was no possibility of importing queens. Would we have enough, and so forth? This would actually accelerate our aim to be self-sufficient within the UK in terms of producing our own bees and queens. And as the spokesman from Cleveland said, there are many commercial beekeepers that are moving away from importation and are doing much more queen rearing. And I think we've got to accelerate that. Because as Roger Patterson said, we've got not just small hive beetle, we've got tropilelaps and so on. These are huge, huge threats. And going for the ease of being able to import queens when we need to from overseas simply belies the threat that is huge. And that's what this is all about. So I hope you will all pass this motion with unanimity.
Thank you very much indeed. Can we now go to a vote, please? You okay?
I think the vote, yeah, the vote's open.
Thank you.
Oh, where's that gone?
One more.
Hampshire. Hampshire, are you able to vote now, or would you still need?
No, I'm sorry. I've lost the link again. Can you do it for me? Can you vote in favour of the motion, please?
Okay, Michelle will do that this time. Once we finish that, can she send you a new vote so you are able to do your own?
Yes,
vote?
please.
Yeah, okay, but let her finish all of this first.
I guess you're voting for this time, Hampshire.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. This is a delegate vote.
So we've got 52 for, 12 against, and 2 abstentions. So that's passed.
Yeah, everybody written that down? Let's write it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
All right.
Can I call for a membership vote on this as well, please?
Sorry, who was that?
That's Hampshire.
Can I make an observation, please?
We're passing it for you.
No, sorry, he wants a membership vote. Can I make an observation, Miss Jack?
Yes.
From the publicity point of view, if I didn't make it, I suspect Tim Robert would. That calling for membership votes on things like this when we're campaigning is a great idea when it's unanimity. I would suggest when it's not unanimity, which it clearly isn't here, having a membership vote that shows we are not united is not a particularly good idea. And I would suggest you think about that before asking for a membership vote. But of course, it's entirely up to you.
I hear what you say, but isn't it equally true if it's simply a delegate vote? It's not unanimous. I mean, that's on the record.
I'm just giving an opinion. It's your prerogative. Okay.
I would like to ask for a membership vote.
All right, Michelle, can you set that up, please?
We've had
Yeah, will do.
for a membership vote from SLAM.
Okay, well, Hampshire was first, I think.
You please another Tim.
Tim, you agree with me? We're as one, Tim, as always. Are we open, Michelle?
Yeah, I've just opened it now.
Okay. So you're voting on the original proposition again. But we're using your... Oh, sorry. Too quick.
You went a bit too quick there.
Oh. Oh, Michelle,
Got the same problem about voting from Hampshire still.
I've sent Hampshire a new voting link. So
yeah, I
that
haven't
should be
yet
okay.
been able to get it to work. So
in the meantime, vote for him, will you please? Paul, who else is that? Nottinghamshire and
Norfolk.
Norfolk have voted. Nottinghamshire. Thank you. Michelle, when you're ready to talk out Hampshire.
Right, I've done the Hampshire vote. Oh, you can see that.
Yes, thanks, Lou.
Yeah, she's closed the vote where once everybody's voted, it doesn't really matter. It is a delegate vote, yes. Sorry, you didn't see that.
22,517 for, 4,173 against, a total of 26,690, 415 abstain.
Okay. So you're on the next proposition now, which is.
So the next one's from Hampshire as well.
An amendment into this one, haven't we?
Thank you, Chair. Can I introduce this motion? You want to read it out, do you?
Yes, please.
Sorry, just ones we had.
Already had an amendment.
That's okay. There is an amendment, but Hampshire has the right to speak on the original proposition first before
Okay.
we consider the amendment.
Let's get the proposition out then. The BBKA should continue to support the eradication of Asian hornet incursions. BBKA calls on the government to prepare a comprehensive plan before the end of 2022 for the implementation of a wide-scale monitoring and control programme to counter the spread of the Asian hornet across the UK, should the National Bee Unit resources be overwhelmed by Asian hornet incursions. Do you want to speak now on that one?
Yes, thank you, Chair. John Lowrise from Hampshire.
Hampshire, you're aware of the proposed amendment that's been circulated for that, which just puts the word June in.
Yes.
Are you happy to speak on it with June in, effectively?
I would be, but I thought procedurally you'd need to put that to delegates to whether they want to accept that amendment or not.
Probably
The
relevant.
fact that I'm willing to accept it doesn't, I think, mean that it automatically is included, does it?
No, it doesn't. I was just suggesting that when you give your introduction, you refer to that fact.
Yeah, I will do. In a sense, with the Asian hornet, we're in a phony war phase, rather like at the beginning of the Second World War, because we are expecting it to arrive at some point and it hasn't yet done so in force. We've had isolated instances, but I think most of us believe that it's not a question of if, it's rather a question of when it arrives. And at the moment, of course, the isolated incursions are being dealt with by the National Bee Unit, and that's fine. We've set up AHAT teams in local associations, so we're on standby. But it's very clear, if you look at the experience from the continent, and particularly from France, that we need to do an awful lot more, because if it arrives big time, it will really be too late. We won't have a plan in place. So it's about developing a contingency plan, which involves all the various parties that need to be involved, local authorities and so on, not just beekeepers and the National Bee Unit. And I think we must therefore urgently press the government to draw up a contingency plan. Taken the lack of preparedness for the pandemic, they might be more sympathetic to the need for contingency plans than they were previously. Now, I would point out that that doesn't involve the government making major expenditure at this stage. It's about developing a plan. And we can learn, we have the benefit of being able to learn from the experience of our continental neighbours, and particularly France. And a lot of people have been looking into this. I mean, some excellent work by Andrew Durham, for instance, of Cambridge BBKA, who spent quite a lot of time looking at how the French have responded. And so we can get up to speed more quickly, drawing on the experience from the continent. There are other issues, of course, that we need to be thinking about in terms of the AH, not least getting better public awareness of the threat that the Asian hornet poses. I think some people think it's just potentially a problem for beekeepers and honeybees, and of course they don't realize that the impact of the Asian hornet has on biodiversity and the wider insect population and the consequences of that. And that I think is an education job that we need to take a lead in making people more aware of the wider threat. And there are other things such as improving our sentinel monitoring programs and so forth, because we need to have the best possible early warning systems. So finally, let me just say I would happily accept the amendment from Harrigan and Rippon to say by the end of June. It is an urgent issue, developing a contingency plan. It may be somewhat ambitious to get government to think about doing something as quickly as that, but that's not to say we shouldn't try. And as I said earlier on, I think BBKA has got to set out its own position. It's got to be ambitious. It shouldn't compromise in advance because it thinks the government has got other things on its mind and so forth. All of those things will be true, but we need to be clear about what we think is the right thing to do. I hope delegates you'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anne, would you like to answer this
Yeah,
one?
thank you very much for that, John. There's a sense in what you've said there.
Hang on, Anne.
Oh. Sorry about that. I'll just repeat that. I was just saying to John, thank you very much. There's a lot of sense in what you've said there. And I think one of the things that does need to be highlighted is the fact that costs will not just be on the national government, it will be on local councils as well to eradicate nests. The implication of a lot of incursions is very serious. You mentioned France. I'd like to mention Jersey. There is one issue which is difficult to understand, and that is when it's likely to happen, because Jersey have seen numbers coming into there oscillating a little. I think their numbers may have been lower this year because they initiated a program of spring trapping of queens. I think there's lots of ways in which you can go forward. It needs a lot of publications and publishing, and I think you're quite right to raise the issue of biodiversity. There are other groups looking at it. We have actually, we're always in communication with the other groups about it. It is a great concern, and we would be very happy to push it forward. I'm not sure the end of June is practicable. I think we need to push it forward as soon as possible, and certainly by the end of the year they should come up with something, but I don't want to limit our scope for doing things.
We have this amendment, Margaret, which is on the screen now, which is just putting the extra word in.
Can I read the amendment, please?
Well, just sticking the word June in rather than end of.
Yes.
Yeah. That's been proposed. We need a seconder for that amendment. Do we have a seconder? Waiting for somebody to type it on the Q&A.
First one in, fastest fingers, 27,
Gwent. So we have a seconder for Gwent. There is somebody, I think, who wants to speak specifically on the amendment. So anybody wants to speak now, the only thing you're talking about is putting the word June in or not.
29, Harrogate.
Harrogate, who were the proposer of it.
Harrogate, are you going to speak?
They're probably pressing the buttons for him. Yep, you're on now.
Harrogate.
I was muted. Can you hear me?
You can.
Lovely, thank you. Yes, first of all, on behalf of Harrogate and Ripon, I'd very much like to thank Hampshire for tabling this proposition, and I would go on to support everything that John said. Our reason for raising an amendment certainly wasn't in criticism in any way of Hampshire's proposition, but was a recognition of just how serious a threat this is, and a consideration that perhaps we might consider ourselves to have been very lucky thus far. The NBU has done a fantastic job of tracking and destroying Asian hornet incursions thus far, but to do that, they've been able to draw upon bee inspectors from across the country. In the event that we had multiple concurrent incursions, they would not have that capacity, and at that point they would be overwhelmed in their ability to respond. Likewise, if we missed a single nest, which went on to produce sexuals, which dissipated to produce second generation colonies, at that point, the powers that be could consider that the Asian hornet has become established, and again at that point, that might be the tipping point where funding is withdrawn from the NBU in terms of their actions against Asian hornet. So by putting a deadline of June, we realised it was an optimistic deadline, but we also thought that the end of the year was really missing another potential breeding season in the UK. And if either of those two events occurred, i.e. multiple incursions or a nest being missed and establishing second generation nests, then it would be we really need a plan in place before that happens, rather than waiting until it does happen and then trying to deal with it. So by putting an optimistic date forward, we were hoping that we could at least have something in place before what could be a current breeding season this year.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Can we now go for a vote on the amendment that
There are two people that want to speak, but I'm not sure whether they want to speak on the amendment or the proposition.
They are whom?
37 West Norfolk wanted to speak on the proposition.
Okay.
Tim Brother.
on the proposition or the amendment?
Either of you two want to speak specifically on inserting the word June or not, or defer until the talk on the proposition once amended?
Yeah, hi, West Norfolk here. Well, the proposition was put forward before we could discuss the amendment, the proposition as a whole. The amendment was put forward before we could discuss it. I only wanted to make a quick point about the fact that I wholeheartedly support, and I think my association would wholeheartedly support this. I wanted it minuted that I think as an organisation, we should put thanks to the National Bee Unit and its bee inspectorates for doing such a fantastic job over this year. I know I've heard...
I'm sorry, but can we just limit, we're just voting now. The speak has to be on the amendment. You talk about that afterwards, please.
But you didn't give us a chance to speak about the initial proposal before the amendment.
Well, we are going to have a substantive debate once we've debated on putting the word June or not in.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can we go forward for a vote on the amendment?
Does Tim wish to speak about the word June or the substantive main proposition?
Okay.
Michelle,
can you do the necessary, please?
Yep, the vote's open.
Thank you.
This is to amend the proposition to include the word June. What am I doing?
Four to go, 2 to go.
Essex, Richard.
You need help, Richard? No, can you close this down then? Can you lock it down, please, Michelle?
Yep, the vote's locked.
(44) for the amendment, 17 against the amendment, and 4 abstentions. So the word June goes into the proposition.
Okay, now, if we're on substantial debate, do you want to go back to West Norfolk to carry on where we cut you off?
Yes. Okay, West Norfolk.
Yes, thank you. As I was just saying, I wanted to highlight how...
Sorry, somebody's point of something. Somebody's called for a membership vote on just the word June. Did they really mean that?
There's Tony Jefferson Yorks.
He wants a membership vote on the word June. Okay. Okay. Michelle, can you set a membership vote up, please?
Yep, that's done.
Okay, so you are voting again whether you want to insert the word June or not into this proposition. What am I doing? I'm doing that. Yeah, no, I'm going to show who's not voted and voted. Who's that? Newcastle.
Do you need help, Newcastle? Annette? Do you need help?
We'll close it.
Can we just close it then, Michelle?
Yeah, that's locked.
No, she's done it. She's done it.
Even me, you got
The nick
it.
of time. The nick of time.
This is a membership vote.
17,718 for, 8,254 against. The total vote cast was 25,972 and abstentions 1,133.
So it's passed. Okay, so now we're back to West Norfolk, carrying on to talk about the substantive motion.
Okay.
Which will be on the screen in a minute.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. As I just said, I just wanted to make it known that my association and myself wholeheartedly support the proposal. And I wish to extend, and I hope the BBKA and my fellow delegates would join me in extending thanks to the National Bee Unit and the bee inspectors for the fantastic job that they have done so far on ensuring that we do not have an incursion or significant incursion of Asian hornet into the UK. I know from having talks from a local bee inspector that they've travelled miles, and the NBU and the bee inspectors have been very quick to adapt their practice and move with what they learn and further their knowledge on how to keep on top of this incursion. So I would just like to extend my thanks to them and also our support for this proposal.
Thank you very much. Stephen? Tim Lovett. Tim, you're the floor again.
Yes, good afternoon. You can all hear me, I hope.
Yeah.
And this is really rather a general point that I want to make, and that is that we've had a number of propositions today that invite the executive to undertake lobbying work. And whilst I find myself in agreement with the concepts that are being advanced, I know, I won't say from bitter experience, from a very happy experience in my active time at Stoneleigh, just how much hard work and effort has to be put in if these propositions are going to be anything more than just mother love and apple pie. We can, I approve of trying to get the numbers of members, and of course, much better, Martin, when it is unanimous. But when you really consider the financial cost, it is substantial, vastly more than is being estimated here. A few postage stamps, printing a few leaflets. If you're going to lobby, you are going to travel. On some weeks when I was lobbying on the Bee Health program, I was going to London 4 times. So that was £100 just in rail fares, let alone what other subsistence or other forms of bribery were involved in getting our message across. So I have great sympathy with the membership that wants to see these things happening, but I think we should not open up battles on all fronts. That lost Adolf Hitler the last war, thank God. But we need to manage our resources, and there's a huge amount of effort that the BBKA is doing rightly in its main activity of training and teaching. Lobbying is very relevant and very important, but I think we need to be reasonable and be quite realistic about what we can achieve. No, we should not dilute our message from the word go. One of our speakers has made that quite clear. But I think we should be a little bit more guarding of our resource. It is limited. The BBKA is largely dependent on volunteers. I was greatly fortunate when we were campaigning. We had really a single objective, and I would argue that the BBKA, the membership, has never been better united than in that period. but it was a single issue that we were on. So if I had a vote, I'd vote for this, but I'd also want to be reasonable about what we can really expect to be delivered, and we should not overextend ourselves.
Thank you very much, Tim. That's very good advice. Thank you.
Any more people wish to speak? Nobody wishing to speak on the proposition as it now is amended. So,
okay. So can we go for the vote now on the proposition?
Can I have the right to reply?
Vote's now open, sorry.
Yes, if you can do it quickly, please.
You can do it, and people may or not wish to vote while you're talking.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would like just to comment on the point that Tim Lovett just made. I recognize there is a resource implication, but this is so very important. And it may be that the executive needs to think about repositioning some of its other priorities, because something like the impact of the Asian hornet is so massive on all of us that once it comes, it's going to hit everybody big time. So I just want to make that point, that I think, yes, it is a resource implication in terms of time, but it's a very high priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going on with the voting now.
Are we having a tea break? Or are we not? We're going to have a tea break, are we?
Yes. After this one, we're having a
There's
tea
been a
break.
debate at the top table as to whether we need a bit of a break. And the conclusion seems to be yes, is it, ladies?
Yeah. 4 to go. Kent, Reading, Northern Ireland, Linden, and New. Oh, that's one.
Sorry, my connection on my other computer has gone down, so I'm just trying to re-establish that to vote. Bear with me.
Reading and Kent.
Thanks, Lyndon.
Steve for Kent and Reading.
Hazel.
Hazel.
They might have gone on the tea break.
Okay. Are you happy to take
Yeah.
that?
Can we take that one, please, Michelle?
Yep, the vote's locked.
Thank you. 62 for, 2 against, no abstentions.
Okay. It's
So that one's passed.
3 o'clock. It's not 3 o'clock. It's 6
5
minutes
minutes,
to 3.
it's 5 minutes to 3. So can we have a tea break until 10 minutes past 3?
Yeah. 15:15. 15:10.
15:10.
Yeah. Okay. That's on.
I'll mute us then, shall I?
Please. We might have another job for you. Email me. Email.
I will email you by the end.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're
No,
back
just,
on again now, so can we resume, please?
right. Okay. Let me think about what I'm doing here.
The proposition
Yeah,
number 8.
sorry. Number 8.
8. That's the one.
That is proposed by the BBK trustee, Stephen, who isn't
Stephen, who
here.
isn't here.
Neither is Anne Rowbury.
There's a proposed amendment to that as well, Martin.
There is, yes, but we need somebody to talk about the proposition, and all the BBK executive will run off. Well, would you like to come and speak on this proposed proposition, Howard?
Last one, the delegates are all.
Martin, you might want to be on mute while you're just deciding what tack to take.
We're quite happy to be discussing this in full view glare of the delegates.
Well, saying that the trustees have run off isn't perhaps the most appropriate language then.
All right, okay. The trustees are, the relevant trustees just isn't in the room.
Are we not going to accept the amendment?
Well, that we need the trustee from the executive who is talking about that to say that. Sorry, folks. I'm sorry you're all back. The people that person isn't. Anne. No. Howard, just bash on the door. Yes, she's there. Anne, we're all waiting for you. You need to come and speak, Anne. There.
We're all waiting for you.
We're waiting for you, Anne.
I'm Steve.
You've got to come and speak on the proposition on the screen.
Right. Stephen then. Stephen.
Additional sentences of the BBKA Constitution as follows. 12.7 representation of organisations and corporate members. An association or a corporate body which is a member of the BBKA may, in accordance with its usual decision-making process, authorize a person to act as its representative from any delegate being the BBKA. The representative is entitled to exercise the same powers as an organisation or a corporate body as the organisation. So I take it nobody could hear.
No, because we moved the mic over.
We're going to start again. That was yes, go on, Stephen, you read it out.
Right, can you hear me now? Yeah, what this proposition is doing is inserting clarification in that we want to amend the section 12.7 of the Constitution to clarify something that arose at the last ADM about the role of trustees and exam board members acting as delegates. In practice, it's never happened, but it did arise last time through a misunderstanding. And this proposition intends to just clarify that in the Constitution by adding those words in red. A BBKA trustee or a member of the examination boards may not be an ADM delegate.
A BBKA proposition doesn't need a seconder. There is an amendment which is on the screen, a proposed amendment there, Stephen.
Yeah, that comes from
West Sussex. Does West Sussex want to speak on that amendment?
I think he did.
Roger, ladies, can you put Roger on? Yeah. We on?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, it seems daft to me that somebody's barred from being a delegate, yet they could possibly be able to vote for somebody else. So it that's why I just asked for an amendment. or act as proxy. But actually, just looking at this, Martin, if you don't mind me saying so, I wonder if the word may should be changed to shall.
Well, Roger, you've put an amendment forward as it stands at the moment. I think if you want to do another amendment, we have to deal with it.
I mentioned that for discussion because I think they might mean different things. I'm putting forward or act as a proxy.
Is there a seconder for this, please? For the amendment, yes. Lee?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Who a seconder?
I'm new to the job. Yorkshire.
Yorkshire seconded it. Okay. Is there anybody who wants to speak on the amendment? So just adding the word as a proxy. I'm giving them 10 seconds to put on your questions.
No. Can we go forward for a vote on the amendment, please, Michelle?
Votes now open.
Thank you.
This is the amendment to put the word
Act as proxy.
to add in proxies.
Constitutional amendments only reach 75%.
Yeah, as you may not have heard that, this is a constitutional amendment, so we need 75% of the people voting, excluding the abstentions.
There's 2 to go.
Sorry. You're quite right. You're sorry. Apologise. This is an amendment, so it doesn't require. You're keeping us on our toes. Richard, Essex.
Thank you. Okay, Michelle.
The vote's now locked.
Thank you.
Margaret, people can't hear you. Margaret, can you read it?
Sorry, is that it? Sorry, I'm waiting for something else to come up. 462 against 3, abstentions 1. So 65 votes in all. 62 for, 3 against.
Okay, so it is passed. Does anybody want to speak on the substantive amendment now?
On the proposition,
sorry,
you mean?
substantive
On the proposition.
Yeah. Nobody? 10 seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
They were quick seconds,
3,
those. Quick seconds.
2, 1. Michelle, can we go for the vote, please?
Nope, nobody did? No?
No.
Okay, yeah, going to a vote.
The vote is now open.
Thank you.
Graphic view.
There's 3 to go. 1 to go.
Warwickshire.
Are you having problems, Warwickshire?
Are you happy to accept it?
It's Dougie.
Yeah, are you happy to accept? We're
Yes.
going to wait.
Yes, we'll accept that. Can we close that one, please, Michelle?
Yeah, the vote's locked.
(62 for, 3 against, no abstentions. So the total votes cast were 65.
Okay, that's passed.
Oh, what's that one out of the way? The next one is proposition number 9. And this is that an additional clause be added to section 16 information for the new charity trustee of the BBKA constitution. Stephen, do you want to talk on this one?
Again, this was just a tidying up. the constitution for the CIO is, I think, in a way still bedding in. Just to be clear for new trustees joining the board, that they do need to sign a code of conduct, and therefore it was felt that that needs to be added to the constitution. So we're proposing to add clause D, BBKA trustee code of conduct, which must be signed by the new trustee before the first EC meeting following the ADM.
Yes, Suzanne, 88 Tyneside.
Hello, Lee.
Yeah, you're on.
No, Suzanne Foster from Tyneside, yes?
Apologies.
Hey.
Hello.
Yep, you're on. Yep.
Hi. In line with the BBKA wishing to promote equality, diversity and inclusivity, I recommend an amendment so that where it says his or her first appointment, it should be changed to their first appointment.
Is that a formal amendment? Are you proposing
I
that?
wish to propose that.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that?
It doesn't actually say his or her.
It does.
Yes, it does. Well, it's not it. No, it doesn't say his or her in the amendment. It says his or her in the description. So his or her is not in the amendment.
Sorry, hang on, guys. Standing orders point here. What is being proposed is an extra clause at the bottom. What this lady is suggesting is that we amend 16 in two ways, which we can easily do in this one here, and cross off the word his or hers and replace it with their. And that effectively.
Can I just say that is an extract from the current constitution?
Yeah, so this is we are amending the constitution. We would be amending the constitution in two ways for this paragraph, like that, effectively, which is perfectly acceptable to do. Like that. Is there a second? Sorry, Margaret. Is there a seconder for that? Yeah.
There you go.
Hertfordshire in the room. Is there anybody that wants to speak specifically on replacing his and hers with their?
Well, I've got Leslie Jacks from Cheshire wants to speak, but I'm not sure what.
Leslie, do you want to speak on the gender issue that we're doing now, or on the substantive proposition?
There we are. I do. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's just that if we amend this particular clause of the Constitution, there's a subsequent knock-on effect to the rest of the Constitution. Now, I don't have it in front of me, and I don't know whether the terminology his or her is used in other places, but I'm sure that it is. So we can't do this without taking on board that there are other areas of the Constitution that are going to need substantial revision.
Can I discuss that openly now with Stephen and say you could accept this one and then make a note to review the rest of the Constitution for the same thing and come back with a whole list of proposition changes next year?
Oh my word.
Yeah. The advantage of doing this one now is it puts this one in cast in stone effectively and sets you a bigger precedent, if you like, for the future.
Can we not just go through the Constitution, because we have to send the Constitution to the Charities Commission? Can we not just go through replaces and her with their?
That would what Lee said was, could we not just go through the Constitution and replace his and her with their? But no, they are. We need a formal proposition and a vote to do that. So you would have to do that next year, I would say.
To be honest, I think it's worse to be inconsistent. So it's worse to change one and not the rest of it than it would be to shelve this until next year and to make a separate proposition.
Okay.
That the entire Constitution is gone through properly and it's done all in one go.
Okay, well, if you're making that point and if delegates accept that point, they will vote against this proposed amendment.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay. Is any other people want to discuss?
Mike Duffin, Bournemouth, and also John Norris of Hampshire.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, I've got a call to a vote on the amendment. Is that the motion?
Sorry, just a minute.
Who's
I would suggest you, if just you ask the two people who said they wanted to speak, are they specifically talking about their, or are they his and hers, or are they talking general?
Yeah.
Who are they?
Well, did you say Bournemouth? Bournemouth and Hampshire.
So are you talking about the amendment or the proposition?
The
But no, Bournemouth, who's been turned on, I believe.
Just one small point.
Sorry.
Is it on the amendment or is it on the proposition?
The proposition.
Okay, in that case, we come back to that. And
I just don't think the which should be in.
Sorry. Come back to you. Hampshire, are you talking? Do you wish to talk about his and hers into there, or do you wish to talk about the substantive proposition?
No, I want to make the point that the suggestion for changing his and her to there is perfectly reasonable, but we really shouldn't spend a lot of time at the ADM dealing with things like that. I mean, that's a tidying up issue, which we should refer back to the executive to have a look at and bring back to us any changes, grammatical, spelling, proper wording like this. It's not worth us spending time at the ADM talking about that. It's somebody else needs to get on and do it.
Thank you very much indeed for those comments.
Right.
Sincerely.
So in that case, you go. Sorry, Margaret.
So can we go back to the amendment? Are we going to
we're going to
vote on the amendment?
We're going to vote on replacing his and hers with there. If you want there to go in, you will be voting for this amendment. If you wish it to stay as his and hers, then you would vote against.
Okay, it's the vote's open.
Thank you.
Michelle.
There's 5 to go. 4. 2. 1. Hampshire. Thanks, Michelle. Can you lock it, love?
Vote's locked.
Well, there's 29 for the amendment and 33 against it.
Okay, so it's not changed.
So we're not changing it.
Okay.
So can we vote?
Well, hang on, no, because there are people who want to speak on the proposition. Hampshire, we cut off. We want somebody moved to a vote. Did that, Lee? Yes. Or was it? It was a vote on this. You've got somebody who wants a membership vote on the his and hers and theirs. Okay.
Michelle, can you hear, love?
I can. I'll just need to create the slide for that.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the people in the room. Are you happy that I don't put that slide back up again? We all know what we're talking about. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. They're all nodding at me, so I assume everybody at home does as well. You are voting again on the same vote you've just done as to whether you approve. If you vote yes, you are approving that his and hers has changed to there. You are voting. If you vote against, you wish it to stay as his and hers, and it will be a membership vote this time when Michelle is ready.
The vote's open.
Thanks, Michelle. Just 3 to go, 2 to go. Thank you. Let's close, Michelle.
The vote's now locked.
Thank you. The same results.
Still against, yeah.
For 9,778, against 14,910, abstentions 2,417. The total votes cast were 24,688.
So there are now Hampshire. We cut off who wanted to talk on the substantive proposition?
No, sorry, I don't. I want to talk on the
Okay.
amendment. That's
It was
fine, I've
Bournemouth.
done that.
Right, okay, Bournemouth. Bournemouth want to talk on the proposition. Which I will put back on the screen. Mike, do you want to come and say something?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can.
I just don't think the word which should be in D, because the conduct must be signed by the new trustee, not which must be signed.
It doesn't say which must be
The
signed.
reason that the which is in there is because that paragraph is listing the things that need to be sent to new charity trustees. So they need to be sent a trustee code of conduct, which must be signed by the new trustee before the first meeting. Did you hear that?
Any other comments? Any other requests to speak?
How do we get back to the questions and answers?
Everything should be accommodated.
I could agree with that.
Any more?
I just think. No, I don't believe so. No.
Oh.
Okay, can you turn Roger on then, please? Okay. Is Roger the only one?
Yeah.
Okay, so we would move to the vote, but Roger wants to say something very quickly. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, can you be quick? Can you be quick, Roger, please?
Yeah, it's wording. Under the line 16, information with new charity, there's a word "the" in there immediately before his. It shouldn't be there.
Okay, that was my typo.
Okay, Martin, that's fine.
That's word isn't in the constitution.
No.
No, that was me when I was replacing it back again. Okay.
So we've got to move to vote.
We
Vote,
don't
yeah.
even need to. I think you would
I'm
just
quite
go
happy
anyway.
quite happy to vote. Can we put the voting up, please, Michelle?
Votes open.
Thank you. Just 3 to go. One to go.
Thinking that.
Are you having difficulty, Medway? Can we close the vote? Can you close the vote, please, Michelle?
Yep, the vote's closed.
Thank you. $64 for, 1 against, 65 votes in all.
And that's the constitutional change. So that's the one that needs 75%, which clearly it
And
has.
we've got 98%.
Okay.
Right, the next one.
Is
The clause 21(2) of the BBKA Constitution be replaced with the following text to better reflect the current administrative process of capitation using the e-return to membership database. I think that's over to you, isn't it?
Yeah. Anybody want to?
Doug Brown of Cambridge.
Doug Brown of Cambridge. Okay. Well, if somebody's going to speak about it, I suppose I ought to just say it's self-explanatory. I'm happy for it to be self-explanatory. Okay, Doug.
Yeah, hold on a second. I've got something in the way. Right. Okay. Just a couple of things that came from our membership secretary. And the first one is that we use the e-return system and make our returns, but we are doing it manually and we send something in twice a year. will that still be available to us? Because our own systems will not work with the BBKA system.
Nothing changes in this respect, Doug. It is simply putting into the Constitution what is currently happening. Okay,
can I also give you some suggestions that our secretary made? She said that
are they in relation to ER2 or suggestions for this proposition?
To ER2. Do
you mind emailing them to me out with this meeting, please?
Yeah, we'll do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Yep. Okay. Roger.
Sorry, I'm trying to type for another proposition, so that's not appropriate.
You don't want anything?
No, thank you.
Anybody else on this one? No.
No.
Okay.
Can we go for a vote, please?
Proposition
Michelle?
10.
Yep, the vote's open.
Number 10. Just 2 to go. It's always a different 2, isn't it? 1 to go. Is that working?
Wokingham.
Are you okay, Wokingham? Kevin?
Close it. You close it.
Yeah, can we close it, Michelle? Oh, no, he's managed it right at the last minute. Can we close it, please, Michelle?
Yeah, it's now locked.
Right, 64 for, 1 against, and 1 abstaining.
Okay. Again, that was a 75% one, which we clearly made.
Okay. The next one is number 11.
Yeah, okay, Stephen. Just 1 second.
There's an amendment.
Yeah, sorry, hang on. No, sorry. Yeah, do you want to just explain?
Martin.
Yes. Okay. The purpose of this proposition was to correct an anomaly where we've got trustees serving 2 3-year terms and then 1 2-year term, and that's throwing up anomalies of vacancies for 1 year and 2 years. We received an amendment, which is, I think, where the discussion should be, and that amendment is again agreeing to 3 3-year terms, but it allows for a trustee to serve 9 consecutive years, including 2 years as president, and then take a break of 2 years and be eligible for re-election at the end of that break. This, I would think that this proposition is better in that it helps the exam board out where there is a shortage of potential qualified trustees to sit on the exam board. And I would suggest that if, when we have the debate, it's about this amendment.
Okay, so yeah, okay, yeah. Avon would look, Avon need a seconder to this amendment. We have one, I'm sure we've got one. Somebody in the back of the room here who is Staffordshire South. Thank you.
Okay.
Avon then to speak on the amendment.
Thanks, Martin. Well, yes, first of all, thank you for circulating the text earlier in the week. And as Stephen mentioned, we feel that the text is written better, that it now enables trust members who become trustees early in their working career not to be barred in seeking re-election at a later point. With the adoption of the 3 3-year terms, again leads to less disruption of the executive committee. And the final sentence there shows the separation between the executive committee and the exam board elections. So we feel this is a better text for 14.3.
Thank you very much.
I would suggest is if there's anybody who has any, okay, but do they wish to speak concerning this amendment, or do they wish to speak about the substantive proposition once we've accepted this first, if we choose to do so? Okay, well, okay, put him on. We'll ask the question then. Tim, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, Martin, I really need to speak in general about this, so I don't, I can speak to the amendment, or probably it's better to whatever the meeting decides they want to debate finally.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, can we put Tim on hold to talk later? Anybody else? Roger?
Yes, yes, Martin. The thing that concerns me is that you could have somebody who's on the executive as a trustee for 8 years and independently elected for a 2-year term as president, but under either of these propositions, they can only serve 1 year as president, which seems unreasonable to me.
Roger, that is a point to debate once we've decided which one we're going to go on to. So can you just?
Well, no, sorry, Martin, I'm proposing an amendment to the amendment.
Well, we need to vote. We need to accept the amendment first. So or reject it. So hold that and let's have a vote on this amendment first.
Steve,
okay.
Steve, are you right?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So, for the avoidance of doubt, the exam moderator appointed, there has been a suggestion that he will be restricted in their term, which may not be appropriate. But turning to the amendment, it's considered good practice for charity trustees to have a maximum term in total of 5 years. The House of Lords reported on Charity Commission, recommended this to the Charity Commission. The Commission did not accept this, not because it's against it, but because it will be a problem for some charities. These are the small local charities and those with specific family links. The BBKA in itself is not a small charity. We've seen that. We've seen it. We're budgeting for millions of pounds, £1 million here. So we're not small, nor are we linked to families. In the interest of equality and particularly diversity, this limit is important as it will encourage new candidates, as it is well known that those who are new are often unwilling to challenge the establishment. The suggestion of a fallow period is not a reasonable alternative, as it goes on to encourage the usual suspects, i.e. the establishments, to re-stand. We need a vibrant and up-to-date association with new trustees coming forward to serve, not a recurrence of former trustees. No longer should the corridor power hear something like, let's get so-and-so to stand again. He's well known and was good as a trustee last time. He knows a lot about the association. So please oppose this amendment and vote for the change to enable the BBK to follow best practice for a charity.
Thank you very much.
Any more, Lee, that wish to speak on this amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Melanie. Okay, Melanie first.
Wonderful. I would just like to ask you, please, to highlight the amendment to this amendment in a separate colour.
We
I'm
are
lost.
replacing the entire paragraph. So this will become, or that's what proposed. It becomes, I think, too complicated. So this would replace the original proposition.
So the amendment to the amendment is what is, so the original amendment doesn't count.
Correct. Yes. The original proposition is replaced. The difference, if perhaps I'll answer the question I suspect you're asking, is what is the difference between the original proposition and this one?
Yes.
Is the fact that they have to have a fallow period, as the previous person called it, before they can stand for re-election. The original proposition did not allow for them to re-stand at all. Can't. So here you can have your 9 years, and then you can carry on after a fallow period of 2 years.
Thank you.
That's yeah. Okay, that isn't relevant to this bit. Yeah. Sorry.
To correct Steve Jacqueline, my understanding is the Charity Commission recommendation is 9 years, not 5.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a comment that it was 9, not 5, but I don't think that negates his general point about fallow and new people.
I did say 9.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else want to make a point on this amendment? Okay. No. Lee, count to 10.
Move to a vote.
Well, we effectively are going to do that if there's nobody else wants to speak.
Can we move to a vote now, please, Michelle?
So we are.
It's now open.
So we are amending the proposition so it reads what is said on the screen rather than what is in your pack.
Roger saying he wishes to amend the amendment.
Well, that's okay. Let's see whether it's amended first.
I'm waiting for 4, 2. Longer than we'll check.
You take that.
Have to go for a cup of tea. Yeah, well, there's just London. Can you manage to vote? I think we'll go for a vote. No, she's done it. London's done it. Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, the vote's now locked.
For the amendment 47, against the amendment 17, 2 abstentions.
Okay, so
the amendment's passed.
No. Amendment only needs 50%. Yeah, I was waiting for someone to say that. Yeah, okay. Membership vote, please, Michelle. I'll go back.
Yeah, I just need to download the results, then I'll do that next.
Yeah, okay.
Membership vote's now open.
Just 3 to go. 2. 1. Thank you. Thanks, Michelle.
Yep, the vote's locked.
Membership.
Yep. $22,987 agree. 3,877 disagree. Total votes cast 26,864. 241 abstentions. So the proposition is against 3867. The amendment is carried. So we are back.
We now need to vote on it.
Well, no, I think people want to speak. There's a whole series of people to speak on it.
Yeah.
There's a whole series of people. Who's first? Was he first, or were there some speakers first? Roger was first. Okay. What do you want to say, Roger?
Yes, it was this business about if somebody's been on the executive for 8 years, if they're then elected as president, where they independently to this clause, elected for 2 years, they can only serve the first year of that presidency. So I would propose after 9 consecutive years, and I've got here in brackets, you can do what you like, with the exception of the president who may complete the 2nd year of a presidential term.
Hang on, sorry, wait a minute. I think Stephen would wish to just debate that before you put that proposition forward.
The whole point of this was that you've served 9 consecutive years, and if you wish to be president, you need to plan your motion to be president within that 9 years. So you would serve 7 years and then stand for president, if you want to stand for president.
There could be reasons why people couldn't do that. It could be family reasons or anything of that nature.
Yeah, then we're back to 9 years and 2 years. The whole point of this was to try and tidy this up, and that you stood for three-year terms, and if you wish to be president, it would have to be in one of those 3-year terms.
That is assuming that somebody already on the EC is proposed as a president. It could well be somebody from outside.
It would only be, sorry to cut over you, Roger, but it would only apply to people who were on the executive. If they weren't on the executive, they wouldn't be limited to a 1-year stance. They couldn't be if they weren't on the executive.
Having heard that, Roger, are you still wanting to put a proposition forward, or will you just accept that was a comment that you've made? Sorry, an amendment.
If you can find a seconder, I'm happy to put it forward.
No, quite what I meant, but okay.
Can we have Doug Brown like to speak?
No, we need to see whether this goes forward with a seconder or not. If nobody comes on to second it on the Q&A, then we move forward.
I've got, with the exception of the president, who may complete the 2nd year of a presidential term.
Okay, all right, yeah, I think we've got the gist of it, Roger. No, I don't believe anybody is seconding you. Sorry. No, they're not. Okay. Who have you got now to speak?
I've got
Doug Brown.
Yeah, the 8 years, one of the reasons for the 8 years, as I understand it, was that people could do 2 terms as a trustee, and then they could spend 2 years as the president if they were then elected. And that was within the 8 years. If we go for 9 years, that then allows for 3 years, 3 terms as a trustee, which may or may not be a good thing. But it if a person actually gets elected as the president, then they will have done 2 years and 1 as a trustee before becoming president, who is also a trustee. I understand, I accept that, but it seems to me that the 8-year term is a better term than the 9.
Okay, a comment. Anybody else?
Martin, may I speak, please?
Yeah.
I've had my name down for some days. Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse me if I put some historical perspective here. When we carried out the substantial, that was Ivor Davis and I carried out and successfully got approved, a massive revision of the Constitution in 2007-8, we had the partial term of 2 years and 1 year in there deliberately. I'll explain that in a moment, but perhaps let me tell you my own career at the BBKA. I was elected, I believe, in 2001, and I got a 2-year term because there was a partial term up for grabs. I then came back and was elected twice over for 3-year terms. So I achieved the maximum of 8 years, but that was as a regular member of the executive. I was then permitted, and indeed the Constitution says the president shall hold office for a period of 2 years, nothing to do with the trustees. It's a separate election for 2 years, and I was elected president. I was then obliged to go into purdah for 2 years, and then I was able to stand again, and I was successfully elected for another 3-year term. So if I do the arithmetic on that, it looks like I did 11 years as a trustee, with a 2-year break when I was president and 2 years when I couldn't stand again. So that illustrates how that works. the design, the purpose of the 2-year and 1-year term was to enable to get people who were starting out to get onto the ladder. We had people leaving, moving, resigning, even dying, whatever, in service. So these 1- and 2-year terms come up. Now, one of the most important phrases in this thing is 14.2. The elected members of the EC and the examination board shall be divided into 3 groups. Each year at the ADM, 1 group shall retire in rotation. So that means 4 people go. That doesn't affect the president. He's only there for, or she or they are only there for 2 years. But the remaining 12 trustees are in 3 groups of 4. You have to consider this in order to get proper rotation, that it is a gearbox. And those 3 groups of 4 are in synchrony. If you allow somebody to join a group with longer than 3 years on a 1-year term, the whole gearbox is out of mesh, and you will find that you are churning out cogs during the year when you can have a year when 5 or 6 people could go. And that is not good for continuity. I understand that this proposition put forward by the executive is exceedingly well meant. Not all of you may remember the great difficulty we've had in the past of attracting people to stand as trustees. And there have been occasions when there effectively hasn't been an election, it's been a shoo-in. But now we are seeing a little more competition, which is great. And I think what I would suggest to the executive is, and we've already seen by various comments that there are problems with this as proposed. The 1-year president, no, you've got to keep that person out of that altogether. But you do not want to limit the ability to bring people back if they were any good. Now, I may have been rubbish, but I managed to persuade people to come back, to let me back in, and so on. My argument is very much, the executive, I think, would be wise to take this back in and kick it around a little bit longer to make sure the arithmetic works, because you cannot pass this new 14.3 without bearing in mind the existing clause about, which is 14, if I've got it right, 14.4, where it talks about 1- and 2-year terms. If we're moving to exclusively 3-year terms, then that runs quite at variance with 14.4.
20 seconds left, Tim.
Thank you. I've reached my conclusion. Please consider taking this in, and I hope the meeting will agree. Act in haste, repent at leisure. Let's get it right if we're going to make this change.
Can I, from a standing orders point of view, how many people now wish to speak, and do we have any other suggestions on there? Okay. Okay, I would suggest you take that.
And then we go for vote.
Yeah.
I want to reply to that because
yes.
Oh, well, okay. Let you reply at the end, but when Hampshire have made their point.
Can we have that one?
John.
Hello, John.
Yeah. Can I speak? I spent my whole career working in universities dealing with governance issues, and universities are charities, and we went through exactly this same kind of issue. Because people used to be members of the governing body, the equivalent of the trustees of BBKA, for endless numbers of years. And the Charity Commissioners found that really this is not good practice. So I think 14.3 is a fundamental requirement. The issue that Tim Lovett is raising about 1-, 2-, and 3-year terms is about managing the turnover so that not everyone retires at the same time. But that is a supplementary requirement to this one. This is a very important issue that we should not have people elected and staying on the executive, and this is true of any charity, for periods of over 9 years. But can I make one other point, that it's actually not 9 years, it's 3 terms of 3 years. and people have to stand for re-election. And if they're not any good, frankly, then they ought to get re-elected. So they may not do 9 years. It's only people that are serving well when there's a competition that will go on and do the full number of years.
Thank you very much indeed.
So you're going to go to a vote on.
Does Stephen want to speak?
Oh, Stephen's going to sum up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that the last speaker summed it up quite well. This does not do away with the rotation. You're still only serving a 3-year term, and then you stand for re-election. And if you're no good and the next proposition carries, then you won't get re-elected, even if there's a vacancy. The 1 and 2 year terms will still occur if, as we've had during my terms of office, trustees come in for a year and decide they don't like it and step down. So you're still going to have a 2 year term. And if the president chooses to stand within those 9 years, you'll have a 2 year term. So that those rotations are still there. This doesn't negate that. This is just extending it from 8 years to 9 years, 3 equal terms of 3 years.
Yeah, the vote is as per the Avon amendment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that ready, or you're doing it?
It's just launched now.
Thanks, Michelle.
This is a constitutional vote now, so it will need 75%.
Just 2 to go. Manchester and Bournemouth. Anybody having difficulty? Bournemouth's gone. Manchester, are you okay? Thank you. Michelle, can you take it, love?
Yeah, it's locked.
60% for.
No.
Sorry, 60 for, 5 against, 1 abstention.
So that is 92%. So it is a 75%. Therefore, it's passed. Next one.
Last but not least.
Just thinking how I'm going to put this on the screen. Stephen, do you just want to speak and say what this is? That's probably easiest rather than start reading out all the words. So that's what we have now.
Yeah. Right. At the last annual delegates meeting, I asked for an indicative vote as to whether there would be support for me introducing a proposition which required nominees for trustee to receive at least 51% of the available delegate votes before they were elected into a position. And this was, I asked for this indicative vote, which was by and large significantly supported by the membership on the day. And it was to address this issue of there being 3 candidates for 4 vacancies. And one of those candidates does not have the support of the delegates, but would get elected with 1 vote because there was a vacancy. So I put this proposition forward where to be successfully elected, a nominee must receive 51% of the votes available on the day. So in the Constitution, it says that the delegate has 1 vote per vacancy. So you would cast that vote for that vacancy, and if the trustee received 51% of the votes available, then they would be elected to that position. That works fine without any complications if there are fewer trustees than vacancies. The problem arises where this year we had more trustees and vacancies. That then requires subsequent rounds of elections until we get to the point where there is a vacancy and none of the nominees can reach 51%, that vacancy will stand. And the purpose of this is to address that issue about potential shoo-ins, for want of a better term. And I'm fundamentally against negative voting, which is why I've put this proposition forward, that you need to get a majority support from the delegates.
Steve, there was a proposition from proposed amendment structure. Accept that and do what we did last time, or you wish to?
Yeah, I had some representation from was it Shropshire and who was the other association? I've forgotten. I'm sorry. It was seconded anyway.
There is a small change in Shropshire's one.
Yeah, I'm happy to consider the amendment from Shropshire rather than debate. What the amendment tries to do is to join the relevant section of the Constitution with the relevant section in the standing orders into the proposition. So I'm happy for that to be discussed. It doesn't fundamentally change what I was trying to achieve with this motion or proposition.
So have we got detail in that?
It was circulated to the membership, yes. Everybody should have had a chance to read it. It was circulated out on Tuesday, was it?
Let's do a quick standing orders thing. Can I do a quick standing orders thing? There was a call for a membership vote on the previous thing that we were on. I would appear we moved on slightly too quickly. We acknowledged that request was made, and at the end of this,
He's just withdrawn it.
he's now withdrawn that request. Okay, in that case, I'll keep quiet. We'll carry on as we are. What I would propose then, Stephen, on this is that delegates vote to accept this amendment, and then we then debate the proposition.
Okay, what's
Because your point, I understand it, is that this is just tidying up your words and is better than your words.
It's drawn up by two people whose input I respect, and I've read through it, and it doesn't fundamentally alter what I'm trying to achieve in that delegates are elected with a majority support from the membership.
Okay, so I'm interrupting you, sorry.
All right, can we vote now on the amendment, please? Michelle,
So the votes are
Right, there is nobody who wishes to debate this amendment.
Yes, there is.
Sorry, hang on, folks. Not to debate
the amendment.
Yeah,
do you want to debate the amendment?
Do you wish to debate the amendment?
We seconded the amendment.
Okay.
Shropshire, as a proposer, don't have enough bandwidth, but I'm happy to speak to the amendment. All we're trying to do is clarify the wording.
Yeah, I think
one vote, any one candidate in the ranking system. Our reasoning is that actually, if you take the original proposition, if you then add figures to it, you discover that using the form of words in the original proposition, all candidates, even if it's 7 for 5 places, would get more than 51% of the votes that they could get.
Okay, well, Stephen agrees with you, and we are voting now on the amendment that you've put forward.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, can you put that up, please?
Yeah, the vote's already open, I think.
People are voting. When we're ready on the substantive proposition, yeah, or what will become the standard proposition, we assume.
6, 3, 2. Thank you. Just so 6. Thank you. Thanks, Michelle.
Yep, the vote's locked.
Is that it?
Yep.
Right, it's 64, 3 against, 3 abstentions.
Okay, so the amendment has been passed. We're talking
95%, yeah.
Sorry, let me find it there. Okay, so then who was wanted to speak about what is now the substantive proposition? Hampshire.
Hampshire.
Yes. My point is that this is actually a very complicated thing to be trying to do. And I do not think the proposition before us is actually going to prove workable. The basis of this is, if you like, the single transferable voting system, which, you know, is quite a complicated thing to do. And I can fully support the principle that people wanted to have in place of having over 50% of the votes for any one candidate. But I don't think this is the way to achieve it. It could be the simplest way to do it is through a two-stage vote. But I think we haven't thought about it carefully enough. There are holes in the proposition that's before us. And I would like to move that it be referred back to the executive, because I think otherwise we will have a very long and unfruitful debate this afternoon.
Okay. What, Margaret? That's
not based on that. Well,
sorry, hang on, Margaret. Sorry, you can accept that is referred back to the executive as a proposition now, if you wish to, and we vote on whether it's referred back to the executive, or you can allow the debate to carry on a bit longer at this stage. That's your call.
Let's carry the debate on a little bit longer.
Okay.
At this moment, anybody else?
Well, Stephen wants to reply.
Okay, but is any Stephen's got the right to reply before we go to a vote? Does anybody else want to speak? Richard, did you want to talk or not? Yes. Richard Barch from Somerset. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if it's Richard Bates from Somerset Beekeepers Association. I was just a little bit concerned that if they had the same number of candidates as vacancies in the final round of voting, you might end up with one person who, people might not feel is a very strong candidate, and yet has to be might automatically be voted in. So I did wonder whether there needs to be written in some capacity for actively abstaining, a vote that counts, but a vote to say no, not this person, please. Now, if this is going to go back to the executive, that might be something they can consider. Otherwise, if it's going forward, I guess that could be a formal amendment. And I'll chuck my sort of scribbles down there.
Anybody else? You've got to move to the vote. Is there anybody else there that wants to speak or not, irrespective of whether of that or not?
Are we voting on
no, sorry, hang on. There's a request to move to put to the executive, wasn't there?
No, I moved to a
Did somebody asked a minute ago?
John Laurie.
John Laurie asked for that to be that was he formally asked for that to be referred to the executive.
And then I've got a move to a vote.
Okay, well, that first one of those two takes precedence. Is there anybody else asking the questions? No. Okay. So
we need to make a vote as to whether we are going to refer it back to the executive.
Yeah.
Or not.
So
can you set that up, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Stephen's going to sum up. Yeah.
Yeah. In answer to my friend's point there, in the past, in the current voting system as we have it now, you either vote for the candidate or you don't. And that's effectively an abstention. This doesn't change that. You either vote for the candidate or you don't. What this motion does is require the successful candidates to have a majority support. And there was huge support for this suggestion at the last ADM, which is why I brought it. We did work through it. It isn't necessarily complicated, but it might take a bit longer because it almost inevitably is going to result in a second round of voting and possibly a third round of voting. So that's going to take a little bit longer. But we've had asked for it to be referred to the executive. I would prefer that we have a vote on it now based on the support.
So
So the first vote is to say, are we going to refer this back to the executive or not?
if you vote for that, that is the end of the debate. If you vote against referring it to the executive, we would then, I think, probably carry on to a substantive vote, possibly if other people wanted to speak.
Michelle, can you cope with that, please?
Refer to executive, Michelle.
Yep, that's now open.
Ahead of me again.
Always, Mr. Smith.
This requires a majority vote because this is not a constitutional vote at this stage. This is just a procedural vote, so it requires 50%.
Just Kent.
Steve? Are you taking that?
Kent seemed to be a little bit tardy. Michelle, can we call it a day on that one, please?
Yep, the vote's locked.
Thank you. That's 37 for.
For referring it to the executive.
Yes, and 27 against.
Okay, so that is referred to the executive. Okay, given that, yes, you've got 10 seconds if you want a membership vote on that. Can't believe, oh,
yeah.
Okay. Take it. Staffordshire South would like a membership vote on that.
Okay, I'll just have to create the slide.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, that's now open.
Thanks, love.
West Cornwall's first again. Some of us got to go further than the bedroom down.
Kent didn't vote last time, so
Go.
Perhaps they've gone.
He's fed up with us all.
Can we take that as said, please, Michelle?
Yep, the vote's locked.
Thank you. To return it to the EC is 15,905. Against that is 10,252. The total votes cast 26,157 and 82 abstentions.
So again, it's referred back to the executive.
That means you can come next year.
Yes.
Yeah, you can bring it back again next year. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. That's the close of the annual delegates meeting. Can I say thank you to everybody who has attended and who has sat through the day with us, you know, especially the people that are in this room with us. Thank you very much indeed, and I hope you have a pleasant evening and weekend.
Jane, well,
sorry.
she's forgotten an important thing. No, you have to do this. Sorry.
I have to pass the chain over now to our new president, Anne Roper.
Yeah, you're on the screen.
Okay.
Thank you, Margaret. And just to say very quickly, because I don't want to delay people, you've done a marvellous job, and we want to thank you very much for all your work and the tremendous things that you've had to deal with while you've been in office. So thank you. I hope I can do as well as you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Technically, we need to leave the meeting open to take a few things, so it will stay open, but we'd obviously appreciate it if you left.
I think you would appreciate it as well.
You could, after we've done it, we'll close it.
Boxes there.
And we're going to mute.
Thank you.